Chapter 464. Begging for votes. Begging for votes. The closer to the center of the East Divine Continent, the more prosperous the martial Tao was. Most of the powerful empires were gathered in the center of the East Divine Continent. The border regions were dominated by the lower regions. Most of the strongest forces were superior one-star sects, but there were a few two-star forces that were at the bottom of the empires but were respected in the border regions. The True Xin region, the Water Sun region, the Jiangning region, and the Dual River region were all located in the eastern border regions of the East Divine Continent. Among them were the two upper regions, the Azure Dragon region and the Green Feather region. The Azure Dragon Empire was the ruler of the Azure Dragon region and one of the two-star empires in the surrounding 10 regions. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire in the Green Feather region could compete with the Azure Dragon Empire. The other forces were nothing in the Azure Dragon Empire's eyes. In the surrounding 10 regions, only the Green Feather Empire dared to go against the Azure Dragon Empire. But even the Green Feather Empire was afraid of the Azure Dragon Empire. Even though they were not on friendly terms and had always been at odds with the Azure Dragon Empire, they did not dare to kill the Azure Dragon Empire's martial artists openly. This time, the 9th prince of the Blue Dragon Empire, Long Shao, had led a team of martial artists. Among them, there were more than 10 venerables and 2 level 3 array grandmasters. However, they were all killed in the Sky Corpse mountain range. What was more serious was that the 9th prince's meridians were broken and his martial arts were crippled. Moreover, what outsiders didn't know was that the half-step Exalt Realm expert of the Azure Dragon Empire that guarded Black City had perished because of this, and his corpse was obliterated. This was tantamount to touching the Azure Dragon Empire's reverse scale. The Emperor of the Azure Dragon Empire, Honorable Yuan Guang, was furious. He personally led 2 one-star venerables, dozens of venerables, and close to 1,000 perfected persons to the Sky Corpse mountain range to capture the murderer. However, Honorable Yuan Guang and his people did not catch the murderer. It was as if the murderer had evaporated into thin air and disappeared without a trace. According to the witnesses, the murderer's name was unknown. He was a young man with a sallow face, a level 3 astral realm cultivation, and a level 3 array grandmaster. He had a red flame set, a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon, and a supreme-grade spiritual bow with 7 gems. The experts of the Blue Dragon Empire used this as a clue to search the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. They even sent teams to guard the main entrances and exits of the mountain range, but they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the yellow-faced young man. His face was sallow like a sickly invalid. With such obvious characteristics, it should be easy to find him, but there was no news at all. Moreover, the tracking experts of the Azure Dragon Empire had been tracking the murderer's aura the entire time. After tracking for a period of time, they had completely lost the trail. No matter how powerful the tracking experts were, they still couldn't find any traces of the murderer. Since the murderer dared to kill, it was obvious that he had something to rely on and wasn't afraid of being tracked down by the experts of the Blue Dragon Empire. The Blue Dragon Empire's martial artists deduced that the murderer's face was most likely a fake. The real person's chi and blood were abundant. In 1,000 people it was rare for one to appear sickly. A sickly person with a sallow complexion, although the characteristics were obvious, if it was a fake face, no matter how they investigated, they would not be able to find out. One's appearance could be faked, but one's cultivation during battle could not be faked. One's attainments and formations could not be faked either. Therefore, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. All the 3-star venerables in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were listed as targets. Because of this, most of the witnesses of this incident were found by the Blue Dragon Empire. Even the Blue Feather Empire's team was no exception. Among the Blue Feather Empire's team, only Yu Qinggan knew Yi Xing's identity. Of course he wouldn't reveal it. The Blue Dragon Empire's experts simply didn't ask anything. The Blue Feather Empire's crown prince being controlled by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts was also a big matter for the Blue Feather Empire. The Blue Feather Empire's venerable Chen Yu personally rushed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range and took away the Blue Feather Empire's martial artists. The only useful information the Blue Dragon Empire obtained was that the murderer had obtained a large amount of treasures and corpse jades in the Red Flame Venerable's burial ground. Thinking that the murderer might take the risk to absorb the corpse jades and break through, the Blue Dragon Empire expanded the scope of their investigation. Not only the 3-star venerables, but the 4-star venerables were also listed as targets. For a time, the people in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range were in a state of panic, especially the 3-star and 4-star venerables. Many of them were treated as suspects and arrested by the Blue Dragon Empire's experts. Although many were released, there were also those who died unjustly. After a month of investigation, the murderer was still nowhere to be found. There was no news at all. If there was any news of the murderer, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely pursue it. However, there was no news at all. The Blue Dragon Empire naturally couldn't waste a large number of their experts in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so they could only give up. Venerable Yuan Guang led the majority of the experts back to the Blue Dragon Empire's capital, leaving behind a small number of people to continue the search in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yi Xing's top-grade spirit-grade falling star art had broken through to the 4th stage. He had already been hiding in the underground cave for a month and a half. So much time has passed, the Blue Dragon Empire should have already given up. Even if they continue to investigate, there won't be too many people. Counting the days, it's already October. The yin qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range is gradually increasing. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Heavenly Corpse mountain range will be sealed and become a forbidden area. The array, the Scarlet Flame set, and the Big Dipper bow will all expose my identity. If I encounter any danger in the future, I'll have to rely on my own strength to deal with it. I have to seize the time to break through to the 5th stage of the astral realm and then leave the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yi Xing thought to himself. He was now a 4-star enlightened master, but his astral energy wasn't inferior to a 6-star enlightened master. The corpse jade he needed for cultivation was the same as a 6-star enlightened master's corpse jade. Yi Xing had a total of 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. For an ordinary 6-star enlightened master, 2 10th grade spiritual corpse jades would be enough for a breakthrough. However, Yi Xing needed more, so 3 pieces would be enough. Yi Xing circulated the top-grade spirit-grade falling star art and activated the black hole stellar vortex, absorbing the star energy in the corpse jades at a rapid speed. In 2 days, Yi Xing would absorb 1 piece, and his cultivation would increase by 1,000 miles every day. 6 days later, Yi Xing finished absorbing the 3 10th grade spiritual corpse jades. His cultivation in the 4th stage of the astral realm had reached its limit. The astral energy in his body was vigorous and surging. Yi Xing controlled the astral energy and madly attacked the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The breakthrough from the 4th stage of the astral realm to the 5th stage wasn't as difficult as the breakthrough from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. Yi Xing had accumulated enough astral energy in his body, so it didn't take long for him to break through the barrier of the 5th stage of the astral realm. The astral energy in Yi Xing's body had a qualitative improvement again, and the connection between his meridians and stellar vortex was smoother. Yi Xing successfully broke through to the 5th stage of the enlightened master. At the end of last year, he broke through to the astral realm at the Young Hero Assembly and became a 1-star enlightened master. At that time, his goal was to break through to the 4th stage of the enlightened master in a year. Now that he was a 5-star enlightened master, he exceeded his goal. Chapter 465. There are still 3 more updates tonight. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. From the 3rd stage of the astral star realm to the 4th stage, and from the 4th stage to the 5th stage, my cultivation was forcefully broken through using corpse jades. I haven't had the time to familiarize myself with these 2 realms, so my foundation isn't stable. If I want to build the pagoda higher, every brick has to be sturdy. I can't leave behind any hidden dangers. My cultivation rose too quickly previously, so I have to stay at the 5th stage of the astral star realm for a while to consolidate my foundation. The best way to consolidate one's foundation is to fight. Only by experiencing a life or death battle can a martial artist accurately understand themselves and solidify their foundation as quickly as possible. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will be filled with experts. This will be my stage. The other junior geniuses can be used to practice and consolidate my foundation. After Yi Xing broke through to the 5th stage of the Tao Master, he made a decision. In another 2 months, it would be the end of the year, and the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Competition would be held. After Yi Xing left, it wouldn't be long before he set off to participate in the competition among the junior geniuses of the entire East Divine Continent's 108 domains. Yi Xing removed the array and discovered that the yin qi in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was extremely dense. It was even more dense than the yin qi in the depths of the Heavenly Corpse mountain range during the spring and autumn seasons. At this moment, the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was the world of Corpse Tao warriors. Most of the other warriors had already left the Azure Cloud mountain range. When Yi Xing entered the cave, he didn't encounter any Corpse Tao warriors. However, when he left, he encountered one. The Corpse Tao warrior was at the 4th stage of the Astral Star realm, but he was easily killed by Yi Xing. After leaving the underground cave, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind Yi Xing. It was the Fire Cloud Sect Master's high-grade flying spiritual artifact. Although the Heavenly Corpse mountain range was filled with Yin Qi, causing warriors to retreat, it wasn't the time when the Yin Qi was at its densest. Yi Xing was worried that there would be experts from the Azure Dragon Empire searching the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Naturally, he couldn't use the Azure Cloud Wings or the Black Feather Wings. Thankfully, Yi Xing's worries were unnecessary. He didn't encounter any Azure Dragon Empire warriors until he left the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. After entering the Trushen domain, Yi Xing went straight to the Boundless Mountain Range, the territory of the demonic beasts in the northern part of the Trushen domain. The Boundless Mountain Range was the largest mountain range in the Trushen domain. It was much larger than the Green Cloud Mountain Range. The demonic beasts in the Boundless Mountain Range were much more powerful. There were even Class 3 high-tier demonic beasts. Yi Xing found a peak mid-rank 3 demonic bird in the Boundless Mountain Range, Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. With Yi Xing's eyes of green cloud, controlling a mid-rank 3 demonic bird was not a problem. After a mental battle, the Lightning Golden Feathered Eagle became Yi Xing's mount. The wings of flame belonged to the Fire Cloud Sect Master. Even in the true mystic region, Yi Xing did not dare to use it openly. It was best to use the Fey bird as a means of transportation. Furthermore, Yi Xing would have an easier time with the demon bird as a means of transportation. He could use the time to cultivate. Ever since he learned the Eyes of Green Cloud, the greatest benefit was that as long as there were demonic beasts, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a mount. This was especially useful when traveling long distances. The Lightning Golden Feathered Eagle was one of the fastest rank 3 demonic birds. It was faster than many high rank 3 demonic birds. It wasn't any slower than Yi Xing flying at full speed with a supreme-grade flying spirit tool. In just a few days, Yi Xing returned from the northern part of the Trushen domain to the Falling Star sect in the Azure Cloud region. With Wu Yu presiding over there, everything was as usual. When Yi Xing returned, he met with his master Hua Tianfeng, Elder Gu Tianxiang, junior sister Lin Tongyu and Wu Yu. Yi Xing left with Yang Gang in the 4th month and headed to the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. It was now October and they had only returned after half a year. These people had been worried about Yi Xing's safety. Seeing Yi Xing return safely, they were all delighted. Falling Star Palace, Sect Master's residence. Wu Yu sat in front of Yi Xing and said, "Yi Xing, how could you stay in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range alone for such a long time? It was too risky. I heard that something big happened in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, but there was no news of you. As your guardian, I was worried sick." Yi Xing smiled and said, "It was safer for me to be alone. I stayed in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range for a long time, but I also gained a lot." While speaking, Yi Xing circulated his astral energy and released his cultivation. Wu Yu was shocked. He stood up and said in shock, "A rank 5 enlightened master, you have reached the 5th level of the astral realm?" At the end of last year, he had broken through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master. This year, Yi Xing had become a rank 5 enlightened master in less than 10 months. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation speed was this? Yi Xing stood up and asked Wu Yu to sit down. He said, "I got some good fortune in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range, so my cultivation improved a little faster than expected." Wu Yu was stunned. He thought, "It's not just a little faster, it's godly speed, okay?" Wu Yu sighed, "No wonder the venerable master values you so much. You are indeed not someone the other geniuses of the younger generation can compare to. Last year Mu Xiaoyue was still able to compete with you, but now he is far from you." Yi Xing smiled faintly. He didn't know if Mu Xiaoyue had broken through to the 3rd level of the astral realm. Compared to him, they were not on the same level. Yi Xing said, "My goal is to be the champion of the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition. Only the young geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires are my opponents." Wu Yu's eyes were filled with excitement as he said, "Even the Qingyu Empire and the Blue Dragon Empire are not ranked in the East Divine Continent. They are at the bottom of the 2-star forces. If you take first place in the large competition, you will really bring honor to the Trushen region. You will definitely be able to shake the East Divine Continent in one fell swoop." After a pause, Wu Yu continued, "In the East Divine Continent, your background is much worse than the other young geniuses. If you take first place, it will be even more shocking. Your name will definitely spread throughout the world. Not just the East Divine Continent, I'm afraid the other 4 continents of the Star Continent will spread your deeds. Although the number 1 in the East Divine Continent can't be compared to the monstrous geniuses of the Middle Sky Continent, you can still be called a heaven's pride." No wonder Wu Yu was so excited. Compared to the East Divine Continent, the Trushen region was a small place. Even the number one in the Trushen region, Master Yang Gu, who was first on the Earth Profound ranking, was just a nobody in the East Divine Continent. No one in the Trushen region could be famous in the East Divine Continent. If Yi Xing took first place in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses competition, not only would his name spread throughout the East Divine Continent, but it would also spread throughout the world. If the entire star continent were to spread someone's deeds, what kind of glory would that be? Most of the cultivators in the world pursued fame and fortune. Wu was no exception. Even if the famous person was Yi Xing as Yi Xing's Tao protector, he was also excited. Spread throughout the world? Yi Xing silently muttered in his heart. His goal was to reach the peak of the martial Tao in the star continent. Right now he was still very far away from this goal. However, he would soon reach the stage of the star continent. Chapter 466. From Wu Yu, Yi Xing found out that the Trushen region's team participating in the East Divine Continent's Genius Tournament was led by Tiangang Sect's Grand Supreme Elder, Yang Gu. The other 8 high sects would each send an exalted elder, because the top 10 in the Trushen region were all disciples of the 9 high sections. Although the younger generation of the Trushen region wasn't outstanding in the entire East Divine Continent, and they might be eliminated in the first round, the 9 sect alliances placed great importance on this competition. The further one's heart was, the further one could go. The elders of the 9 high sects didn't expect the younger generation to get a good ranking in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition. They just wanted them to see the geniuses of this era and broaden their horizons. They wanted them to know that their achievements were nothing in the eyes of the Trushen region. Only by making them feel pressured would they have the motivation to move forward. The East Divine Continent Junior Genius competition would be held at the end of the year. The team from the Trushen domain would set off a month in advance. They would depart on the 1st of December and head for the Qingyu Empire. They would borrow the teleportation array in the Qingyu Empire and be transported to the border of the Qingyu Empire. After which they would continue their journey to another empire, the Sky Wolf Empire. The Sky Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire and possessed an even stronger teleportation array. It was now the end of the 10th lunar month, and there was still a little more than a month to the first day of the 12th lunar month. Yi Xing could still stay in the Falling Star sect for about a month. In this month Yi Xing had many things to do. First, cultivate the Flaming Dipper Fist and the Sun Flaming Spear art. Second, head to the Dark Canyon to comprehend the force of darkness. Third, settle the grudge with the Sun Moon sect. The second day after Yi Xing arrived at he sent a messenger to the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect had 10 days to disband, and the grudge between the Sun Moon sect and the Falling Star sect would be written off. Otherwise, on the 10th day of the 11th lunar month, I will personally visit the Sun Moon sect and take the head of the Sun Moon sect Master Yin Wudao. Sun Moon sect. After receiving Yi Xing's message, the Sun Moon sect Master Yin Wudao flew into a rage. Our Sun Moon sect has existed for more than 1,000 years, and we're growing stronger day by day. This little bastard wants our Sun Moon sect to disband with just a few words? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yin Wudao clenched his fists and roared. He was very agitated. If he had known that Yi Xing's potential was so terrifying, Yin Wudao would never have supported the Dongfu sect's plan to exterminate, nor would he have accepted the Falling Star sect's disciples from the Dongfu sect. Nor would he have sold the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves to the Nine Heavens City. However, it was impossible to turn back time. Now, the Sun Moon sect and the Fallen Star sect were already on opposite sides. The hatred between them was deep. When Yin Wudao thought about the speed at which Yi Xing had risen, he felt a chill run down his spine. He still did not know that Yi Xing was already a 5-star sage. If he knew that Yi Xing had broken through 5 realms consecutively within a year, from a 9-star martial sage to a 5-star sage, Yin Wudao would definitely have calmly considered Yi Xing's suggestion. The reason why Yin Wudao was so agitated was that he did not place enough importance on Yi Xing. He felt that Yi Xing's actions were a humiliation to the Sun Moon sect. Our Sun Moon sect cannot be compared to the Dongfu sect. He just broke through to the star realm at the end of last year, and now he dares to threaten the Sun Moon sect to take my life. How arrogant. How reckless. Yin Wudao slammed the table in front of him, smashing it into pieces. It was still not enough to vent his anger. Report. Sect Master. The Grand Elder has returned to the sect. While Yin Wudao was raging, a half-step sage ran in from outside and knelt down to report. The Grand Elder of the Sun Moon sect, Yin Hongdan, was the only 6-star sage in the Sun Moon sect. After passing the position of sect master to Yin Wudao, She often traveled outside and rarely stayed in the sect. It had been 5 years since he returned from his recent trip. Without Yin Hongdan, the Sun Moon sect did not encounter any difficulties. Yin Wudao naturally managed the sect well. However, ever since he became enemies with Yi Xing and Yi Xing's rise in the young hero competition, Yin Wudao was restless. He did not know what to do about the future. The Falling Star sect had Master Wu Yu of the Tiangang sect. Yin Wudao didn't dare to act rashly. Furthermore, it wasn't as if the Sun Moon sect hadn't taken any measures against Yi Xing. The great elder Yang Ba had tried to assassinate Yi Xing, but in the end Yang Ba had died and Yi Xing was safe and sound. He could not get rid of Yi Xing. If he did not get rid of Yi Xing, he would be closer to death with every passing day. Yin Wudao's days were like years. Now that he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, Yin Wudao was overjoyed. He said, "Gather all the elders and welcome the Grand Elder." In the past, Yin Wudao could not wait for Yin Hongdan to wander outside for a longer time. Without anyone above him, he could manage the Sun Moon sect as he wished. But now Yin Wudao was at a loss. When he heard that the Grand Elder had returned, it was as if he had found his backbone. Soon all the elders of the Sun Moon sect gathered. Yin Wudao brought the elders to the Sun Moon sect's mountain gate to wait for Yin Hongdan's return. Not long after, a mid-rank 3 demonic bird appeared in the sky and flew towards the Sun Moon sect. Behind the demonic bird stood 2 martial artists. One of them had white hair and looked to be an old man in his 60s. The other was dressed in black and had black hair. He was tall and had a scar on his face. He looked to be in his 40s and exuded a murderous aura. Including Yin Wudao, all the elders of the Sun Moon sect were surprised. The Grand Elder did not return alone. Who was the middle-aged man in black beside him? "Welcome back to the sect, Grand Elder." When the demonic bird arrived above the mountain gate, Yin Wudao and the rest shouted in unison. On the back of the demonic bird, the middle-aged man in black said, "Brother Hongdan, your sect is really respectful to a Grand Elder like you." Yin Hongdan smiled, but he was surprised. In the past, Yin Wudao would appear to welcome him when he returned, but it had never been so grand. It seemed that the Sun Moon sect was in trouble. Sure enough, when the demonic bird landed, Yin Wudao anxiously said, "Grand Elder, you have returned. If you did not return, the Sun Moon sect would be gone." Yin Hongdan was shocked and said, "The Sun Moon sect is gone? What happened?" Yin Wudao immediately told him about the grudge between the Sun Moon sect and the Falling Star sect. He then told him about Yi Xing's warning. Yin Hongdan might be old, but he was not a peaceful person. Otherwise he would not have wandered outside so often. After listening to Yin Wudao, Yin Hongdan raised his eyebrows and said, "What a young lad. I left for 5 years and there is actually such a person in the Green Cloud region. However, if he dares to stand on top of my Sun Moon sect, he is simply courting death." After saying that, Yin Hongdan introduced the middle-aged man in black to Yin Wudao and the rest. "This is a good friend I made when I was traveling in the Blue Dragon Empire. He is an expert of the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, Spiritual Master Long Hong. Although Spiritual Master Long Hong is a 6-star spiritual master, his battle strength is heaven-defying and can be compared to Venerable 7 stars. 10 days later, if that lad dares to come to the Sun Moon sect, I will definitely make him bleed." Chapter 467. The eyes of Yin Wudao and all the elders of the Sun Moon sect lit up. Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan? What kind of noble status was that? Everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Long Hong was at the 6th level of the astral realm. He didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire as he belonged to a branch of the Imperial Dragon Clan. However, even if he didn't have a high status in the Azure Dragon Empire, the Imperial Dragon Clan status was still higher than the elders of the Sun Moon sect. Especially Long Hong's strength, which was far superior to his peers. He could even fight against the Venerable 7 stars. Cultivators respected the strong, and the elders of the Sun Moon sect admired Long Hong even more. A sliver of arrogance appeared on Long Hong's face. He nodded at the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect and said, "He's just a junior disciple of an inferior 1-star sect. Even if he's a genius, how much of a genius can he be? Is there a need to wait for him to kill his way here?" Yin Wudao said, "Spiritual Master Long Hong, you don't know that Yi Xing has the backing of the Heavenly Dipper sect. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. Our sect can't afford to offend them. Furthermore, the Heavenly Dipper sect has an 8 stars venerable guarding the Falling Star sect. Our sect can't do anything to Yi Xing in the Falling Star sect." Seeing that the Falling Star sect had an 8 stars venerable guarding it, Long Hong didn't mention killing Yi Xing directly. He changed the topic and said, "Then let's wait for him to come to the Sun Moon sect. The 8 stars venerable won't come with him, right?" Yin Wudao thought for a while and said, "Venerable Wu Yu probably won't interfere with the battle between Yi Xing and our sect. However, we can't rule out the possibility that he will save Yi Xing if he sees that he's in danger. The Heavenly Dipper sect is one of the strongest forces in the region. If Venerable Wu Yu wants us to let him go, we won't dare to disobey." Long Hong chuckled and said, "You guys are afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect, but I'm not. Brother Hong Dan and I are friends. Leave the Sun Moon sect's problems to me. If that kid dares to come, I'll kill him. No one can stop me." Yi Xing practiced Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art every day. His attainments in the Grand Force of Fire were extremely high. Moreover, his mental power had reached the 5th layer. Cultivating these two types of martial arts allowed his attainments to rise very quickly, advancing at a tremendous pace. In less than 10 days, Yi Xing's Flaming Dipper Fist and Sunfire Spear art had both reached perfection. As for whether he could break through to the transcendent state, he would need more practice or insight. On this day, Yi Xing knocked on Hua Tianfeng's door. "Master." "Yi Xing, come in and talk." Hua Tianfeng opened the door and led Yi Xing into the room. Sitting down, Yi Xing raised his hand and took out 3 7th-grade spirit-grade corpse jades, handing them over to Hua Tianfeng. Yi Liang said, "Master, these are corpse jades from the Sky Corpse Mountain Range. They contain the purest star energy. Perhaps they can help you break through to the astral realm." On the road of martial arts, the star-tempering realm was the foundation, the star vortex realm was the beginning, and the astral realm was the true beginning. Only by reaching the astral realm would a martial artist's lifespan increase. It was hard for a martial saint to live 100 years, but Taoist had a lifespan of 200 years. Every great realm of martial arts would increase a martial artist's lifespan. Astral Reaching Realm Venerable had a lifespan of 300 years. Astral Ocean Realm King had a lifespan of 1,000 years. In the Star Continent, only by becoming a king could one be considered to have stepped onto the peak of martial arts. One could live for 1,000 years without dying. Compared to the Venerable's 300 years, it was a huge leap. Therefore, if one didn't become a king in the Star Continent, one would only be a supporting role. A king's life would be filled with countless supporting roles, generation after generation. For the majority of martial artists, king was too far away and venerable was too vague. They were both goals that couldn't be begged for. Only astral realm Taoist could prolong one's lifespan, but it wasn't that difficult. This was the goal of the majority of martial artists. Taoist could live for 200 years after becoming a Taoist, which was the lifespan of 2 lifetimes. Who would want to live for 2 lifetimes? At first, Hua Tianfeng didn't know about corpse jades. However, when Yi Xing and Yang Gang went to the Sky Corpse Mountain Range, Master Wu Yu had explained to him the effects of the corpse jades. Therefore Hua Tianfeng understood. Hua Tianfeng held the corpse jades, his mood surging. He used to be a cripple, but now his legs had been healed. Moreover, he had the hope of breaking through to the astral realm. This kind of life change was indeed lamentable. And the reason for all this was because he had accepted Yi Xing as his disciple 2 years ago. A single decision had changed his life. Hua Tianfeng's gratitude towards Yi Xing couldn't be expressed with words. He said, "I will definitely break through to the astral realm." The only thing he could do was to not let Yi Xing down and not waste these 3 corpse jades. Yi Xing smiled and said, "Master, breaking through to the astral realm is a late bloomer. It will definitely open a new golden period for you to continue on the path of martial arts. I have already refined the death chi in the corpse jades. Master can directly absorb the star energy within them." Hua Tianfeng was surprised. He knew that the death chi in the corpse jades couldn't be removed. Martial artists had to absorb the corpse jades slowly. After absorbing one piece, they had to stop for a period of time. Only after the life force in their body had assimilated the death chi could they continue to cultivate the second piece. Even a high-level astral realm Taoist couldn't refine the death chi in the corpse jades. However, the corpse jades that Yi Xing gave him had already refined the death chi. What a strange realm. Hua Tianfeng knew that this was Yi Xing's special method that couldn't be spread. Hua Tianfeng sighed and said, "A late bloomer is a late bloomer. Opening a new golden period isn't just talk. It requires great enlightenment. It's already good that I can break through to the astral realm with these corpse jades. Elder Gu did it. You have to go out and train often. In the future, Elder Gu will have to take care of the Falling Star sect." Yi Xing nodded. When Gu Qianshang's cultivation reached the third stage of the astral realm, he would pass the position of falling star sect master to Gu Qianshang. Yi Xing changed the topic and said, "The deadline I gave to the Sun Moon sect is up. There is no news of the Sun Moon sect disbanding. Tomorrow I will set off to the Sun Moon sect to wash away the shame of the sect. After that, I will train in the Azure Cloud Mountain for a short period of time. When I return, Master should be an astral realm Taoist." Hua Tianfeng knew that Yi Xing was now a 5 astral Taoist. He was very powerful and could challenge those above his level. Therefore he wasn't worried about Yi Xing's trip to the Sun Moon sect. Hua Tianfeng said, "Master will wait for your triumphant return." After leaving Hua Tianfeng's residence, Yi Xing went to Gu Qianshang and Lin Tongyu's residence. He gave Gu Qianshang 4 spirit-grade corpse jades and 2 spirit-grade corpse jades. Gu Qianshang was a late bloomer. He had opened a new golden period. With these corpse jades, it was very possible for him to become a 4 astral Taoist in the future. As for Lin Tongyu, Yi Xing gave her a spirit-grade mid-grade corpse jade. Chapter 46. Although Yi Xing had a large amount of low and mid-spirit level corpse jades, Yi Xing didn't plan to take them out for the time being. Hua Tianfeng, Gu Qianshang, and Lin Tongyu were all people that Yi Xing trusted. Of course he could give them the corpse jades that had been refined with death qi. As for the other disciples of the Yi Xing, didn't trust all of them. Moreover, if he took out a large amount of corpse jades and allowed the disciples of the Falling Star sect to increase their cultivation rapidly, it would attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Normally, the Blue Dragon Empire wouldn't pay attention to a small area like the Azure Sky District in the True Xian region. However, a large amount of corpse jades was a clue to the murderer of the Blue Dragon Empire. Once the news spread, it would definitely attract the attention of the Blue Dragon Empire. Only when he had enough strength would Yi Xing take out all the corpse jades. At that time, even if the Blue Dragon Empire found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything to Yi Xing. The next day Yi Xing left the Falling Star sect on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle was extremely fast. The Falling Star sect was 70 to 80,000 miles away from the Sun Moon sect, but it arrived in less than half a day. Today was the 10th of the 11th month, the day that Yi Xing said he would kill his way into the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Moon sect was heavily guarded. Yi Xing appeared in sight on the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle. The Sun Moon sect was already prepared. A large number of enlightened masters flew out from the main peak of the sect. Seeing that the Sun Moon sect was still unprovoked, Yi Xing's eyes narrowed. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed that if he didn't use ruthless methods today, the Sun Moon sect wouldn't know how serious the situation was. Yi Xing's warning wasn't a joke. The Lightning Golden Feather Eagle stopped outside the Sun Moon sect's mountain gate. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all inside the array. Yi Xing's gaze swept past them one by one and landed on Yin Hongdan and Long Hong. These two people were both 6 stars venerable masters, and according to Yi Xing's knowledge, the Sun Moon sect only had one supreme elder at the 6th stage of the astral realm, and he was always wandering outside. From the looks of it, the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect had already returned to the sect, and had even brought some helpers with him. However, regardless of whether it was the supreme elder of the Sun Moon sect or the helpers that he had brought, Yi Xing did not care about them at all. With Yi Xing's current strength and his perfect upper spiritual martial force, a 6 stars enlightened master was nothing before him. Unless, of course, he was a genius of the younger generation who could fight above his level. Yi Xing stood on the back of the Lightning Golden Feather Eagle and shouted, "Today the Sun Moon sect must be destroyed and Yin Wudao must die. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." The Sun Moon sect's cultivators were all stunned. Yi Xing's astral meridian's locked star veins made them unable to tell that Yi Xing's cultivation was already at the 5 stars enlightened master level. They were very puzzled that Yi Xing dared to attack the Sun Moon sect alone. From their point of view, Yi Xing alone could not be compared to the Sun Moon sect's cultivators. Their fear of Yi Xing was more due to the Heavenly Dipper sect and Wuyu. However, Wuyu did not appear. Today only Yi Xing had come alone. This was simply walking into a trap and seeking his own death. A person who was seeking his own death dared to speak so arrogantly. The Sun Moon sect's cultivators could not understand what Yi Xing was relying on. Even if Wuyu did not appear, Yin Wudao was still very afraid of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Even if Long Hong was from the Dragon Royal family of the Tsang Dragon Empire, he could not always stay in the Sun Moon sect. Therefore the Sun Moon sect still had to respect the Heavenly Dipper sect. Yin Wudao stepped forward and said, "Yi Xing, don't go too far. Your falling star sect has been rebuilt, and your disciples have been saved. Plus, you have killed many of my Sun-Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. What else do you want? You want to destroy my Sun-Moon sect because of such a small matter? You have no right to do so. Yin Wudao's attitude was firm at first. Then he changed the topic and continued, You have killed many of my Sun-Moon sect's enlightened masters and elders. My sect can also compensate your falling star sect's disciples for their suffering. From now on all grudges are written off. Everyone will mind their own business. What do you think? Yin Wudao's words made Long Hong pucker his lips. He didn't put the Heavenly Dipper sect in his eyes. In his opinion, as long as he killed Yi Xing, the Sun-Moon sect's danger would be resolved. However, since the Sun-Moon sect had taken the initiative to ask for peace with Yi Xing, Long Hong would not say such words. Yin Wudao wanted to ask for peace with Yi Xing, but Yi Xing would not agree. There was a price to pay for everything. The Sun-Moon sect had participated in the destruction of the Falling Star sect. Yi Xing's report to them was that the Sun-Moon sect would be destroyed. The people could live but the sect would be destroyed. The Falling Star sect's disciples were sold as slaves. This matter was related to the Sun-Moon sect's patriarch Yin Wudao. However, the Falling Star sect's disciples were saved by Yi Xing. Furthermore, Yi Xing had already killed many of their enlightened masters and elders. If Yin Wudao had listened to Yi Xing's warning and disbanded the Sun-Moon sect, then Yi Xing would have let bygones be bygones. Even if the Sun-Moon sect moved out of the Qingyan region and established another sect in another region, Yi Xing would not have investigated and killed them. However, the Sun-Moon sect ignored Yi Xing's warning. Then Yi Xing would take Yin Wudao's head today. There was no price for this. It was the same for the Sun-Moon sect's destruction. There was no price for this. Yi Xing's face turned cold, revealing a murderous aura. He said coldly, The destruction of the Falling Star sect is a small matter in your eyes. However, in my eyes, this is an irreconcilable hatred. From the moment the Sun-Moon sect participated in the destruction of the Sun-Moon sect and the Falling Star sect are irreconcilable. There is the Sun-Moon sect, there is not, here is no Sun-Moon sect. Yi Xing's cold eyes swept across the Sun-Moon sect's martial artists one by one, revealing a murderous intent. He continued, I have already given the Sun-Moon sect a chance to disband, but you did not take it to heart. Since I am here today, the situation has changed. Everything else can be discussed, but there are two things that must be done. First, Yin Wudao, you must die. Second, the Sun-Moon sect must disappear. Yin Wudao roared, Yi Xing, you have forced our sect into a dead end. There is no benefit for you. Even if you have the Heavenly Dipper sect as your backing, if you don't let me live, I won't let you live either. Yi Xing's eyes were calm. He said indifferently, If it was before, you would have had the chance to die with me. But now if I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't kill yourself, I will kill you. If the Sun-Moon sect doesn't disband, I will kill until it disbands. Yin Wudao was furious, his face twisted. Long Hong, who was beside him, laughed loudly, Ha ha ha. This brat is crazy enough. I have said it before. Kill him and end everything. If you don't dare to kill him, I will. Chapter 469. Yin Wudao cupped his fists and bowed to Long Hong. Thank you, spiritual master Long Hong. Yin Wudao would never disband the sect and commit suicide. However, they were afraid of the Big Dipper sect and did not dare to kill Yi Xing personally. At this time, it was naturally better for Long Hong to make a move. After that, the Big Dipper sect could only blame Long Hong and had nothing to do with the Sun-Moon sect. Long Hong chuckled and said, It's just a small matter. As he spoke, Long Hong had already walked out of the Sun-Moon sect's array. Yi Xing sized up Long Hong and said, Who are you? The person who will kill you. Long Hong said indifferently. He did not put Yi Xing in his eyes at all. How high could Yi Xing's cultivation be at such a young age? Moreover, Long Hong had already found out about Yi Xing last night. He knew that Yi Xing was the #1 junior in the Trushen region. At the end of last year, he broke through to the Star Realm and became a 1-star sage. Only 10 months had passed this year. Even if Yi Xing was a genius, it would be good if he could break through to the 2-star sage. At most, he could break through to the 3rd-star sage. Long Hong was a 6-star sage. Moreover, he was invincible in the same realm. He had the battle record of not losing to the 7-star sage. How could he put Yi Xing, the #1 junior in the Trushen region, in his eyes? Long Hong said with a smile, Kid, you are very arrogant. However, arrogant people usually die early. I heard that you are the #1 junior genius in the Trushen region. TSK, your talent is indeed not bad. However, the more talented you are, the more fun it will be for me to kill you. Long Hong clenched his fist and took a deep breath. He revealed a very satisfied expression and continued, you should have a very good future, but I just like to kill the future of geniuses. Satisfying. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he had already killed Yi Xing and was very intoxicated. Indeed, even though he hadn't killed Yi Xing yet, in his eyes, Yi Xing was already a dead man. Yi Xing looked deeply at Long Hong and said, you're courting death. Long Hong sneered and said, brat, don't think that just because you've hugged the thigh of the Tiangang sect, you can show off and be arrogant and conceited. The Tiangang sect is only a little famous in the Truxian region. Outside of the Truxian region, it's nothing. I Long Hong don't care about the Tiangang sect. The moment Long Hong's voice fell, he took the initiative to attacking Yi Xing. A high-grade spirit spear appeared in Long Hong's hand, and he thrust it towards Yi Xing. The astral spear shot out explosively, transforming into a flood dragon. It let out a heaven-shaking roar, its might shaking the heavens. In an instant, the sky changed color, the ground was blown up in all directions and rocks were thrown into the air. As the spear shot out, the surroundings dimmed, leaving only the resplendent Jiao Dragon Spear astral chi, which was intimidating. Long Hong's top-grade spirit martial art, the Flood Dragon Spear art, had already been cultivated to small success. Its might was comparable to a high-grade spirit martial art at perfection. As soon as he attacked, Long Hong displayed a combat strength that far surpassed those at the same step as him. The eyes of the Sun Moon sect martial artists brightened. With Long Hong's formidable strength, he could definitely instantly kill Yi Xing. Even if Guru Wu Yu was secretly protecting him, he still wouldn't be able to save him in time. Facing Long Hong's spear, Yi Xing's eyebrows shot up. He thought that this person's strength was indeed extraordinary. He had seen Guru 7 Stars attack before, but it wasn't anything special. The Black Dragon Spear instantly appeared in his hand. Yi Xing's aura erupted, revealing his 5th level astral realm cultivation. Facing Long Hong's attack, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he counterattacked with his spear. Sunflame Spear art, burn annihilation. The surroundings suddenly became scorching hot. The Black Dragon Spear thrust out, bringing with it a raging inferno, as if a sea of fire were pouring down. Although Yi Xing's Sunflame Spear art was a high-grade spirit martial art, it had already been cultivated to perfection. Its might was no weaker than Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear art. Moreover, Yi Xing's cultivation method inheritance had reached the 4th level of the top-grade spirit level Falling Star art. He was no worse than Long Hong. But, when it came to comprehending the momentum of the world, Yi Xing's comprehension was on a higher level. Thus, Yi Xing's spear attack was only stronger than Long Hong's. Bang! The Black Dragon Spear pierced straight through Long Hong's Flood Dragon Spear astral chi, causing layer after layer of it to collapse and disintegrate. Long Hong was startled. The Sun Moon sect elders were also horrified. They looked at Yi Xing with disbelief. Yi Xing had actually reached the 5th level of the astral realm. At the end of last year he had broken through to the astral realm. Now only 10 months had passed and he was already a 5-star sage. This cultivation speed was simply divine. The Sun Moon sect elders couldn't believe this was reality. Yi Xing had won first place at the Young Hero Assembly with his 1st level of the astral realm cultivation. He had the combat strength to defeat opponents 2 realms above him. Now that he was a 5-star sage, he was able to block Long Hong's attack. In the eyes of the Sun Moon sect elders this was normal. But Long Hong felt this wasn't normal. He was well aware just how difficult it was to jump realms to challenge someone. He was able to fight a 7-star sage as a 6-star sage. That was already a 1 in a million existence. But Yi Xing was a 5-star sage and yet his spear was stronger than his. This was simply unacceptable. Whoosh! A beam of starlight shot out from between Long Hong's eyebrows. It shot into the skies, turning into an incomparably resplendent mass of light. High-grade star form, North Star. The North Star form was a special star form. It was different from the others. It shined so brightly that one couldn't see the shape of a star, only a mass of light. Therefore, the North Star form was also known as the Aurora Borealis. It was the strongest star form among the high-grade star forms. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary extreme-grade star form. Long Hong was able to fight a 7-star sage without losing because of his high attainments in martial arts. But the biggest reason was that the power of his star form was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Most supremacies had high-grade star forms. It was very rare to have a star form that had reached the peak of high-grade star forms. This was what Long Hong was most proud of. The North Star form was also a top star form even among the supremacies. Die, Flood Dragon traversing the 4 seas. Long Hong roared and waved his high-grade spirit spear. Instantly, 4 Flood Dragon spears shot out. They walked on the water and attacked Yi Xing at the same time. This move was one of the ultimate moves of the Flood Dragon spear technique. The 4 crossing Flood Dragon attack contained the power of a formation, and its power was multiplied. Moreover, the Aurora Borealis shined. Brilliant starlight fell down, causing these 4 Flood Dragons to shine with a dazzling light. They contained a terrifying power of stars, making them even more formidable. Long Hong had brought out his true ability. Yi Xing didn't hesitate either. He instantly used the Fire Star form. Yi Xing's Fire Star form was also at the peak of high-grade star forms. It was no weaker than the North Star form. Endless power of fire fell down, causing the power of Yi Xing's flames to rapidly rise. Kill? Yi Xing shouted out loud, his momentum overwhelming. The Black Dragon spear bloomed with a blazing sun-like light as it shot towards Long Hong. Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. In this spear strike, Yi Xing displayed the power of his star form, the power of the world, the power of the stars, and his martial arts attainments to the limit. Its power was world-shocking, peerlessly powerful, shaking the heavens and earth, unstoppable. Chapter 470. Buff, 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 buff. In a split second, the Black Dragon spear was like a blazing sun, piercing through the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears and smashing them to pieces. Yi Xing's fire potential had already neared large success. His attainments in the subtle realm were extremely high, and when combined with the highest level of Fire Star, the power wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. A terrifying fire potential swept out like an ocean. As the 4 Flood Dragon astral spears were smashed apart, Long Hong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Bang! Long Hong crashed 100 meters away. At this time, a light flashed and Yi Xing thrust out his spear like a meteor. Stop! Long Hong screamed out. Yin Wudao's eyes narrowed. He hoped that Yi Xing's spear wouldn't stop, but would directly pierce through and take Long Hong's life. If so, the Blue Dragon Empire would definitely send people to investigate the cause of Long Hong's death. Yi Xing had provoked the Blue Dragon Empire and would undoubtedly die. Yin Wudao's hopes didn't come true. The Black Dragon Spear's spear point stopped at Long Hong's throat. Yi Xing's eyes flashed like lightning. He stared at Long Hong and said, "Do you have any last words?" Long Hong coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face revealed a ferocious expression. I am from the Blue Dragon Empire's Royal Dragon family. Do you know what the Blue Dragon Empire is? It is a 2-star influence and you dare to injure me? Do you want to die? Yi Xing's eyebrows shot up. His eyes flashed with killing intent. This person was actually from the Blue Dragon Empire's Royal Dragon family. Towards the Blue Dragon Empire and the Royal Dragon family, Yi Xing loathed them to the extreme. However, Yi Xing remained calm and suppressed his killing intent. He couldn't kill this Long Hong. Once he died, the Blue Dragon Empire would send people to investigate. Yi Xing didn't want the Blue Dragon Empire's attention to the Clear Sky region. I'll spare his life. Even if he wants to retaliate, he will only invite his friends. He is only a 6-star true master. How strong can his friends be? If he dies, the Blue Dragon Empire will likely send out extremely strong masters to investigate. Yi Xing put away the Black Dragon Spear and said, "Scram." Long Hong crawled up and ate a healing elixir. His complexion immediately improved and his expression hardened as he shouted, "Brat, you know I'm from the Blue Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan, yet you still dare to be so arrogant." Boom. A scorching aura rushed over, and Yi Xing suddenly struck out with his spear. The spear aura was like a scorching sun as it flew through the sky. Long Hong immediately let out a miserable shriek as his body was sent flying several hundred meters away. There was an additional bloody hole on his body. Yi Xing said coldly, "I'll give you a second chance, Scram. If I still see you within 10 breaths of time, you can go down to the underworld and brag to the ghosts about your identity as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan." Long Hong fell to the ground and coughed up a great mouthful of blood. His entire body was cold. He thought that once he revealed his identity, Yi Xing would apologize to him and beg for mercy. But how could he have imagined that Yi Xing would disregard his status and attack him so ruthlessly? How could Long Hong not understand that his status as a member of the Azure Dragon Empire's Imperial Dragon Clan couldn't scare Yi Xing? If he continued to pester him, Yi Xing would definitely kill him. Thinking of death, Long Hong's heart was filled with fear. He quickly ran for his life. At this time, how could he still care about the Sun Moon sect? Don't let me see you a second time. Yi Xing's voice sounded out from behind, causing Long Hong's heart to turn cold. Long Hong rapidly ran away, soon disappearing from sight. Yi Xing's eyes fell upon the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect. The same person, the same gaze, but at this time the martial artists of the Sun Moon sect felt completely different. As Yi Xing's eyes swept over them, their hearts trembled as if a sharp blade had cut across their bodies. They were already filled with fear towards Yi Xing. When Yi Xing's eyes fell on Yin Wudao's eyes finally revealed a look of fear. He shouted, "What compensation do you want? Our sect will compensate you. I can also disband the Sun Moon sect. I can agree to anything you want." Yi Xing's eyes were filled with killing intent. He said, "It's too late to say this now." As his voice fell, Yi Xing's aura suddenly erupted. The fire star aspect bloomed, and endless starlight fell. The power of the fire star aspect was extremely strong. Whoosh! Yi Xing used incinerate. With a thrust of his spear, endless flames surged out like a sea of fire. Yi Xing didn't waste time. He directly broke through the array. His eyes swept over the array. He had already observed the array of the Sun Moon sect clearly. Naturally, he knew where the weak points of the array were. The Sun Moon sect was a mid-grade one-star sect that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. The sect's array was formed by countless level 3 minor success array. One layer after another, it was continuous. If external enemies attacked, a mid-grade perfected one wouldn't be able to shake it. Even Venerable 7-star would find it difficult to break through the array if he didn't understand it. However, as soon as Yi Xing made his move, the array formations collapsed layer by layer wherever the spear light touched. The level 3 array formations at the initial success stage lost their might like they were made of tofu. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect were shocked. Yin Wudao's face was pale. Without Long Hong, the sect's array was his only hope. However, it seemed that the sect's array couldn't stop Yi Xing. There was only one reason why Yi Xing could break the array so quickly. He clearly understood the structure of the Sun Moon sect's array. He clearly knew the flaws of the array. The martial artists of the Sun Moon sect couldn't understand. How could Yi Xing understand the structure of the Sun Moon sect's array? The array masters of the Sun Moon sect were stunned when they saw Yi Xing attack and the array collapse. Yin Wudao was the first to react. He shouted to the array masters, "Quick, activate all the arrays and kill this brat. Kill him." The Sun Moon sect had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. How many arrays did they leave behind? Even if Yi Xing's speed was fast, he wouldn't be able to break through them in a short time. There were still many arrays in the sect. If they were activated, their power would still be shocking. The array masters reacted. They were about to activate the arrays when they were stopped by Yin Hongdan. Yin Hongdan said, "Activate the arrays. Don't block it." Yin Wudao was shocked. He said in shock, "Grand Elder, what did you say?" Yin Hongdan's face turned green. She shouted, "It's all because of you that our sect ended up like this. Our 1,000 years of foundation was destroyed by your hands. Kill yourself." As she spoke, Yin Hongdan looked at the formation elders. Open the formation. Yin Hongdan's prestige was obviously higher than Yin Wudao's. The array masters all moved to activate the arrays to prevent them from being destroyed by Yi Xing. "No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Seeing that the sect's array had been opened, Yin Wudao's emotions were on the verge of insanity. He shouted loudly as he rushed into the sky, trying to escape. "Die." Yin Hongdan rushed into the sky and caught up with Yin Wudao in the blink of an eye. Her palm landed on Yin Wudao's head. Yin Wudao's head was directly smashed into his chest by Yin Hongdan. He died instantly and fell from the sky. In the Green Cloud region, Yin Wudao was considered a hero. But he died like this. Second update. There is a third and fourth update tonight. Please vote for me. Chapter 471. The Sun Moon sect's formation had been activated. Yi Xing stopped attacking after witnessing Yin Wudao's death. Yin Hongtong threw Yin Wudao's corpse over and said, "Young Master Yi, Yin Wudao is dead. Please give the Sun Moon sect a way out." Yi Xing said indifferently, "From today onwards, the Sun Moon sect will no longer exist in the Azure Cloud region. I'll give you 10 days. After 10 days, if there are still people from the Sun Moon sect, kill them without mercy." Yi Xing waved his hand and a ball of fire enveloped Yin Wudao's corpse, burning it to ashes. Then Yixing jumped on the lightning golden-feathered eagle and soared into the sky, disappearing quickly. The Sun-Moon sect's cultivators who participated in the Falling Star sect's destruction, the Falling Star sect's disciples as slaves, and the Sun-Moon sect's patriarch were all dead. Yixing didn't want to kill any more. As long as the Sun-Moon sect disappeared from the Azure Cloud region, he could forget about this grudge. Seeing Yixing's figure disappear into the horizon, the Sun-Moon sect's patriarchs gathered in front of Yin Hongdan, waiting for her to make a decision. Yin Hongdan looked around at the mountains and rivers of the Sun-Moon sect and said, "Disciples of the Star-Tempering Realm, disperse and return home. Sect members of the Star Vortex Realm and above, leave if you're willing. The rest, follow me and leave the Azure Cloud region to find another sect." Yixing left the Sun-Moon sect and headed towards the Azure Cloud mountain range. In 10 days he would depart for the Nine Heavens city. During this time he would go to the Dark Valley to comprehend the Dark Force. He would strive to deepen his understanding of the Dark Force. The lightning golden-feathered eagle was extremely fast, like a ray of light, streaking across the sky. Yixing sat cross-legged on the back of the golden-feathered eagle, circulating the spirit-level extreme-grade falling star incantation to increase his attainment. With his current true strength he could raise the falling star incantation to the 5th level at most. Not long after leaving the Sun-Moon sect, Yixing's expression suddenly changed and he stopped cultivating. His mental power had reached the 5th level. In terms of sensing auras he was no weaker than a half-step venerable. He sensed 4 powerful auras coming from behind him. Among them, 3 were the auras of martial artists and 1 was the aura of a demonic beast. Yixing stood up and looked behind him. Indeed, there was a black tiger with 4 wings flying at an extremely fast speed in the forest. There were 3 martial artists standing on the back of the black tiger. The speed of this 4-winged black tiger seemed to be even faster than the lightning golden-feathered eagle. The distance between the 2 parties was constantly closing. Yixing got the lightning golden-feather eagle to land on a mountain peak. Then he watched as the 4-winged black tiger intercepted the 3 cultivators. At this moment Yixing was not afraid of cultivators below the honorable realm. The auras of the 3 cultivators and the black tiger demonic beast were locked onto him. He might as well wait for them to catch up and see what they wanted to do. As the other party got closer and closer, Yixing looked into the distance and saw more and more clearly. His eyes suddenly narrowed and flashed with killing intent. The 3 cultivators were all dressed in black with the word "kill" engraved on their sleeves. They were the assassins of the 7-Kill League. Yixing scanned them with his super brain and saw their cultivation. The one in the middle was an 8-star venerable while the other 2 were 7-star venerable. In addition, the 4-winged black tiger was a rank 3 demonic beast, which was equivalent to a peak 7-star venerable. How could Yixing not know that the assassins of the 7-Kill League had come to the Azure Cloud region for him? Such a team was more than enough to assassinate an 8-star venerable. The 7-Kill League was really willing to pay a big price. Since the first assassination failed, the 7-Kill League had sent another rank 7 Astral Realm assassin to the Azure Cloud region. However, Yixing had already left and there was no news of him. Moreover, the Falling Star sect was guarded by Wuyu, so the assassin could not enter the Falling Star sect to investigate. Now that Yixing had returned to the Azure Cloud region, the 7-Kill League naturally left people to gather information and soon sent out another assassin. They sent out such a team of assassins because if Yixing hid in the Falling Star sect and did not come out, they would kill him by force. Even Wuyu would not be able to stop them. When the assassins of the 7-Kill League arrived at the Azure Cloud region, they knew that Yixing was going to kill the Sun-Moon sect on November 10th, so they waited near the Sun-Moon sect. They did not make a move before because they wanted to see how Yixing was. Now they knew that Yixing's strength should be above the 7-star venerables. However, they had 2 7-star venerables and an 8-star venerable. Therefore, the assassins of the 7-Kill League did not plan to secretly follow Yixing and assassinate him at night. They did not want to make the assassination more difficult when Yixing returned to the Falling Star sect. Yixing stopped and the assassins of the 7-Kill League caught up with him. The 3 men and 1 demonic beast split up and surrounded Yixing from 4 directions to prevent Yixing from escaping. Yixing smirked. If he wanted to escape, why would he stay and wait? The 3 men and 1 demonic beast surrounded Yixing. They were not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they were curious why Yixing did not escape. The 8-star venerable asked, "You know that we're chasing you, but you still dare to stop and wait. You're quite brave." Yixing stood on the back of the golden feather eagle and said calmly, "You know that I'm waiting, but you still dare to chase after me. You're quite brave too." The 8-star venerable was stunned. He thought about what Yi Xing said and felt that it made sense. However, he did not believe that Yi Xing, who was only in the 5th stage of the astral star realm, could do anything to the 3 men and 1 demonic beast. The 8-star Venerable snorted and waved his hand, giving the order to kill. Venerable 7-star, who was on Yi Xing's right, took out a high-grade spirit bow and a spirit-grade treasure arrow. He knocked the arrow and locked onto Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, the arrow left the bow. On the left, Venerable 7-star took out a long whip, which was also a high-grade spirit weapon. It was unknown how long this whip was, but when he swung it, the long whip was like a snake, twisting and turning as it struck towards Yi Xing. The 8-star Venerable was in front of Yi Xing. He used the power of his astrology, and a ray of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a dark star. The light in all directions dimmed, and the 8-star Venerable merged into the darkness. It was a dark astrology which was the same type as the black hole astrology. However, it was of a much lower grade. It was a high-grade astrology. This was Yi Xing's first time encountering a dark astrology. Although it was daytime, it was no different from evening under the dark celestial aspect. The assassination technique that Venerable 8 stars cultivated was related to darkness. He disappeared without a trace in the dark air, but a sharp aura shot toward Yi Xing. The 3 of them attacked with all their strength. They did not underestimate Yi Xing just because he was a 5-star Venerable. It was the same for the assassins. When the 3 assassins attacked, the 4-winged black tiger behind Yi Xing opened its mouth at Yi Xing and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the sound waves surged, and the calm air surged like a violent ocean. The sound contained a terrifying power. Moreover, one of the sound waves condensed into the shape of a tiger. It was 30 meters long and contained terrifying power. It reached out its claws and slapped toward the back of Yi Xing's head. Chapter 472. The Venerable 8-star waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were already in front of Yi Xing. Moreover, the Venerable 8-star's attacks were traceless, which was the most terrifying and impossible to defend against. In the face of such a technique, even a venerable master of the 8th stage of the astral star realm would not be able to escape death if he had to defend against the attacks of the Venerable Master 7 stars, the 4-winged black tiger, and the Venerable Master 8 stars. However, their target was Yi Xing. Once Yi Xing used his true skills, the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable would not be able to compare to him. Facing the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks, Yi Xing's expression was normal. Instead, he curled his lips into a smile. As the corners of his mouth curled up, 2 flame array flags appeared in an instant. They grew to the size of 10 feet and revolved around him, forming a flame shield array. The flame shield formation was a level 3 defensive formation. It could even block the Venerable 9 stars' attacks. Although the 3 men and 1 beast's attacks were powerful, they were not comparable to the Venerable 9-star realm Venerables. The flame shield formation was impenetrable. No matter where the attacks came from, they could not break through. The Venerable 8-star realm Venerable was completely restrained. Assassination in the shadows was to find the enemy's weakness and kill them with 1 blow. The flame shield formation was an all-around defense. There were no weaknesses. Of course, the formation had weaknesses, but the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable could not find them. Moreover, the formation's weaknesses were only relative. In front of the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable, the formation's weaknesses were not weaknesses. The flame shield formation blocked all the arrows and whips from the Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, the 4-winged black tiger's sonic attack, and the Venerable 8-star realm Venerable's assassination. Yi Xing was safe and sound. The 3 assassins were shocked. The Venerable 7-star realm Venerable, who used a bow and arrow, exclaimed, "A level 3 array Grandmaster?" A level 3 array Grandmaster could make a level 3 defensive formation flag that could block the attacks of all Venerables. A level 3 offensive formation flag could defeat all Venerables. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that all the Venerables were included. Some of the more powerful 9-star Venerables might not be included, but 7-star Venerables and 8-star Venerables were definitely included. A level 3 array Grandmaster had defensive and offensive array flags. This was a necessary skill for an array master. Unless they lacked the materials for an array flag, they would definitely refine one. The 3 assassins were all terrified. If Yi Xing had a level 3 offensive array flag, then they would be no different from ants in front of Yi Xing. Their worries were clearly not unfounded. Just as the 3 people and 1 beast's attacks were blocked, Yi Xing instantly took out a few more array flags. Each array flag was green in color and had the totem of flowers and trees engraved on them. They were the array flags of the Greenwood Sword Array. The level 3 Greenwood Sword formation was activated. In an instant, countless Greenwood Sword Chi shot out, densely packed like a rainstorm. The Greenwood Sword Chi split up and shot toward the 3 killers. The 2 7-star venerables had their air transportation spiritual devices appear behind them. They quickly retreated in horror. However, the Greenwood Sword Chi was faster and caught up with them in the blink of an eye. The 2 of them were immediately cut into pieces by the Greenwood Sword Chi. The 8-star venerables hid in the shadows and escaped with the help of the Dark Astral Avatar. Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan and instantly captured the 8-star venerable's figure. The Greenwood Sword Chi landed accurately. With a shrill scream, the 8-star venerables instantly turned into a rain of blood. Even until his death, he did not understand how Yi Xing could see his whereabouts. As for the 4-winged black tiger, even though it was a demonic beast with a ferocious temperament and was much braver than human martial artists, it was still trembling in fear when the 3 assassins were killed. It was almost scared out of its wits and turned to flee. The 4-winged black tiger was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to 10 miles away. The crimson flame suit instantly appeared outside of Yi Xing's body. He held the Big Dipper bow in his hand and instantly shot out a starlight arrow. The starlight arrow was much faster than the 4-winged black tiger. It instantly hit one of its wings. The intense pain immediately caused the 4-winged black tiger to fall from the sky. It was seriously injured. Yi Xing put away the Big Dipper bow and hid the crimson flame suit in his body. The azure cloud wings appeared, and he quickly flew to the 4-winged black tiger's side. The Greenwood Sword formation was activated. Countless Greenwood Sword Chi fell and froze in the air. The 4-winged black tiger was so frightened that it trembled all over. At this moment, 2 clouds of whirlpools appeared in Yi Xing's eyes. He used the Eyes of Azure Cloud. With Yi Xing's current attainment in the Eyes of Azure Cloud, he couldn't forcefully subdue a demonic beast that was equivalent to venerable 7 stars. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, the 4-winged black tiger was terrified. It already had thoughts of submitting to Yi Xing. At this moment, Yi Xing used the Eyes of Azure Cloud and naturally subdued the 4-winged black tiger. The azure cloud wings on Yi Xing's back were retracted, and the cloud vortexes in his eyes dissipated. The 4-winged black tiger lay down in front of Yi Xing and lowered its head to the ground. Although it had been tamed by Yi Xing, it still had a bone-deep fear for him. Hateful 7-kill alliance. Originally, I didn't want to use these methods again. However, since you guys are courting death, I have no choice but to use them again. Yi Xing muttered to himself. This was the Azure Cloud mountain range. It was desolate and uninhabited. However, the 3 assassins had been completely annihilated. The 4-winged black tiger had also been completely subdued. There was no need to worry about others finding out. Yi Xing collected the mid-grade storage rings of the 3 assassins and used his astral flame to burn their corpses to ashes. He also removed all traces of the battle so that no one would be able to find out anything. Only then did he ride the lightning golden-feathered eagle and continue towards the dark valley in the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range. Yi Xing gave the 4-winged black tiger a healing pill. The injury on its wings quickly healed as it followed behind the golden-feathered eagle. Azure Cloud mountain range, dark valley. He Biao sat cross-legged in the middle of the valley. Black chi surrounded his body. He had almost merged with the dark aura in the valley. When He Biao's body had completely merged with the darkness, the black chi dissipated. As the black chi dissipated, He Biao's body also seemed to have dissipated, vanishing without a trace. That's right, He Biao's figure had disappeared. It wasn't covered by the dark aura. It had truly disappeared. When He Biao's body reappeared, he was already outside the dark valley. His face was filled with excitement and joy. The dark force has finally reached perfection. Ah! He Biao laughed. He had come to the dark valley countless times. Every time he came, he would stay for a year or so. However, he had never been able to comprehend the dark force to perfection. However, hard work paid off. Today he had finally reached this step. He had become the first person to comprehend the dark force to perfection since the founder of the Dark Star sect. He Biao's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He shouted towards the empty sky, "Meng Tai, from today onwards I am no longer afraid to fight with you. The great Yuan dynasty's oppression of my Dark Star sect has come to an end." End of 4th update. Requesting a recommendation ticket. Requesting a monthly ticket. Chapter 473. Ah! I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Yixing arrived at the dark canyon, He Biao's voice came from the side of the mountain. I knew that you would come to the dark canyon before the tournament. Yixing looked over and saw He Biao with long hair and a bare upper body like a barbarian walking out of the mountain. The lightning golden-feathered eagle immediately landed. Yixing jumped down from the eagle's back and cupped his fists. Brother He Biao. Once, Yixing thought that He Biao was a superior, but now he was sure that He Biao was at least a venerable. This made Yixing very surprised. An existence that was at least a venerable would actually become friends with him. Moreover, He Biao even asked Wu Yu to protect him. This made Yixing feel flattered, and at the same time, he also had some doubts. Why did He Biao do this? Yixing knew that He Biao was much stronger than he imagined. He was no longer naive to think that He Biao would treat him as a brother and help him just because he ate a little bit of his frost python meat. There must be a reason for this. But in any case, He Biao was a free and easy person. Yixing didn't call him senior just because he was at least a venerable. He still called him brother He Biao. The smile on He Biao's face became even more brilliant. From the beginning, he and Yixing were brothers. If Yixing was restrained because his cultivation was too high, he wouldn't be happy. He Biao smiled and walked over. Brother Yixing, since I ate your frost python meat last time, I can't forget it. Today you have to let me eat my fill again. Yixing said, I don't have any more frost python meat on me. Yixing completely ate the frost python meat in the Heavenly Corpse mountain range. Yixing's words made He Biao stunned, and a dejected look appeared on his face. However, Yixing's next words made him smile. Yixing said, we don't have any more frost python meat, but we do have some crystal fire beast meat that's just as good as the frost python meat. It's also incredibly delicious. He Biao was truly delicious. He was overjoyed and said, good, good, good. As long as it's an exceptional delicacy, anything is fine. I still have some Zui Sienna wine. Let's drink to our heart's content and eat to our heart's content. The two of them found a place and sat on the ground. Yixing created a flame and began to roast the crystal fire beast's tender meat. He Biao took out the Zui Sienna wine and poured 2 cups. He first drank a cup with Yixing. Even though this was the second time he drank the drunken Sienna wine, Yixing still felt a sense of comfort in his soul. This was indeed a rare and exceptional wine. Soon, the crystal fire beast's tender meat was roasted to a golden color. The grease covered the entire surface, and a rich aroma assailed their nostrils. Yixing and He Biao were both greatly tempted. The two of them ate heartily. They drank the Zui Sienna wine while eating the crystal fire beast's tender meat. Not long after, the two of them were full. Yixing asked He Biao the question in his heart, why does brother He Biao treat this little brother differently? Can you tell me and clear up my doubts? Yixing's confusion was within He Biao's expectations. He looked straight at Yixing and said, because you are the demon star of troubled times. Yixing's expression froze. Demon star of troubled times? He Biao nodded and said, that's right, demon star of troubled times. However, this demon star of troubled times was calculated by the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan Dynasty, Si Kongyan. However, compared to the Great Yuan Dynasty, compared to the warriors of the entire star continent, you are a great savior. First the Great Yuan Dynasty, then the Grand Tutor Si Kongyan. This made Yixing's face filled with astonishment. Since when did he have a relationship with these unreachable existences? Looking at Yixing's astonished expression, He Biao said, I know you are very surprised and find it hard to understand. However, now is the time to let you know. Fortunately, it was us who found you first. If it was the Great Yuan Dynasty, you would have died without a doubt. Yixing's head was filled with confusion and said, why? How high up is the Great Yuan Dynasty? Why would they want to kill me? He Biao said, didn't I say before that you are the Great Yuan Dynasty's demon star of troubled times? Your existence will cause the Great Yuan Dynasty's rule to become unstable. They will strangle the threat in the cradle and take your life without waiting for you to grow. Yixing found it hard to imagine that he, who was living a peaceful life, was actually someone that the Great Yuan Dynasty, the ruler of the Star Continent, had to get rid of. This was simply too unbelievable. Yixing said, I am not related to the Great Yuan Dynasty, nor do I have any enmity with them. In fact, I only knew about the Great Yuan Dynasty not long ago. Why would I want to disrupt their rule? He Biao shook his head and said, the Great Yuan Dynasty does not care about this. As long as they think that you are a threat, that is enough. Furthermore, do you really have no enmity with the Great Yuan Dynasty? Yixing could tell that there was a hidden meaning in He Biao's words and said, Brother He Biao, please enlighten me. He Biao said, do you know that the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan Dynasty, Si Kongyan, predicted that the demon star would descend and threaten the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty? What decision did the supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty make? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that when he first arrived at the Star Continent, what happened to the Ye family was related to the Great Yuan dynasty? He Biao continued, Si Kongyin said that the demon star would fall to the east. In this life, the surname of the Great Yuan dynasty was Yi. The supreme king of the Great Yuan dynasty immediately ordered that in the entire Star Continent, every person with the surname Yi who was born yesterday, today and tomorrow, would be killed without mercy. Yi Xing's expression changed. His intuition had come true. When he first arrived at the Star Continent, all the newborns of the Ye family were killed. It was the Great Yuan dynasty who killed them. Among these babies who were killed was his younger brother, Yi Qin. As an orphan in his past life, Yi Xing really wanted to have a brother in this life. Although Yi Xing had only taken over his older brother's body, he was still willing to be a good elder brother and treat Yi Qin as his own younger brother. Unfortunately, Yi Qin was assassinated in his infancy less than a month after he was born. After that, the Ye family did not even know who the murderer was, nor did they have any clues. In Yi Xing's heart, a fierce resentment flashed. He Biao was right. It was not as if there was no enmity between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. The Great Yuan dynasty. These 4 words were engraved in Yi Xing's heart. The Great Yuan dynasty said that he was the demon star in troubled times and would destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty. Very well. Then I am the demon star in troubled times. My goal in this life, besides reaching the peak of martial arts, now I have one more goal, and that is to destroy the foundation of the Great Yuan dynasty until the Great Yuan dynasty no longer exists. This goal was very, very difficult. It was much more difficult than reaching the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent, the King stage. However, Yi Xing clenched his fists tightly. His eyes shone brightly. Once he had determined his goal, his conviction was incomparably firm. He Biao was still speaking, his voice bitter and hateful. In the entire Star Continent, there are so many families with the surname Yi. All the babies born within 3 days were killed without mercy. How vicious must one's heart be to make such a cruel decision? Today's monthly votes have exceeded 100. I will present it to you at 10 tomorrow. Begging for monthly votes, begging for recommendation votes. Chapter 474. Although the surname Yi wasn't the most common surname, it wasn't the least either. The Star Continent was so vast and there were so many martial artists. The number of martial artists Yi Xing had was definitely a huge number. The Ye family that Yi Xing belonged to was just an ordinary Ye family. Even so, the Ye family had a few babies that died of unnatural causes. If the entire Star Continent was taken into account, the number of babies with the surname Yi who died of unnatural causes would definitely be a shocking number. Killing so many babies just because there might be a threat in the future. Such a heart was indeed vicious. Yi Xing collected his thoughts and looked at He Biao. Even the Grand Tutor of the Great Yuan dynasty, Si Kongyin, deduced that I was the demon star of troubled times. Why didn't the Great Yuan dynasty find me, but brother He Biao found me? He Biao said, although the Great Yuan dynasty is the ruler of the Star Continent, the only region that they have complete control over is the Middle Sky Continent. The other 4 continents are barren and are not valued by the Great Yuan dynasty. Furthermore, they are far away from the Middle Sky Continent, so the Great Yuan dynasty's control is naturally weaker. However, my Dark Star sect has taken root in the East Divine Continent. It has been 2,000 years and many forces in the East Divine Continent have secretly belonged to my Dark Star sect. If you, the Demon Star of troubled times, were born elsewhere, the Great Yuan dynasty would naturally have an advantage. However, since you were born in the East Divine Continent, if my Dark Star sect doesn't find you first, what qualifications do we have to compete with the Great Yuan dynasty? Yi Xing nodded. The Dark Star sect was also a 3-star force. If the Dark Star sect's territory was in the East Divine Continent, they would indeed have an advantage over the Great Yuan dynasty. However, there was still something that Yi Xing didn't understand. Yi Xing asked, why does brother He Biao think that I am the demon star of troubled times? He Biao smiled faintly and said, to be able to confirm your identity, of course, there are many ways to confirm your identity. Firstly, your surname is Yi. Secondly, the time of your rise coincides with the arrival of the demon star. Thirdly, the speed of your rise is unusual. Before the age of 16, you were mediocre and had a useless body. But after the age of 16, you skyrocketed and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, you are not from the Star Continent. Yi Xing's eyes lit up as he suddenly sat up straight. This was the first time he had heard someone say that he wasn't from the star continent. How could he not be shocked? When He Biao saw this, he raised his hand and pressed down, causing Yixing to relax. He continued, "You don't have to be too surprised. The Grand Tutor of the Daiyuan dynasty, Si Kongyan, has already deduced that the demon star came from outer space. Furthermore, you are not the only one who came from outer space." In Yixing's heart, he was incomparably shocked by the art of deduction. To be able to deduce such intangible things, it was really strange. As for He Biao saying that Yixing wasn't the only one who came from outer space, this made Yixing even more surprised. Yixing asked, "Who else came from outer space?" He Biao revealed a respectful expression and said, "The founder of my dark star sect is not from the star continent. He came from another star continent." Yixing asked curiously, "Other than the star continent, are there other star continents?" After Yixing finished asking, he frowned slightly and was startled. This was a question that shouldn't have been asked. If he wasn't from the star continent, how could he not know that there were other star continents? Although Yixing wasn't from the star continent, that was only relative to his soul. His body was truly from the star continent. Moreover, his soul came from Earth, which was a completely different world from the star continent. Naturally, he would be surprised that there was a martial world similar to the star continent. He Biao looked at Yixing in surprise. He didn't delve into the flaw in Yixing's words and said, "There are other star continents." Of course there are other continents. The universe is so vast. How can there be only one continent? A continent is just a speck of dust compared to the universe. Yixing came from Earth, so he naturally understood the vastness of the universe. Earth was also just a speck of dust in the universe. Of course, he understood that the star continent was also very small in the universe. However, the world that the star continent was in was obviously different from Earth. Yixing didn't know whether the star continent and Earth were in the same universe. Yixing didn't know much about the world that the star continent was in, but he was very curious and had the desire to explore. Yixing said, "Little brother only knows a little about the star continent. As for the universe, I know even less. I sincerely hope that brother He Biao can enlighten me." He Biao nodded and said, "The universe is vast and boundless. As for how big it is, I don't know either. However, the founder of my dark star sect came from outer space. Regarding this knowledge, the dark star sect is more knowledgeable than the other forces in the star continent. According to the information left behind by the founder of my sect, the world we live in is called the Flowing Light World. It is made up of many star continents, and the star continent is only one of them. In ordinary continents, if one can cultivate to the star sea realm and become a king, that is the peak of the martial way. As for mid-level continents, one can break through the limit of the star sea realm and reach the star nirvana realm, becoming an existence close to God. As for high-level continents, one can break through the limit of the star nirvana realm and reach the star god realm, becoming a true god. Yixing was dumbfounded. The shock in his heart was no less than when he had heard Zishanho explain the star continent and the 5 great realms of the martial way to him when he thought that martial sage was the peak of the martial way. At that time, Zishanho Hua Tianfeng had broken Yixing's common sense of the martial way, greatly broadening Yixing's horizons. This time it was the same. As it turned out, the Star Sea Realm King was not the peak of the martial way. Above the Star Sea Realm, there was the Star Nirvana Realm and the Star God Realm. Moreover, the vastness of the world also shocked Yixing. The star continent was already big enough, but he had only walked through a very small area of the star continent. However, in the Flowing Light World, there were many continents similar to the star continent. Moreover, the star continent was only one of the ordinary continents. Above it, there were still mid-level continents and high-level continents. Yixing muttered, "This world is too big. Moreover, on the martial way, where is the peak?" "The peak of the martial way?" He Biao laughed bitterly and sighed, "The martial way is endless. Where is there a peak? The peak of the martial way is relative. For example, in the true Shen domain, esteemed person is the peak. In the East Divine Continent, revered lords are the peak. In the Star Continent, kings are the peak. And in mid-level continents, Star Nirvana Realm quasi-gods are the peak. In high-level continents, Star God Realm true gods are the peak. However, even true gods are not considered the peak of the martial way. Legend has it that there is another realm above true gods. I don't know the name of that realm, but I know that the martial artists of that realm are called Supremes." Yixing's voice was astonished. "Supremes, is that the true peak of the martial way?" Requesting monthly votes. Today's monthly votes have broken through 100. I will send it to you tomorrow at 10 p.m. Chapter 475. He Biao laughed involuntarily and said, "Who knows? Without reaching that realm, there's naturally no way to understand. Not to mention supremes, even quasi-gods and true gods are only mentioned in the notes left behind by the founder of our sect. The martial Dao limit of the Star Continent is Star Sea Realm King. The martial artists of the Star Continent all think that Star Sea Realm King is the peak of martial Dao. They have no idea that after the king, there are quasi-gods, true gods, and even supremes." Yixing's eyes flickered. His goal was to reach the peak of martial Dao. All along, his goal had been to become a king and stand at the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. However, now that he knew that after the king, there were quasi-gods, true gods, and even the legendary supremes, he couldn't help but wonder if his goal was the true peak of martial Dao or just the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. For now, I should aim to reach the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. The true peak of martial Dao is too illusory. If I want to compete with the martial artists of other star continents, I have to at least reach the other star continents and stand on the same stage as them. If I can't do it, then it's meaningless to compete with the martial artists of other star continents. Yixing thought to himself as he confirmed his goal. He had pride in his heart and wanted to live a carefree life. He wasn't willing to be under anyone. Whichever stage he stood on, he had to pursue the martial Dao limit of that stage. Now Yixing was still in the Star Continent. The Star Continent was his stage. Therefore his goal was to reach the peak of martial Dao in the Star Continent. If there was a day when he could leave the Star Continent, then things would be different. Yixing said, "I've read about the records of the Star Continent. The martial Dao limit of the Star Continent is 4-star king. In the past 10,000 years, there have only been 4 4-star kings, and they were all the supreme kings of the Great Yuan dynasty." He Biao nodded and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty occupies the most abundant resources in the Star Continent. When the dynasty was established, it gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent. Every time someone reached the martial Dao limit of the Star Continent, they naturally came from the Great Yuan dynasty. If ordinary continents were divided into 3 grades, the Star Continent would belong to the lower grade. Most of the time martial artists would reach the initial stage of King Realm, and that would be their limit. It would take at least 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of luck to produce a 4-star king, and a 4-star king was the true limit. No matter how long the accumulation of luck was, it was impossible for anyone to break through to the 5-star king realm. Generally speaking, the limit of a mid-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a mid-grade king, while the limit of a high-grade ordinary continent's martial artist was a high-level king. If one wanted to break through the limits of the Star Sea realm, step into the Star Nirvana realm, and become a quasi-god, only a medium-grade continent would have this kind of luck. The flowing light boundary had many ordinary continents, but not many medium-grade continents. As for the high-class continents, I can't even count them with one hand. There are only 3 of them, and my sect's founder came from one of them." Yixing sucked in a breath of cold air. A high-class continent's martial artist's limit was the true god of the Star God realm. The founder of the Dark Star sect actually came from such a terrifying place. Yixing couldn't help but wonder if the founder of the Dark Star sect had seen a true god. At the very least he should have seen a quasi-god. To be able to have the word god, how strong must a martial artist be? Quasi-god, true god, these were too far away from him. Yixing collected his thoughts. What he should be paying attention to now was the Star Continent's martial artist world. Yixing said, "In the Star Continent, only by becoming a king can one be considered to have reached the peak of martial arts. One can live for 1,000 years, free and unfettered. I wonder how many kings there are in the Star Continent?" Yixing didn't know that He Biao was a king. This wasn't a question but a sigh from the bottom of his heart. However, when He Biao heard this he laughed. "Free and unfettered? Who said that one can be free and unfettered after becoming a king? If it was my Dark Star sect's king, then he could barely be called free and unfettered. As for the Great Yuan dynasty's king, he lives like a dog, how can he be free and unfettered?" Yixing was shocked, his voice was filled with disbelief. The Great Yuan dynasty's king lives like a dog? In Yixing's heart, the Star Sea realm's king was the peak of martial arts in the Star Continent. To become a king, how powerful would one be? Moreover, they would have a lifespan of 1,000 years. How could they not be free and unfettered? He Biao said, "This is the abominable part of the Great Yuan dynasty. Since Meng Wu established the Great Yuan dynasty 10,000 years ago and unified the Star Continent, the Meng clan was the one and only overlord of the Star Continent. The Meng clan gathered the fortune of the entire Star Continent for their own use and occupied the most abundant resources of the Star Continent. The most hateful thing is that they cut off the path of king for all martial artists in the world. Even if one has the qualifications to become a king, if one doesn't rely on the great Yuan dynasty and serve the Meng clan, they still don't have the qualifications to become a king. Firstly, they lack resources. Secondly, they don't have any inheritance. Even if you have the opportunity to obtain a profound upper grade cultivation technique inheritance and enough resources to become a king, it is still harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Xing asked, why? He Biao said, if you don't rely on the great Yuan dynasty and have the qualifications to become a king, you will be seen as a threat. Before you can become a king, you will be killed by the great Yuan dynasty's experts. Even if your fortune is heaven-defying and you are lucky enough to escape this calamity and successfully become a king, your days won't be peaceful. The great Yuan dynasty has the king of the entire star continent. One person or even 3 to 5 people can't contend against them. Only by relying on the great Yuan dynasty and becoming a dog of the Meng family can you live a stable life. You are the king standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the star continent, but you don't have freedom and live like a dog. Yi Xing couldn't help but feel depressed. Even in his current state, he still wanted to live freely. The reason why he wanted to reach the peak of martial arts was because he didn't want to live under other people's eyes. If he still lived like a dog after becoming a king, what was the point? Yi Xing let out a long breath and said, the great Yuan dynasty treated the kings like this, which king would be willing to accept it? Is there no one who resisted? He Biao said, of course there were people who resisted, but no one has ever succeeded. The great Yuan dynasty unified the star continent and has an incomparably deep foundation. They have a huge amount of cultivation resources and martial arts manuals. They know some special methods that can control the life and death of a king. Once you rely on the great Yuan dynasty, even if you become a king, you will never be free again. As He Biao spoke, his eyes glowed with hope. Until the founder of our cult came from the starry sky, he broke the shackles of the great Yuan dynasty and fought for a glimmer of hope for the martial artists of the star land. Otherwise, even if I have the qualifications to become a king, if I don't choose to become the great Yuan dynasty's dog, I won't be able to become a king. Thank you, book friend. Wrong? Brother tipped 100,000 to become the 8th leader of the Arrow God. Warm congratulations, thank you. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 476. Yi Xing immediately held his breath. King. He Biao was actually a king? Yi Xing stared at He Biao with wide eyes, unable to believe that the person who called him brother was actually a king. To this day, Yi Xing had not even seen a real venerable one. He had only met a half-step venerable one. In the true Shen domain, venerables were already legends that could not be seen. King was even more of a legend, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world on the star continent. Yi Xing was dumbfounded when he suddenly learned that He Biao was a king. He Biao looked at Yi Xing's reaction and smiled, saying, why? Do I not look like a king? Yi Xing's willpower was, after all, incomparable to ordinary people. He quickly reacted and smiled embarrassedly, saying, it's not that brother He Biao doesn't look like one. It's just that I can't believe that I actually met a king, and a king who calls me brother. I'm afraid no one would believe me if I told them. He Biao saw that Yi Xing was still treating him as usual after learning that he was a king, so he continued to smile, saying, you're from the star continent. You are indeed worthy of being a guest from outer space. I like your free and easy temperament very much. My age is not very old compared to the lifespan of a king. I'm only 200 years old. When you become a king in the future, we will be of the same generation. Now you and I can call each other brothers. He Biao did not ask about Yi Xing's destiny. He only knew that Yi Xing was a demonic star in troubled times, someone who could shake the foundation of the great Yuan dynasty for 10,000 years. He would definitely become a king in the future. Yi Xing also smiled. He liked being friends with He Biao. It was refreshing. Since He Biao was a king, Yi Xing immediately thought of another king, King Lanqin, who had taken away Wei Qingxian. Yi Xing asked, brother He Biao, do you know a king called King Lanqin? He Biao smiled and nodded, saying, King Lanqin is one of the 4 guardian kings of our sect. Of course I know him. Yi Xing's eyes immediately lit up. 2 years ago, Queen Lanqin took away a girl from the Spirit Moon sect in the Qingyun region. Does brother He Biao know about this? Ever since Yi Xing had fallen into a coma, Wei Qingxian had gone to the Spirit Moon sect, and they had never seen each other again. In the future, Yi Xing only learned from Spiritual Moon sect's Taoist master Yan Yu that Wei Qingxian had been taken away by a king named King Lanqin. After that, there was no further news. Now that he'd finally found someone who knew Princess Lan Qin, Yixing naturally wanted to inquire about Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts. He Biao smiled and said, "Of course I know. That girl is called Wei Qingxian, right? In fact, the reason why I came to the Green Cloud region before the Great Yuan dynasty and found you as the demon star of troubled times was because of this girl." Yixing was stunned. "Qingxian talked about me?" He Biao nodded. "Queen Lanqin took her back to the Dark Star sect. Later on we learned that the demon star of troubled times had descended. At first, our sect thought that she was the demon star of troubled times. Her talent could only be greater than yours. However, according to Si Kongyan's calculations, the demon star of troubled times was born with the surname Yi. Our sect's divination masters also calculated that the demon star of troubled times was surnamed Yi, so she was eliminated. This was because she knew that the Great Yuan dynasty's goal in finding the demon star of troubled times was to eliminate it as soon as possible. She felt that the demon star of troubled times was you, so she told Queen Lanqin about your path of growth. Queen Lanqin told me about you, so I came to the Green Cloud region. I paid attention to your news while comprehending the dark influence. Fortunately, I confirmed that you were the demon star of troubled times in the end. Moreover, I comprehended the dark influence to perfection, so both goals were achieved. What I need to do now is to prevent the Great Yuan dynasty from finding you and falling into their hands." After learning of Wei Qingxuan's whereabouts, Yixing was overjoyed. He asked, "How is Qingxian now?" He Biao looked at Yixing meaningfully. "You care a lot about her." "Don't worry, she's doing very well. She'll also participate in the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. You'll see her before long." It had been 2 years since he had seen Wei Qingxian. After more than a month, they could finally meet again at the East Divine Continent's gathering of geniuses. Yixing was very happy. However, even though he was happy, his mind was still sharp. He asked, "I heard that the Star Continent's genius selection was ordered by the Great Yuan dynasty. Qingxian is a disciple of the Dark Star sect. Can she participate?" He Biao smiled. "I've said it before. My Dark Star sect has been rooted in the East Divine Continent for 2,000 years. Many factions are dissatisfied with the Great Yuan dynasty and have secretly sided with them. Of course, the disciples of my sect cannot participate in the selection held by the Great Yuan dynasty. However, it's easy for my sect to plant a few disciples in the factions of the East Divine Continent. Wei Qingxian will participate in the selection as a representative of the Bloodridge Empire's younger generation." He Biao looked at Yixing and smiled. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you know why the Great Yuan dynasty held the selection for 3 years?" Yixing shook his head. "Isn't it just to select geniuses? Could there be other goals?" He Biao looked straight at Yixing and smiled without saying anything. Yixing understood the meaning in He Biao's eyes. He was surprised. "Is it to find the demon star of troubled times? Which means to find me?" He Biao nodded. "That's right. The Star Continent is too vast and there are too many cultivators. Although the Great Yuan dynasty killed many of the Yi clan's babies, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star is not dead. He didn't descend directly but came from outer space. Therefore, Si Kongyan suggested to the great Meng King, Meng Tai, to hold a selection for the entire Star Continent to find the demon star of troubled times. Si Kongyan calculated that within 10 years, the demon star would threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation. It could be seen that the demon star's growth was extremely fast. This selection would take 3 years. Moreover, it would cover the entire Star Continent. This was to give the demon star enough time to grow and stand out in the selection, walking right into the trap. Since the demon star could threaten the Great Yuan dynasty's foundation within 10 years, he would definitely become an expert in 3 years. With such a fast growth speed, he must be cultivating in the golden period. Therefore, Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times came from outer space. However, he was still young and his surname was Yi. After appearing in the Star Continent, he would grow rapidly on the path of martial arts. Moreover, it was said that Si Kongyan calculated that the demon star of troubled times was related to archery and was an expert in archery. As long as the demon star of troubled times participated in the selection, his identity would definitely be exposed. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Yixing's back. The other party calculated so clearly. If he really shocked the world in the selection, the Great Yuan dynasty would definitely recognize him as the demon star of troubled times. The third selection would be held in the Middle Sky Continent. If the demon star of troubled times' identity was exposed, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Chapter 477. The more Yixing thought about it, the more scared he felt. He had always felt that the Great Yuan dynasty was far beyond his reach, and had never thought that something would happen between him and the Great Yuan dynasty. However, the Great Yuan dynasty had already set up a pocket formation, waiting for Yixing to jump into it. Yixing said, "Many thanks for Brother Heibiao's reminder. If I didn't know the situation, I'm afraid I wouldn't even know how I died. It seems that I don't need to participate in this selection." Heibiao shook his head. "The selection this time is very beneficial to the cultivation of the younger generation. Why don't you participate? Not only must you participate, but you must also strive to advance in the third selection. The higher your ranking, the better. However, in the East Divine Continent selection, you must keep a low profile and not enter the top 10. Yixing was surprised. "I can understand keeping a low profile in the second selection, but why must I strive to advance in the third selection? Wouldn't that expose my identity? Moreover, the third selection will be held in the Middle Sky Continent. If the Great Yuan dynasty recognizes me as the Demon Star of Chaos, how can they let me live?" Heibiao smiled. "The location of the third selection is not the Middle Sky Continent, nor is it any continent of the Starry Continent. It will be held in the Starry Skies. The Starry Skies Arena is a ruin left behind from the ancient era. The Great Yuan dynasty cannot interfere there. Even if your identity is exposed, they can't do anything. In the Starry Skies Arena, the top 100 rankers will be able to enter the Heavenly Fate list and obtain the destiny of the Starry Skies continent. The top 100 rankers will at least become revered lords in the future. The top 10 rankers will at least become half-step kings in the future. The first ranker of the Heavenly Fate list will obtain the strongest destiny of the Starry Skies continent. They are known as the Son of the Stars, and will definitely become a Star Sea Realm king. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Fate list has never been wrong." Yixing blinked. The Starry Sky Arena? Primordial ruins? Such a place was really mysterious. Heibiao continued, "The Starry Sky Grand Arena opens once every 30 years. In the past, only the younger generation geniuses of the Central Sky Continent were able to participate in the Heavenly Fate rankings. But this time around, in order to attract a demonic star like Qin Wenyan, the Grand Yuan dynasty was extremely sincere. They gave all the geniuses of the entire astral continent a chance to enter the Astral Grand Arena and compete for the Heavenly Fate rankings. Because this was the only way, even if Chaos Era's Fiend Star was suspicious of their motives, he would still participate in the third round of the Heavenly Fate rankings. Furthermore, they will fight with all their might in the Starry Sky Arena to compete for the rankings, so that they can seize more of the Star Continent's fate. This way they will know who the Demon Star of Chaos is." Yixing nodded and said, "That's right. What about after that? Aren't I finished? The Great Yuan dynasty can't do anything in the Grand Arena of Starry Sky. What about after I leave the Grand Arena of Starry Sky?" Heibiao's eyes were filled with confidence as he said, "After leaving the Grand Astral Arena, if the Great Yuan dynasty wants to touch you, they will have to see if I agree. My dark force has already been comprehended to perfection. Even if the Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai makes a move, I have no fear. With me here, the Great Yuan dynasty won't be able to touch a single hair on your head. These years, ever since the founder of the Dark Star sect passed away, the Great Yuan dynasty has been suppressing the Dark Star sect. Now that I have reached the level of the founder, it's time to show my fangs to the Great Yuan dynasty." The Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai was a 4-star king. On the Star Continent, only one 4-star king would appear after 1 to 2,000 years of accumulation of fate. Therefore, every 4-star king was unique. Their cultivation base was unparalleled in the world. As a mid-step king, their strength would most likely be unparalleled in the world. Heibiao said that he had no fear of Meng Tai making a move. What level of strength was that? Yixing looked at Heibiao in shock and said, "The Great Yuan dynasty's King Meng Tai is a 4-star sage. You have no fear of fighting him? Could it be that you are the leader of the Dark Star sect?" Heibiao shook his head and said, "My nature is undisciplined and I don't like to manage things. I don't like the position of leader. Although I am not the leader of the Dark Star sect, I am the strongest in the Dark Star sect. My sect's founder was a 3-star King Realm expert, but he was able to defeat the previous 4-star King Realm expert of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yi, with the help of his perfect darkness aura. I think that I can also defeat Meng Tai now." Yixing looked at Heibiao. The person in front of him was a peerless expert who could fight with the strongest in the Star Continent. Yet he called Yixing his brother. Yixing thought about it and felt somewhat flattered. Heibiao continued, The Great Yuan dynasty is the cancer of the star continent. The last wish of the founder of the Dark Star sect was to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty and let the martial artists of the star continent compete fairly and pursue the path of the king. Only then would the star continent's martial arts world flourish and have a good effect on the development of the star continent's martial arts world. Brother Yixing, you are the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty. However, you are also the savior of countless martial artists of the star continent. The Great Yuan dynasty has a deep foundation. Even if I can fight with Meng Tai, I can only make the Dark Star sect protect itself and not overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. However, you have the hope. Therefore, the Dark Star sect will do its best to help you in the dark and protect your safety. Moreover, it will allow you to grow as fast as possible. Only then will the Great Yuan dynasty fall one day and the martial artists of the star continent have the hope of freedom. Yixing nodded. The Great Yuan dynasty blocked the path of the other martial artists to become the king. If other martial artists wanted to become the king, they would have to rely on the Great Yuan dynasty. Because of this reason, Yixing would stand on the same side as the Dark Star sect and overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. Yixing said, "Although I am currently unable to contend against the Great Yuan dynasty, I will work hard. There will be a day when I reach the point where the Great Yuan dynasty will tremble. I will eradicate this malignant tumor of the star continent and return peace to the star continent." He Biao smiled with satisfaction and said, "I'm looking forward to your future." That's right. The top 10 contestants in the Starry Sky Grand Arena will have a chance to enter the extraterritorial Starland and train with the younger generation geniuses of the other Starry Sky continents. Those extraterritorial star continents are all ancient ruins and there are many treasures inside. If you can enter, it will be a great opportunity. This is the reason why I told you to fight for a higher ranking in the Starry Sky Arena without revealing your identity. The higher your ranking, the higher the grade of the extraterritorial star continent and the greater the rewards. Yixing's gaze was resolute as he said, "Since I am participating in the third selection, I will do my best. First place on the heavenly fate ranking and becoming a son of the stars is my goal." He Biao laughed and said, "As expected of the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty, such ambition. If that's the case, the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists will be angered half to death, haha." He Biao laughed and stood up, continuing, "All right, I will return to the Dark Star sect first. I will wait for your good news." Today's update. Please support me with monthly votes. Chapter 478. He Biao flew into the air and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said to Yixing, "Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. In order to avoid being investigated by the Great Yuan dynasty, that girl used a different identity to participate in the genius selection. In the genius selection she's called Zi Xian, not Wei Qingxian. Be careful, don't expose her identity." He Biao's figure flew into the distance and soon disappeared. Yixing nodded in the direction where He Biao disappeared. The Spirit Moon sect had been destroyed by the Dayuan dynasty, so the name Wei Qingxian must have been known by the Dayuan dynasty. It's been 2 years, Qingxian. 2 years ago we were not martial saints yet. Now I'm already a 5 stars enlightened being. Brother He Biao said that your talent is higher than mine. I wonder what level your cultivation has reached. Yixing murmured. Wei Qingxuan's stunning face appeared in his mind again. There were less than 2 months left until the end of the year. He would be able to see Wei Qingxian again at the selection. A sweet smile appeared on Yixing's face. After coming to the Star Mainland for almost 3 years, the only person who had left a deep impression in Yixing's heart was Wei Qingxian. With a sweet smile, Yixing entered the dark canyon. It took him a while to calm his mind and comprehend the darkness force around him. 10 days passed in a flash. The darkness force in the dark canyon was broad and profound, reaching the great perfection stage. Yixing comprehended it for 10 days and benefited greatly. His darkness force had reached the peak of the minor success stage of the arcane realm. He was not far from reaching the greater success stage of one with the heavens. Compared to the grand force of wind and grand force of fire, Yixing's comprehension of the grand force of darkness was not inferior at all. With Yixing's cultivation, reaching the peak of the arcane realm was already his limit. It was basically impossible for him to break through to one with the heavens. After his darkness force reached the peak of the arcane realm, Yixing left the dark canyon and returned to the Falling Star sect. The first day of the 12th lunar month was when the True Shen Region's team would depart for the Divine Continent Mountain. Yixing had to reach the 9 Heaven City before that day. Yixing rested for 5 days in the Falling Star sect. 5 days later, he rode the lightning golden-feathered eagle and set off for the Nine-Heaven City. As for the four-winged black tiger that was equivalent to a 7 stars enlightened being, it was left as a guardian beast. When Yi Xing left, the Gu Tianshang, Hua Tianfeng, and Lin Tongyu all made breakthroughs in their cultivation after absorbing the corpse jades. Gu Tianshang became a 2-star enlightened master. Hua Tianfeng successfully broke through the astral realm and became a 1-star enlightened master, and Lin Tongyu became a 9-star martial saint. Yi Xing had already passed the position of sect leader of the Falling Star sect to Gu Tianshang. Outside Thea Greater Success Stage 3 formation was set up. With Wu Yu guarding the Falling Star sect had nothing to fear even if a high-level astral realm enlightened being came. With the Falling Star sect free of worries, Yi Xing could travel outside with peace of mind. This time, the speed of his journey to the Nine-Heaven City was more than twice as fast as the previous time. He only took a few days to arrive. Upon reaching the Nine-Heaven City, the first thing Yi Xing did was to go to the Earth Carnage sect. The 7 Kill Alliance's assassins were invited by the Earth Fiend sect's vice sect master, Shi Daotian from the Green Feather Domain. Yun Qianhao had already been killed by Yi Xing, so how could Yi Xing let Shi Daotian off? Boom. Yi Xing arrived at the Earth Carnage sect. Without saying a word, he threw out a punch and smashed the Earth Carnage sect's gate into pieces. Bang 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 bang. The Earth Carnage sect's martial artists guarding the gate rushed towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing pushed out with both hands, and a terrifying energy sent them flying one by one. Each of them vomited blood and suffered heavy injuries. Sect leader, something bad has happened. Yi Xing has killed his way in. In the inner hall of the Earth Carnage sect, a half-step perfected person rushed in. At this moment, the Earth Carnage sect was in the middle of a meeting. Sect leader Chao Yanting and vice sect leader Shi Daotian were both in the hall. Hearing this, they were both stunned. Chao Yanting asked, Yi Xing? Which Yi Xing? Chao Yanting had never expected that the person who could kill his way into the Earth Carnage sect would be Yi Xing, the #1 junior in the True Shen region. That half-step perfected person said, It's Yi Xing, the #1 in the Young Hero Assembly last year. He injured the disciples guarding the gate and destroyed our sect's gate. He even destroyed the array formation there. In the hall, all the Earth Carnage sect's elders' faces changed. Chao Yanting waved his hand and shouted, Go out and take a look. At the same time that Chao Yanting received the news of Yi Xing breaking into the Earth Carnage sect also spread in the Nine-Heaven City. Everyone who heard it was shocked. The Earth Carnage sect was a colossus that was second only to the 9 high sects. Yi Xing had only risen in the Young Hero Assembly last year and was a junior genius. Although Yi Xing was the #1 junior in the True Shen region, it had only been a year. Yi Xing had already grown to the point where he could disregard the Earth Carnage sect. Yi Xing's sudden attack on the Earth Carnage sect had obviously caught the Earth Carnage sect off guard. His array formation skills were profound, and his super brain could see through the structure of the array formation. Therefore, by the time the Earth Carnage sect's sect lord and elders came out, the Earth Carnage sect's array formation had basically been destroyed by Yi Xing. Stop! Chao Yanting exclaimed as he came out and looked at the devastated sect's formation. Boom, Yi Xing didn't hold back. The last array formation was completely destroyed by him. The Earth Carnage sect was located in the Nine-Heaven City. Although they didn't have as many array formations as the other sects that occupied the mountains, they still had quite a number of them. Chao Yanting and the others were all shocked. In such a short time, Yi Xing had actually destroyed all these array formations. Chao Yanting roared, Yi Xing, how dare you? How dare you humiliate the Earth Carnage sect like this? Even if you are protected by the Big Dipper sect, I will make you pay the price today. I will make you die today. Yi Xing strode into the Earth Carnage sect. His gaze swept across the Earth Carnage sect martial artists as he said, Price? Even the Earth Carnage sect knows the price. Then, what kind of price would someone have to pay to hire the 7 Kill Alliance to take my life? The moment Yi Xing said this, Chao Yanting, Shi Daotian, and the others who knew the truth all had a change in expression. The 7 Kill Alliance had a very good reputation. Their assassins wouldn't reveal their employer's information. Then, how did Yi Xing know that it was the Earth Carnage sect who hired the 7 Kill Alliance? Chao Yanting's expression quickly returned to normal as he said, Nonsense. What 7 Kill Alliance? I have never even heard of it. How could someone in my sect hire the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins? Yi Xing smiled coldly. His gaze swept past Chao Yanting and landed on Shi Daotian as he said, Shi Daotian, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Of course, I don't care if you dare to admit it or not. I just want to take your life. That is the price. Shi Daoyan's eyes flashed with shock. Yi Xing actually knew that he was the one who hired the 7-kill alliance. As the Earth Carnage sect lord, Chao Yanting was enraged when someone came knocking on his door. He shouted, "This is my Earth Carnage sect. How dare you act so presumptuously?" First of the 10 chapters. Please vote for me. Chapter 479. What's so great about the Earth Fiend sect? Yi Xing said indifferently as he looked around. He didn't put the Earth Fiend sect's elders in his eyes at all. Today, I'm going to kill my way into the Earth Fiend sect and take Shi Daoyan's life. Who dares to stop me? The Earth Fiend sect's sect master and elders were all stunned. Yi Xing had broken through the Earth Fiend sect's array and killed his way in. This meant that his strength was at least at the level of a 6-star sage. The sect master and vice-sect master with the highest cultivation present were only 5-star sage. At the end of last year, Yi Xing had just broken through to the astral realm. In less than a year, he had actually grown to such a level. It was truly shocking and unbelievable. Chao Yanting hurriedly gestured for the people beside him to go and invite the 3 grand elders. However, before he could send people to invite them, the commotion caused by Yi Xing breaking the array was too great. The 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect had already come out of seclusion. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Earth Fiend sect? 3 loud voices came from different directions in the Earth Fiend sect's back mountain. 3 figures shot over from the sky. These 3 people weren't young anymore. The youngest of the 3 looked to be in his 60s, while the oldest looked to be in his 80s. Greetings to the 3 grand elders. Chao Yanting, Shi Daoyan, and the others hurriedly bowed to the 3. The 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect were Chao Gongming, Shi Hongyi, and Gu Xinghong. The Chao clan, Shi clan, and Gu clan were the 3 strongest clans in the Earth Fiend sect. The sect master, Chao Yanting, belonged to the Chao clan. The vice-sect master, Shi Daoyan, belonged to the Shi clan. The Gu clan also had a vice-sect master. As for cultivators with other clans, the highest rank they could reach in the Earth Fiend sect was an elder. Chao Yanting immediately sent a voice transmission to the 3 grand elders about Yi Xing's situation. Among the 3 grand elders, the oldest was Chao Gongming. He was also the first grand elder. Hearing this, he glared at Yi Xing. Chao Gongming shouted, "Don't think that just because you have the Tiangang sect backing you up, you can do whatever you want. How dare you barge into my Earth Fiend sect and break the sect's rules? This sect will kill you on the spot, and the Tiangang sect will not blame us. On account of the Tiangang sect's face, this sect can spare you this once. Get out of the Earth Fiend sect now, or this sect will not spare you." Yi Xing took a step forward as he circulated his astral energy. His aura erupted forth, instantly causing the clouds to change color as sand and pebbles were kicked up into the air. A horrifying aura pressed down on the Earth Carnage sect martial artists. Yi Xing walked forward step by step and said, "What do you mean by giving Heavenly Dipper sect face? You're just flattering me. Do I, Yi Qin, need your Earth Carnage sect to spare me? Today, I must kill Shi Daoyan and all those who participated in hiring the 7 Kills Alliance to assassinate me. No one can stop me." The 3 grand elders exchanged glances as intense killing intent flashed in their eyes as they nodded slightly. Chao Gongming said coldly, "Arrogant brat, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Junior Martial Brother Gu, let's attack together and kill this thief on the spot." Yi Xing had broken through the Earth Fiend sect's protective array. As a 6 stars Dao master, Chao Gongming was very wary and did not dare to fight with Yi Xing alone. Instead, he wanted to team up with Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong. Shi Hongyi and Gu Xinghong revealed a trace of an evil smile as they nodded at the same time. When Yi Xing killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, they all wanted to kill Yi Xing on the spot. However, in order to prevent the Heavenly Dipper sect from talking about this in the future, Chao Gongming had spoken up first. In reality, they knew very well that since Yi Xing had already killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect, he would definitely not back down because of their threats. This way they could kill Yi Xing openly. Outsiders only knew that the Earth Carnage sect had 3 6 stars Dao masters as grand elders, but they did not know that the 3 grand elders of the Earth Carnage sect cultivated joint martial arts. When the 3 of them worked together, they could defeat opponents of a higher cultivation level. Their strength was above the 7 stars Dao masters. In other words, the 3 of them could defeat ordinary 7 stars Dao masters even if they worked together. The Earth Carnage sect was the #1 sect in the Trushan region not only because of the 3 6 stars Dao masters that outsiders knew, but also because of the terrifying strength of their joint attacks. There was a huge gap between the 6-star realm and the 7-star realm. A 6-star realm cultivator was still a Dao master. Those above the 7-star realm could be called Dao masters. Normally, if the 3 6-stars Dao masters worked together, they would be able to fight against the most ordinary 7-stars Dao masters. Furthermore, they would definitely lose if the battle dragged on. However, the 3 grand elders of the Earth Carnage sect could defeat an ordinary 7-stars Dao master when they worked together. This was already extremely powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chao Gongming, Shihongi, and Gu Xinghong flew into the sky. A pair of wings appeared behind each of them as they stood in the air in a triangular formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 terrifying auras exploded. When they combined, the power they created was even stronger than Yi Xing's. Wild winds blew and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The air currents collided with each other, creating explosive sounds. Just the clash of auras was already very intense. At this moment, many martial artists had already gathered outside the Earth Carnage sect. They were watching from afar and they were all stunned. What terrifying auras! No wonder the Earth Carnage sect is the #1 sect after the 9 exalted sects. Yi Xing only entered the astral star realm at the end of last year. He was only 18 years old then, and now he's already a 5-stars Dao master? TSK. A 19-year-old 5-stars Dao master. This is too heaven-defying. Who will win this battle? All the martial artists exclaimed in their hearts. None of them were surprised. Inside the Earth Carnage sect, Chao Gongming, Shihongi, and Gu Xinghong had already gotten into position. Confident smiles appeared on their faces. Chao Gongming's gaze was like a sword as he locked onto Yi Xing. He shouted, "Arrogant thief, die." As he spoke, Chao Gongming struck out with his palm. At the same time, Shihongi and Gu Xinghong also struck out with their palms. 3 palm prints shot out and instantly gathered together. The palm prints instantly expanded and their power skyrocketed. This palm print was like a mountain as it pressed down on Yi Xing's head. All the martial artists were shocked when they saw the palm print. They all sucked in a cold breath. Most of the martial artists only felt that this palm print was terrifying. However, some of the more powerful martial artists could tell the difference in strength between a 6-stars Dao master and a 7-stars Dao master. At this moment they were even more shocked. This was because Chao Gongming and the other two's combined attack was as powerful as a 7-star Dao master's attack. How could Yi Xing block such a terrifying attack? Facing this palm print, Yi Xing didn't show any fear. However, his expression became slightly more serious. Circulating his astral energy, Yi Xing executed the flaming dipper fist. He faced the palm print and punched the sky. The force of fire that was close to greater mastery merged into his fist. The flaming dipper fist that was at the perfected stage was close to the transformative stage. When he punched out, a sea of fire seemed to appear behind Yi Xing. It contained the power of fire, and heat waves rose in all directions. Boom! When the flaming dipper fist and the palm print collided, there was a deafening explosion. The mountain-like palm print instantly shattered into pieces. Chapter 480. Everyone was shocked. The joint attack of the 3 Earth Fiend sect's supreme elders was so powerful, but it was broken by Yi Xing with a single punch. Chao Gongming, Shihongi, and Gu Xinghong were shocked. They knew how powerful their joint attack was. Even an ordinary 7-star venerable wouldn't be able to block it. If Yi Xing could block it, didn't that mean that Yi Xing's battle prowess was comparable to venerable 7 stars when he was only at the 5th level of the astral realm? Chao Gongming and the other two exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Kill? The 3 of them shouted in unison. Their killing intent soared as they performed their joint attack. Palm prints filled the sky as they continuously attacked Yi Xing. Yi Xing stood on the ground like an iron tower. He didn't even take half a step back as he performed the flaming dipper fist. Combined with the power of the flames, his fist was unparalleled. No matter how fierce the attacks were, Yi Xing blocked them one by one. Chao Gongming and the other two had sweat on their foreheads. Seeing that their attacks weren't working, Chao Gongming's eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted, "Kill him! Earth Fiend Dipper Sword Slash." As he spoke, Chao Gongming waved his hand and a supreme-grade spiritual weapon flew out. It was shining brightly. At the same time, starlight flashed between the 3's eyebrows as they used their astrology. 3 gigantic stars hung high in the sky, and the power of the 3 constellations fell down, fusing into the sword. In an instant, the sword shone with 100 zhang of light, revealing a terrifying power that caused one's heart to palpitate. Chao Gongming waved his hand and chopped down. That 1,000 feet-long supreme-grade spirit weapon treasure sword flew towards Yi Xing with boundless might and chopped down. Crash! The sky was split in half by the sword. Before the sword radiance arrived, the terrifying sword chi had already split open a passage in the void. Yi Xing was right in the middle of this sword chi passageway. He felt as if thousands of sharp blades were shuttling back and forth, constantly slicing his body. Even Yi Xing was moved by the might of this sword. This Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash was the Earth Fiend Sect's trump card. When used by many people, the attack could kill enemies whose cultivation levels were much higher than their own. With this Earth Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash, it would be easy to kill Venerable 7-star. Only the peak Venerable 7-star could contend against it. In that instant, Yi Xing activated his super brain to scan the area. At the same time, he used his fire astrology and his wind force, which was at the peak of refinement realm, and disappeared in a flash. Chao Gongming laughed and shouted, "You want to hide? The Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash has already locked onto your aura. No matter how fast you dodge, you won't be able to escape the outcome of being sliced into two." Ah! Chao Gongming stopped laughing halfway because the Earthly Fiend Tiangang Sword Slash didn't deviate from its direction. This meant that Yi Xing didn't dodge in another direction. They saw that Yi Xing actually did not retreat but instead advanced, rushing towards the Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. The Black Dragon Spear appeared in Yi Xing's hands and he thrust it out. Fire energy gathered at the spear point. Like a blazing sun, it emitted a terrifying strength and a blinding light. Explode! As this spear was about to collide with the Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash, the blazing sunlight at the Black Dragon Spear's point suddenly exploded, erupting with a terrifying strength. Sunflame Spear Art, Flame Explosion. This was the strongest finishing move of the Sunflame Spear Art. This spear strike pierced through the weak points of the Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. Moreover, it was the strongest strike of the Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. The 1,000-foot-long Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash immediately collapsed, blown apart by Yi Xing's spear strike. Chao Gongming, Shihongyi, and Gu Xinghong's complexions all changed. They were horrified. They never imagined that their strongest strike would be broken apart by Yi Xing. Moreover, their complexions paled. They were affected by the recoil and the blood within their bodies tumbled, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Whether it was the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect or those watching from outside, all of them were left dumbfounded. Yi Xing's spear broke apart the Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword Slash. He coldly shouted, "You guys should also receive my attack." Sunflame Spear Art, Chasing Sun. As Yi Xing spoke, he thrust out his spear. His target was Chao Gongming, who stood in front of the three of them. By the time Yi Xing's voice fell, Yi Xing's spear had already arrived in front of Chao Gongming. Just how fast was this spear strike? It was fused with the wind potential of the peak of the minute subtlety realm. There was no way to avoid it. Chao Gongming's face shook, a trace of panic and fear in his eyes. Earthly Fiend Big Dipper Sword. Chao Gongming cried out in alarm. He pushed his palms forward. Shihongyi and Gu Xinghong also pushed their palms forward. The strength of their palms gathered together, forming a dazzling wall of light that blocked in front of them. The power of Yi Xing's spear strike wasn't simple at all. When the potential of fire was combined with the Firestar avatar, its might was terrifying. Moreover, Chao Gongming and the other two's joint attack had a formidable striking power that could even be ranked in the upper echelons of 7 stars. But their defensive power wasn't as outstanding. Sila, the wall of light was pierced through by the Black Dragon Spear. The spear point continued to emit astral light, instantly piercing through Chao Gongming's throat. The Black Dragon Spear thrust out and retracted. With a violent vibration, a massive hole appeared in Chao Gongming's throat. Chao Gongming clutched his throat, blood wildly gushing out. His eyes were ashen as he fell from the skies. Screams rang out from the Earth Fiend sect martial artists. The head of the 3 highest elders, Chao Gongming, had actually died under Yi Xing's hands. The Earth Fiend sect martial artists were shocked and panic-stricken. After Chao Gongming died, the ones most frightened were Shihongyi and Gu Xinghong. They were standing behind Chao Gongming, and now that Yi Xing had killed Chao Gongming, there was no longer any resistance between them. How could the two of them not be afraid? Even when the 3 of them joined forces, they still weren't Yi Xing's match. Now that their joint attack had been broken, Shihongyi and Gu Xinghong were well aware that they weren't a match for Yi Xing's spear. They turned and fled. In terms of speed, how could the two of them compare with Yi Xing, who had stepped into the peak of subtle with his potential of fire? Yi Xing's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly chasing after them. Solar Flame Spear Art, Burning Annihilation. Solar Flame Spear Art, Chasing Thunder. One after the other, two spear moves shot out, both of them stabbing toward Shihongi and Gu Xinghong's backs. Chasing Thunder was even faster than Burning Annihilation. Although it was released later, it seemed as if it had struck at the same time as Burning Annihilation. Shihongi and Gu Xinghong cried out miserably at the same time. Their bodies fell from the skies, following in Chao Gongming's footsteps and dying in the yellow springs. Yixing landed on the ground. He pointed the black dragon spear at an angle, blood dripping from the spear point. He walked forward step by step, his eyes locking onto Shi Daotian. Who else participated in inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins? Shi Daotian drew back again and again, a panic-stricken expression on his face. He glanced at Chao Yanting. At this time, Chao Yanting no longer had the dignity of a sect master. He was like a frightened bird, trembling with fear. As Shi Daotian looked at Chao Yanting, he jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know at all." Inviting the 7 Kill Alliance's assassins was Yun Tianhao's idea. It was Shi Daotian's idea. It had nothing to do with me. Chapter 481. Yixing looked at Chao Yanting and laughed. Yun Tianhao came up with the idea and Shi Daotian did it, but sect leader Chao knew about it clearly. Haha, it seems like sect leader Chao's death was not unjust. Chao Yanting instantly realized that he had said something wrong. After hearing Yixing's words, his face turned pale instantly. At this moment he was filled with regret. The enmity between the Earth Fiend sect and Yixing was because of Shi Wuxia. Shi Wuxia being crippled was originally a good thing for Chao Yanting. It would solidify his position as the sect leader. Chao Yanting hated himself. Why did Yixing do something that was beneficial to him? Why did he have to involve himself in the matter of asking the 7 Kill Alliance to assassinate Yixing? Why did he get into trouble for no reason? Shi Wuxia was Shi Daotian's son, and Shi Daotian was the one who wanted revenge. If Chao Yanting had not gotten involved, today's disaster would not have befallen him. From now on he would still be the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect. However, there were no ifs in this world. If one did something wrong, one had to pay the price. Yixing had killed the 3 Grand Elders of the Earth Fiend sect. He had completely suppressed the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect. Looking at him, the martial artists of the Earth Fiend sect only felt fear in their hearts. No one dared to stop Yixing. Yixing had easily killed the sect leader of the Earth Fiend sect, Chao Yanting, and the vice sect leader, Shi Daotian. The Earth Fiend sect had lost 3 Grand Elders and 2 sect leaders. A total of 5 experts had fallen. The sect's strength had been greatly reduced. It was no longer the number 1 sect in the Trushan region after the 9 high sects. Instead, it had fallen to the bottom of the 1-star mid-grade sections. Furthermore, the Earth Fiend sect's sect protecting array had been destroyed by Yixing. It could be said that this was the most difficult moment for the sect's survival. Normally, the Earth Fiend sect relied on its strength to bully many other forces. Now that the Earth Fiend sect was in trouble, naturally many people would kick them when they were down. The moment Yixing left the Earth Fiend sect, many martial artists had charged into the Earth Fiend sect to seek revenge. In the end, it was the White Bone sect, one of the 9 superior sects of the Trushan region, who stepped in to protect the Earth Fiend sect and resolve the crisis of the Earth Fiend sect's destruction. The news quickly spread throughout Nine Heaven City and even the entire Trushan region. Yixing's name once again resounded in the ears of the martialists in the Trushan domain. Furthermore, it was even more shocking than the previous time. Last time, Yixing had broken through to the astral realm at the age of 18. He had won first place in the Young Hero Assembly, becoming the number 1 junior in the Trushan domain and ranked first in the Earth Profound ranking. This time Yixing was not even 19 years old, but he was already a 5 stars true master. He killed his way into the Earth Carnage sect all by himself, killing 3 6 stars true masters and 2 5 stars true masters. Who wouldn't be shocked by such progress? Everyone was shocked by Yixing's progress. At the end of last year, Yixing had already broken the record in the history of the Trushan region. However, because he was from a remote 1-star inferior sect, there were still many martial artists who didn't like him. They thought that Yixing's destiny was limited and his cultivation technique inheritance wasn't high enough. It would be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end. Today, Yixing's performance was no different from giving these people a big slap in the face. In less than a year he had broken through 5 realms consecutively, and they were all in the astral realm. With such a speed of growth, it would still be difficult for him to achieve great things in the end? No one doubted Yixing's future anymore. They could already confirm that Yixing's future would most likely break the record in the history of the True Xian region. Yixing, you really shocked me. When Yang Gang saw Yixing, he exclaimed in disbelief, "It took me 3 years to break through the astral realm to become a 3-star venerable. Then it took me another 2 years to break through to a 4-star venerable. I'm still very far away from becoming a 5-star venerable. However, you've already cultivated to a 5-star venerable in a year. The speed is too fast. It's really enviable." Yixing scanned Yang Gang's cultivation and found that he had already consolidated to the late stage of the astral realm. This was also because he had absorbed an 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jade this year. Otherwise, it would be very good if he could cultivate to the middle stage of the astral realm. The cultivation of the astral realm was already difficult. The 4th stage of the astral realm belonged to the middle stage venerable. The cultivation difficulty was even more difficult than the first 3 stages. Yang Gang's destiny was a 6-star yellow fate. According to his normal cultivation speed, he would be able to cultivate to become a 6-star venerable before the age of 35. Now that Yang Gang was 24 years old, he would be able to break through to the 5-star venerable in about 3 years. After that, he would be able to break through to the 6-star venerable in about 6 years. It would take a very long time to break through to the next stage. Yixing was now a 9-star yellow fate. Under normal circumstances, he would be able to cultivate to the 9-star venerable before the age of 35 if his destiny didn't change. His cultivation speed would be much faster than Yang Gang's. However, Yixing's fast cultivation speed wasn't because of his destiny. It was because he had enough corpse jades to absorb, which greatly increased his cultivation speed. That was why he could break through to the 5-star venerable in a year. Yixing smiled and took out a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. He handed it to Yang Gang and said, "Brother Yang, absorb this 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. It's only a matter of time before you break through to the astral realm." What Yixing needed now was corpse jades above the 10th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. The remaining 2 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jades had no effect on his cultivation. Yang Gang's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Oh my god, the best we could find was an 8th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. You actually found a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade?" Although Yang Gang was excited, he didn't take it and continued, "A 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade is most suitable for a 5-star venerable to cultivate. You should keep it for yourself. The East Divine Continent's Junior Genius Tournament will begin in about a month. Even if I absorb a 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade, I won't be able to break through to the 5-star venerable." Yixing stuffed the 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade into Yang Gang's hands and said, "My cultivation has increased too quickly, so I don't need a corpse jade for the time being. The death chi in this 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade has been refined by someone. You can absorb it directly. A month is enough for you to break through to the 5-star venerable." Yang Gang exclaimed, "The death chi in the corpse jade has been refined by someone? Who can refine the death chi in it?" Yixing smiled and said, "This is a secret. Don't tell anyone." Yang Gang nodded repeatedly. He knew that there was a sovereign behind Yixing. Yixing's matter in the Earth Fiend sect had caused a huge impact. The evil Dao forces in the True Xian region were extremely dissatisfied with this. However, because the Heavenly Dipper sect supported Yixing and Yixing's strength made the other evil Dao forces wary, they only dared to complain and didn't dare to do anything to Yixing. December 1st, the day to set off for the Divine Continent Mountain had finally arrived. In the 9 Sect Alliance's main hall, Yixing, Yang Gang, Mu Xiaoyue, and the other top 10 junior geniuses of the Earth Profound ranking were gathered together. Yixing was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Among his peers in the True Xian region, the juniors could only look up to him. Chapter 482. As a rare genius in the True Xian domain, Mu Xiaoyue had always been arrogant. Whether it was losing to Yixing at the Young Hero competition or losing to Yixing for the second time in the he had never given up on competing with Yixing. Mu Xiaoyue had always been confident that one day, he would be able to surpass Yixing and take back the glory that belonged to him. But now his belief had been shattered. Mu Xiaoyue had used less than a year to break through to the 3rd level of the astral realm. Now he was already at the peak of the 3rd level of the astral realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a 4-star enlightened being. This speed was extremely fast. However, compared to Yixing, who had broken through 5 levels in a year and reached the 5th level of the astral realm, Mu Xiaoyue's speed was mediocre. At the same level, Mu Xiaoyue was no match for Yixing. Now that there was a gap of 2 levels, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. They were no longer on the same level. This was indeed the case. Yixing was now on par with the 7-star enlightened being. As for Mu Xiaoyue, although he was still strong, he was only on par with a 5-star enlightened being. Looking at Yixing's back, Mu Xiaoyue sighed in his heart, sigh. Even if I can't be on par with him, I have to follow in his footsteps and advance on the martial path with him. I'm already 1 step behind, I can't fall behind by 2 or 3 steps. In a year, the cultivation of the younger generation of the true Shen domain had changed a lot. Yang Gang had reached the 4th level of the astral realm, while Meng Ji and Baicang were still at the 3rd level. They were no longer on the same level. Among the top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking, only Meng Ji and Baicang's cultivation had increased within the same realm. Shui Yin, Nanxingyue, Du Feiyun, Shidu, and Kai Xia's cultivation had all increased from the 2nd level of the astral realm to the 3rd level. If they were to compete again, Meng Ji and Baicang might not be able to maintain their 4th or 5th positions. In the past, in the true Shen domain's Earth Profound ranking, a 3rd stage astral realm martial artist would be ranked first. But now, the 1st stage of the Earth Profound ranking was 5th stage astral realm. Yang Gang was 4th stage astral realm, but he was only ranked 3rd. The top 10 of the Earth Profound ranking were all 3rd stage astral realm martial artists. The warriors of the true Shen domain could tell from the younger generation geniuses on the Earth Profound ranking that this was a golden age of martial arts, and geniuses were emerging in large numbers. If the true Shen region was like this, the other regions would definitely not be any worse. It was hard to imagine how many geniuses would emerge from the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Some of the juniors were already 23 or 24 years old. They had already made their names a year or 2 ago. But there were also some juniors who were 21 or 22 years old. They were rising up from behind, and would definitely shine brightly at this competition. There was bound to be an exciting and intense battle between a genius of the younger generation who had already made a name for himself and a rising star. The warriors of the true Shen domain were very envious of the younger generation geniuses who were able to participate in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament. Although the warriors knew that 90% of the younger generation geniuses of the true Shen domain were cannon fodder in the East Divine Continent's Young Geniuses Grand Tournament and would be eliminated soon, they could at least watch this exciting and intense battle between geniuses. They could also get to know the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Even if the warriors of the true Shen domain wanted to watch, they wouldn't be able to. This was because the Divine Continent Mountain was located in the center of the East Divine Continent, and the true Shen domain was located at the eastern edge of the East Divine Continent. The distance between the 2 regions was extremely far, more than 10 million miles. Even for a perfected person, it was extremely difficult to travel to the Divine Continent Mountain. After leaving the true Shen domain, the outside world was an unfamiliar environment. Even the astral realm perfected person was filled with danger. Only a small portion of the middle-level perfected person with extremely high cultivation had left half a year earlier to head to the Divine Continent Mountain to watch the battle. Each of the 9 upper sects had sent an exalted person as a representative. Furthermore, there were also middle-level perfected person who had volunteered to watch the battle. Not long after, the perfected person and exalted person of the 9 upper sects had gathered in the 9 sect alliance's main hall. There were 9 exalted person and nearly 20 middle-level perfected person. In addition to the 10 geniuses of the younger generation, there were more than 30 people in total. Exalted Yang Gu of the Big Dipper sect was leading the team. He had a total of 3 high-tier level 3 demonic beasts. They were the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect, the White Bone sect, and the Boundless sect. The high-tier level 3 demonic beasts were extremely fast. They would reach the capital of the Qingyu Empire in about 10 days. After reaching the border of the Qingyu Empire through the teleportation formation, they would reach the capital of the Heavenly Wolf Empire in about 10 days. After that, they would reach the Divine Continent Mountain within a day. A month's time was sufficient. The 9 upper sects each rode their own demonic beasts according to their camp. Yixing naturally rode on the demonic beasts of the Big Dipper sect together with the Righteous sect martial artists. Other than Yang Gang, Yixing's juniors were Du Feiyun of the Flowing Wind sect and Nanxingyue of the Flying Rainbow sect. Yang Gang was in a hurry to refine the 9th grade spiritual grade corpse jade so that he could break through to the 5 stars enlightened master before reaching the Divine Continent Mountain. Thus he sat with his eyes closed the entire way. Yixing was also cultivating. He cultivated the spiritual grade supreme grade falling star incantation. He wanted to reach the 5th level as soon as possible so that he could strengthen his astral stars and increase his strength. Du Feiyun wanted to chat more with Nan Xinhua. However, Nan Xinyue's mind was not on Du Feiyun at all. She spent most of her time looking at Yi Xing's back. In her opinion, she was more interested in looking at Yi Xing's back than chatting with Du Feiyun. Yi Xing was already a 5-star enlightened master at such a young age. Furthermore, his battle strength was heaven-defying. It was very likely that he would shine in the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition and become famous throughout the Divine Continent. Compared to Yi Xing, the other young geniuses of the True Shen domain were all inferior. In the True Shen domain, there were countless young female martial artists who were yearning for love. They viewed Yi Xing as their idol and even their dream lover. Nan Xinhua was one of them. Not only Nan Xinhua but esteemed Yang Gu, esteemed Chen Feng, esteemed Qing Hong, and the other elders of the 3 major sects were also sizing up Yi Xing. Yi Xing had also surprised and shocked them. A 5-star enlightened master under the age of 20 with the battle strength of a 7-star enlightened master. He will definitely become famous in this genius competition. Esteemed Yang Gu thought to himself. He knew that each of the East Divine Continent's top 10 young geniuses had the terrifying battle strength of a 7-star enlightened master at such a young age. Yi Xing was undoubtedly at the same level as them. The difference was that among the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent, 5 of them were from the 3 upper-rank empires, and the other 5 were from the 9 middle-rank empires. As for the 24 lower-rank empires, none of them were ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. And Yi Xing was from the True Shen domain, which was one of the 72 lower regions. Even the lower-rank empires did not have a single young genius ranked in the top 10 young geniuses. If the True Shen domain could produce one, how glorious would that be? They would definitely become famous throughout the East Divine Continent. It is not easy to complete 10 chapters a day, but I am working hard to complete 10 chapters a day. I hope my brothers can support me. Today's monthly votes are too few. It is already night time and there are only a few dozen votes. My heart aches. Please give me some warmth, okay? Chapter 483. Yang Gang didn't have a black hole star vortex, so his absorption speed was much slower than Yi Xing's. It took him 10 days to completely absorb a grade 9 spiritual grade corpse jade, even if the death aura inside had been refined. Before arriving at the Qingyu Empire's imperial capital, Yang Gang's cultivation had finally broken through to the 5th level of the astral realm. Although a 24-year-old at the 5th level of the astral realm couldn't be compared to Yi Xing's under the age of 20, it was still an extremely rare cultivation speed in the True Shen domain. In the history of the True Shen domain, there had been a 9-star yellow fate genius who was only a 5-star sage at the age of 24. Even if Yang Gang didn't have the ability to challenge those of a higher level, his cultivation at the 5th level of the astral realm was enough to impress the martial artists of the True Shen domain. It was almost certain that a 24-year-old 5-star sage could break through to the 6-star sage before the age of 30. The golden cultivation time of a sage could last until the age of 35. This meant that Yang Gang had a great opportunity to break through the heavenly fate limit and become a venerable master at the 7th level of the astral realm. Venerable masters were at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in the True Shen domain. One more venerable master was a powerful force for the 9 high sects. Yang Gang was happy, but Venerable Yang Gu was even happier. The martial artists were surprised that Yang Gang could break through to the 5-star sage realm so quickly. It was really unexpected. However, no one asked about it. Venerable Yang Gu didn't ask, and Yang Gang didn't say anything. The martial artists could only guess what the reason was. In the capital of the Qingyu Empire, the martial artists of the True Shen domain were using the teleportation array. The lowest level of the teleportation array was level 4. An ordinary level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 100,000 miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 1,000,000 miles. A great level 4 teleportation array could teleport up to 10 million miles. A minor level 4 teleportation array could only be set up by a level 4 array master. A low-grade empire basically didn't have a level 4 array master. Therefore, low-grade empires usually invited a level 4 array master from a mid-grade empire to set up a minor level 4 teleportation array. It was not easy to hire a level 4 array master. Moreover, many materials were needed to set up a teleportation array. It was already very good for a low-rank empire to be able to set up a level 4 teleportation array. Some low-rank empires could not even gather the materials for a level 4 lower-rank teleportation formation, nor could they afford to hire a level 4 array master. Within their territory, there was not even a single level 4 lower rank teleportation formation. Activating a small success level 4 teleportation array was not easy. It consumed a lot of resources. Everyone had to pay 500 mid-grade star crystals to the array manager of the Qingyu Empire before they could use the teleportation array. They were sent 1,000,000 miles away in the blink of an eye, arriving at the border of the Qingyu Empire near the center of the East Divine Continent. After another 3 days, Yixing stopped cultivating. He had finally reached the 5th level of the Spirit Tier Falling Star Incantation. The intensity of his astral energy had increased, and his strength had increased. Yixing and Yang Gang were more familiar with each other. Now that both of them were not cultivating, they began to chat. Seeing that Yixing had stopped cultivating, Yang Gang took the initiative to change the topic. The genius selection this time has gathered the younger generation geniuses from all 108 regions of the East Divine Continent. Every lower province had 10 geniuses of the younger generation, every low-rank empire had 20 geniuses of the younger generation, every middle-rank empire had 30 geniuses of the younger generation, and every high-rank empire had 40 geniuses of the younger generation. There are a total of 1,590 younger generation geniuses participating. I'm afraid that only those with the strength of a 6-star sage and above are qualified to enter the top 100. Even if I break through to the 5th level of the astral realm, I can only not fall behind in the selection. It is impossible for me to enter the top 100. Yixing, with your strength, entering the top 100 is a certainty. You might even be able to enter the top 10. Yixing was slightly surprised. Ordinary martial artists did not know the strength of the 3 grand elders of the Earth Fiend sect, but the exalted masters of the 9 high sects knew. Therefore Yang Gang was very clear that Yixing's strength was at the level of a 7-star sage. Even so, he only had hopes of entering the top 10. It was clear that the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent were all extraordinary. Yixing said, "The East Divine Continent is so vast and there are so many geniuses. Although I'm ranked first in the True Xian region, I'm nothing in the entire East Divine Continent. It's good enough to be in the top 100. I don't want to be in the top 10. Although Yixing was not clear about the cultivation of the younger generation geniuses of the East Divine Continent, it should not be too ridiculous for them to be under 25 years old. As a 7-star sage he should be extremely powerful. However, he had no intention of competing in the genius selection. He definitely would not enter the top 10 to avoid being noticed by the Great Yuan dynasty. Therefore, he deliberately belittled himself and prepared himself for not being able to enter the top 10. Yang Gang said emotionally, "The younger generation geniuses of the low-rank empires are not that much stronger than us. The key is that the younger generation geniuses of the middle and high-rank empires are too good. They have sufficient resources, high destiny, and powerful supremacies to teach them. It is really difficult to compare. The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent are all from the middle and high-rank empires. The younger generation geniuses of the high-rank empires are the most terrifying. The younger generation geniuses of the 3 high-rank empires occupy the top 5 positions. The other 9 middle-rank empires occupy the bottom 5 positions. There is not a single one in the low-rank empires. The top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were the top 10 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation in the past 2 years. The True Xian region was remote, so not many people knew about the top 10 young geniuses. However, all the younger geniuses of the East Divine Continent had to participate in this year's genius selection. As a result, the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent were known in the remote regions. Yixing had spent most of the year cultivating in the Sky Corpse mountain range and the rest of the time in the Falling Star sect. He had not heard of the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. Hearing Yang Gang's words, Yixing could not help but ask, "This is the first time I've heard of the top 10 young geniuses. Do all of them have the strength of a 7-star venerable?" It seems that young Master Yi is really dedicated to cultivating. The top 10 young geniuses of the 9 Heavens City have been known for a long time. Few people don't know about them. Nan Xinyue, who had been wanting to chat with Yixing, finally seized the opportunity and said, "The top 10 young geniuses do have the strength of a 7-star venerable. Moreover, their cultivations are all at the 6th stage of the astral realm. Each of them can defeat opponents of a higher level and have defeated a 7-star venerable before." Yixing smiled at Nan Xinyue and nodded. Seeing Yixing smile at her, Nan Xanyu was happy and her heart was beating fast. She continued, "Although the top 10 geniuses are very powerful and can challenge those of a higher level, I don't think Mr. Yi is inferior to them. Moreover, they can only challenge opponents of a higher level. However, young Master Yi is a 5-star venerable and has the strength of a 7-star venerable. In this aspect, young Master Yi is superior. Chapter 484. All the missing chapters have been filled. Seeing Nan Xingyue looking at Yi Xing with eyes full of hearts, Du Feiyun didn't feel good and was extremely jealous of Yi Xing. In his eyes, Nan Xinyu was a top beauty. She was just like a goddess. However, Nan Xinyu was cold and indifferent to him. She was smiling at Yi Xing. This difference made him feel very uncomfortable. Du Feiyun said, "What kind of people are the top 10 geniuses? They are the strongest young geniuses in the entire East Divine Continent. Even the young geniuses of low-rank empires aren't ranked among them. Yi Xing is indeed very outstanding in the true Shen domain, and he deserves to be number 1. However, he can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses. Each of the top 10 geniuses are mid-level venerable heavenly wills. In the future, they will at least be mid-level venerable heavenly wills. Among them, the most outstanding ones are even high-level venerable heavenly wills. They can grow to become venerable lords. Yi Xing's heavenly wills can't be venerable heavenly wills. The difference between enlightened masters and venerable heavenly wills is like heaven and earth. How can they be compared?" Yi Xing also smiled at Du Feiyun and said, "Brother Du is right. I know my own limits. I naturally can't be compared to the top 10 geniuses." Although Du Feiyun's words were unpleasant to hear, Yi Xing wanted this effect. The reason why the Great Yuan dynasty held the genius selection was to search for the demon star of troubled times, which was Yi Xing. In a small place like the true Shen domain, Yi Xing could be in the limelight. The Great Yuan dynasty wouldn't pay attention to such a small place. However, the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition was different. There were only 5 continents in the Star Continent. Unless the Great Yuan dynasty was blind, they would definitely monitor the East Divine Continent's genius selection competition. Yi Xing didn't care about Du Feiyun's words, but as one of Yi Xing's admirers, Nan Xingyue wasn't happy to hear it. Nan Xingyue glanced at Du Feiyun unhappily and said, "The top 10 heavenly talents all became 6-star perfected cultivators when they were over 21 or 22 years old. Young Master Yi, on the other hand, is only 19 years old. He broke through 5 realms in a year and became a 5-stars enlightened master. Do you think young Master Yi is far from becoming a 6-stars enlightened master? As long as young Master Yi broke through to 6 stars before the age of 20, then even the 10 prodigies would be inferior to him." This time, the genius selection was a competition of current strength, not future cultivation. Although the 10 geniuses are blessed by the heavens, their current strength may not be comparable to young Master Yi's. I believe that young Master Yi definitely has the strength to fight for the top 10. Who knows? Maybe you'll be able to enter the top 10 and squeeze out one of the 10 geniuses. Young Master Yi will then become one of the 10 geniuses. The more Nan Xingyue praised Yi Xing, the more upset Du Feiyun felt. He snorted and didn't say anything. Yi Xing didn't want his reputation to be blown up, so he quickly changed the topic. "I haven't even seen the top 10 heavenly talents. It's too early to say that I can compete with them. I don't even know who they are. Brother Yang, can you introduce them to me?" Yi Xing saw that Du Feiyun was jealous, so he asked Yang Gang. However, before Yang Gang could speak, Nan Xingyue said first, "Young Master Yi, I know them. Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire are ranked 1st and 4th respectively. Yi Wuyin and Yi Wuxia of the Black Raven Empire are ranked 2nd and 5th respectively. Ing Chang Kong of the Heavenly Eagle Empire is ranked 3rd. Wu Yuanjing of the Black Tiger Empire is ranked 6th. Shang Buchuan of the Ancient Shang Empire is ranked 7th. Beigong Yidao of the Beilan Empire is ranked 8th. Wu Jiaoyang of the Flaming Light Empire is ranked 9th. Qi Yun, and of the Zhanqi Empire is ranked 10th. Mo Tong, Mo Mingyue, Yi Wuyin, Yi Wuxia, and Ing Chang Kong are all young geniuses from high-rank empires. The other 5 are from middle-rank empires." Yi Xing nodded slightly, but he was secretly paying attention to Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue of the Blood Edge Empire. According to He Biao, Wei Qingxian would participate in the selection as a young genius of the Blood Edge Empire. After Nan Xingyue stopped talking, Yang Gang continued, "The top 10 heavenly talents were determined a year or 2 ago. In the past year, many young geniuses have risen in the East Divine Continent, and they have hope of becoming one of the top 10 heavenly talents." Yi Xing's eyes lit up. There might be news about Wei Qingxian among them. He asked, "Who are they?" Yang Gang said, "Blood Edge Empire's Zi Xian, Black Raven Empire's Yi Binglong, Sky Eagle Empires Ing Xiangyang, Stone Cliff Empires Shi Jianyu, Lai Feng Empires Feng Jianlu and Golden Rainbow Empires Jin Gang. They are all young geniuses who have risen rapidly in the past year. I've heard that their aptitudes aren't the least bit inferior to the top 10 geniuses. Perhaps, after this year's selection, the top 10 geniuses will change. Nan Xingyue said, among these young geniuses there should be young Master Yi. Yi Xing's lips curled into a smile. Wei Qingxian was indeed among these young geniuses. She was the Blood Edge Empire's Zi Xian. Moreover, whether it was the top 10 heavenly talents or the young geniuses, there were geniuses with the surname Yi. This made Yi Xing feel much more relaxed. If there was no one with the surname Yi in the top 10, even if he was in the bottom 10, he would be too conspicuous. Along the way, Yi Xing listened to Yang Gang and Nan Xingyue talk about the top 10 heavenly talents, as well as some news about the young geniuses. He understood a lot about the elites of the younger generation in the East Divine Continent. The top 10 heavenly talents were all extremely powerful existences. Those young geniuses were also not weak and had the potential to become one of the top 10 heavenly talents. With so many strong opponents, even if Yi Xing wanted to enter the top 10, it would not be an easy task. Therefore, if he did not enter the top 10, he would not be outstanding. Otherwise, if the top 10 were not strong and he deliberately went easy on them, it was very likely that some experts would see through it. After leaving the Qingyu Empire, half a month later, the group from the True Shen domain arrived at the Second Empire, the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The Heavenly Wolf Empire was a middle-rank empire. The young geniuses of this generation were not very outstanding compared to other middle-rank empires. No one was ranked among the top 10 heavenly talents, nor were there any outstanding young geniuses. However, the Heavenly Wolf Empire was not too far behind among the middle-rank empires. Its strength was considered to be in the middle. In the imperial capital, there was a complete level 4 teleportation formation. Through the level 4 teleportation formation in the Heavenly Wolf Empire, the group from the True Shen domain traveled thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Finally, they arrived at the central region of the East Divine Continent. They were not far from the Divine Continent Mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was located between the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Heavenly Eagle Empire. It did not belong to any of the empires. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, reaching straight into the clouds. Even sovereigns and kings could not reach the peak of the mountain. The Divine Continent Mountain was the landmark of the East Divine Continent. The East Divine Continent was also named after the mountain. The group from the True Shen domain finally arrived at the Divine Continent Mountain after nearly a month of traveling. Chapter 485. Dayuan Calendar Year 1003 December 30th. Today was an important day. 3 years ago today Yi Xing had arrived at the Star Continent. He had reached the age of 16, sensed the stars and stepped onto the martial path. 2 years ago today, Yi Xing had reached the age of 17. In the Green Cloud Mountain range he had discovered a star crystal mine. After absorbing the star crystal spiritual milk, he had broken through to the star vortex realm and become a martial sage. 1 year ago today Yi Xing had reached the age of 18. In the True Shen domain's Young Hero Assembly, he had broken through to the astral realm and become a perfected person. He had won in one fell swoop, becoming the number 1 junior in the True Shen domain. Today Yi Xing had reached the age of 19. The East Divine Continent's Young Genius Assembly would be held at the Divine Continent Mountain. Yi Xing would compete with all the young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. However, Yi Xing did not intend to be number 1 today. He did not even intend to enter the top 10. He only wanted to enter the top 100 and obtain the right to participate in the third genius selection. In the southern part of the Divine Continent Mountain, there was a valley. The terrain was gentle and it was several li wide and 10 li long. It was very wide. The Blood Edge Empire, the Black Raven Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire were the organizers of the genius selection. The 3 empires had sent people to this valley early on to start construction. In the center of the valley, 10 arenas had been built to serve as the venue for the genius selection. On the 2 sides of the mountain ridges, there were stone chairs for the spectators. In the depths of the valley, at the foot of the Divine Continent Mountain, there were pavilions built. The environment was clearly much better than the stone chairs on the 2 sides of the mountain ridges. The East Divine Continent had a total of 36 empires. This genius selection was a grand occasion for the East Divine Continent. Each empire had sent honorables to escort their young geniuses. The beautiful pavilions were for the honorables to watch the battles. Naturally, they were different from the ordinary stone chairs. On the two sides of the valley there was a sea of people. Compared to the true Shen Domain's Young Hero Assembly, there were many more spectators. The two mountain ridges stretched for 10 li and were about 400 to 500 meters tall. On each mountain ridge, there were no less than 10 million martial artists watching. Moreover, most of these spectators were perfected persons. There were also quite a number of martial sages, all of whom were relatively young. They should have been brought here by their elders to broaden their horizons. Most of the spectators were from the Blood Edge Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and the Sky Eagle Empire. However, there were also some from other regions. The geniuses of the younger generation participating in the Genius Assembly were separated into 108 different locations according to the region they were in. They were together with the enlightened masters and elders of the various regions. The true Shen region was one of the most ordinary regions. It was located at the end of the mountain ridge on the right side of the valley. The names of the younger generation geniuses from the various regions had already been handed over to the people in charge of hosting the Genius Assembly in the 3 high-rank empires. The 3 upper-rank empires had sent 3 one-star martial highnesses and 10 half-martial highnesses to host the competition. Of the 3 one-star venerables, 1 was at the front of the valley, 1 was at the middle of the valley, and 1 was at the end of the valley. They were in control of the overall situation. The 10 half-step martial highness realm experts were assigned to the 10 arenas to supervise the battles between the younger generation geniuses in their respective arenas. Yi Xing looked around, searching for Wei Qingxuan's figure. Wei Qingshen was where the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were located. It was located on the same mountain ridge as the true Shen region, but it was located in the deepest part of the valley. It was not far from the pavilion where the venerables were located. As one of the 3 high-rank empires, the Blood Edge Empire martial artists were naturally located in the first place. As for the Black Crow Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire martial artists, they were located opposite the Blood Edge Empire martial artists and very close to the pavilion where the venerables were located. Yi Xing and Wei Qingshen were located on the same mountain ridge. Even though Yi Xing could see far, he could not see where Wei Qingshen was in the sea of people. After all, the distance between them was too great. There were too many people blocking his line of sight. On the other hand, Yi Xing could see the martial artists on the opposite side of the valley very clearly. Yang Gang sat beside Yi Xing and said, "Do you see those martial artists in the deepest part of the mountain ridge? They are martial artists from the Black Crow Empire. There are a total of 40 young geniuses. The 2 at the front are Yi Wuyin wearing red clothes and Yi Wuxia wearing white clothes." Yi Xing followed Yang Gang's instructions and his gaze fell on Yi Wuyin and Yi Wuxia. Yi Wuyin was a man like fire. He wore red clothes and his skin was also red, as if there was a flame burning inside his body. Yi Wuxia was like a fairy in ice and snow. Except for her black hair, the rest of her body was snow white. Her snow-white skin and snow-white clothes were spotless. Seeing Yi Wuxia, Yi Xing could not help but think of Mu Xiaoyue. The first time he saw Mu Xiaoyue was also spotless in white clothes. Although they were separated by nearly 10 miles, Yi Wuyin and Yi Wuxia could still sense Yi Xing's gaze and looked back at Yi Xing. Yi Wuxia glanced at Yi Xing indifferently and then turned her head, ignoring him. Yi Wuyin's lips curled up, revealing a wicked smile. His eyes sharpened as he glared at Yi Xing who, in an instant, Yi Xing felt as if a sea of fire was rushing towards him, wanting to drown him and burn him to ashes. Yi Wuyin's fire grand momentum had at least reached the subtle realm. He could use the fire grand momentum to injure others. Although this was an illusion, if a martial artist's mind fell into it and thought that they were really in a sea of fire, it was possible that their mind would be burned and their mind would be damaged. Yi Xing immediately withdrew his gaze. His fire grand momentum was even more profound than Yi Wuyin's. He was only 1 step away from reaching perfection. Yi Wuyin's fire grand momentum had no effect on Yi Xing. Yi Wuyin was surprised. The martial artist at the end of the valley was obviously from an ordinary lower province. Yi Wuyin found it strange that a martial artist from a lower province could not be suppressed by his fire grand momentum. He sized up Yi Xing again. Yi Xing's gaze shifted to the martial artists from the Heavenly Eagle Empire next to him. The Heavenly Eagle Empire also had 40 young geniuses participating in the genius competition. All of them were mid-level perfected masters. Most of them were 4-star perfected masters, with less than half of them being 5-star and 6-star perfected masters. However, there were only 2 people who attracted Yi Xing's attention. One of them was dressed in black and had a slender figure. The other was dressed in blue and had a bright face. They were obviously Ying Changkong and Ying Xiangyang. One was ranked among the top 10 geniuses, and the other was a rising star. In order to avoid attracting their attention, Yi Xing's gaze only swept past them briefly. Yi Xing observed a few more junior geniuses from middle-grade empires. A few of them had extremely powerful auras. Clearly, they were either one of the top 10 prodigies or a rising star who had the potential to become one of the top 10 prodigies. Yi Xing could clearly see those on the opposite side of the mountain. However, he could not see those on the same mountain as him. Yi Xing was looking at the pavilion in the depths of the valley when a venerable flew out from it. 8th update. Looking for monthly votes. Chapter 486. This person didn't have a flying spiritual tool behind him, nor did he have the astral wings. He was just walking in the air. Walking in the air without the help of external forces was something only astral reaching realm venerables could do. Astral reaching realm allowed one to comprehend the extremities of the universe and become one with the heaven and earth. To venerables there was no difference between air, earth, or water. The only difference was their attributes. Moreover, this venerables came from the top floor of the pavilion, so he wasn't an ordinary venerables. Because venerables had different statuses in the pavilion, their levels were also different. The venerables of low-grade empires were at the bottom floor, while the venerables of mid-grade empires were at the middle floor. The highest floor was occupied by the venerables of upper-grade empires. This venerables walked in the air and arrived in the sky above the valley. Tens of millions of martial artists stopped their discussions and focused their gazes on this venerables. Many martial artists revealed reverence in their eyes. Clearly they recognized this venerables. However, none of the true Xian region's martial artists recognized him. They didn't know who he was. The venerables in the sky first introduced himself. I am Venerables Mo Jian from the Blood Edge Empire. I welcome friends from all over the East God continent to participate in or watch this year's competition. The true Xian region's martial artists were all shocked. The venerables in the sky were actually venerables. The venerable status among venerables was like the venerable status among Taoists. Only high-level astral-reaching realm venerables could be called venerables. This venerables Mo Jian was at least at the 7th level of astral-reaching realm. For the true Xian region where even one-star venerables were legends, this was too high up. Venerables Mo Jian continued. This year's competition has a total of 1,590 participants. The first round will determine the top 100. And the top 100 will be qualified to participate in the third competition held by the Great Yuan Dynasty. The second round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain the title of East God Continent's top 10 Heavens Prides. The third round will determine the top 10, and the top 10 will obtain generous rewards from the Blood Edge Empire, Black Raven Empire, and Sky Eagle Empire. The young geniuses participating in the competition were all excited upon hearing this. The rewards from the top 3 empires would definitely be extremely generous. However, only the top 10 geniuses would be rewarded. This caused 99% of the younger generation to feel despair. The difficulty was too high. Even the top 10 geniuses did not have a 100% chance of succeeding. This was because, after this competition, there was an 80% to 90% chance that one of the original 10 geniuses would be eliminated. Yi Xing felt that it was a pity. He was very confident in his own strength. It was hard to get first place, but it shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 10. However, compared to the reward, his life was more important. He could only give up on the top 10 reward. In the sky, Reverend Mo Jian paused for a moment and continued, there are a total of 10 arenas in the valley. The first round of the competition will be divided into 100 groups, and each group will have their own arena. When the competition starts, leaving the arena will be considered as a failure. The last person remaining on the arena will advance to the second round. The second round of the competition would be divided into 10 groups. The rules were the same as the first round. Those who remained in the arena at the end would be the top 10 and would advance to the third round. Those who lost would have a chance to challenge someone else. In the third round of the competition, the 10 people will fight one after another. One victory will accumulate 1 point. The points will determine the rankings from 1st to 10th, and they will be rewarded accordingly. After Reverend Mo Jian finished speaking, he looked at the younger generation below and sized them up one by one. He continued, the chances of entering the top 100 and obtaining the right to participate in the third genius selection competition are very low. The chances of entering the top 10 and obtaining the rewards from the 3 upper rank empires are even lower. However, the younger generation participating in the competition, please don't be discouraged. It's time for the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to open again. After discussion among the 3 upper-rank empires, regardless of victory or defeat, all participants will obtain the opportunity to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Realm to train. Most of the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm. However, the martial artists from the 3 upper-rank empires were all excited. The Divine Continent Mystery Realm was located in the Divine Continent Mountain. Usually, only the 3 upper-rank empires and 9 middle-rank empires could lay their hands on this treasure ground. Even the younger generation martial artists from the lower-rank empires were not qualified to enter. Although the martial artists from the ordinary regions did not know about the Divine Continent Mystery Realm, they could tell from the words that this was a treasure ground. There would definitely be benefits if they entered. All the martial artists were excited. Reverend Mo Jian looked at the delighted younger generation martial artists and revealed a smile on his face. He said, "All right, the great meet of the younger generation of the East Divine Continent will now begin. Everyone listen to the order and enter the arena." After speaking, Reverend Mo Jian stepped into the void and returned to the highest level of the guest house. At the highest level there were more than 10 reverends. Some were ordinary reverends while others were high-level reverends. As a high-level reverend from the Blood Edge Empire, Reverend Mo Jian's position was definitely at the forefront of the East Divine Continent. However, when Reverend Mo Jian returned to the guest house, he did not sit on the main seat in the middle. Instead, he went to the guest seat on the left side of the main seat. On the main eagle sat a young man. This person looked very young, similar to the younger generation participating in the genius selection competition. However, the aura that he exuded was not present in any of the younger generation geniuses. Even Reverend Mo Jian appeared weak and respectful in front of this young man. Reverend Mo Jian was not in a hurry to take a seat. Instead, he bowed before the young man and said, "Your Highness, the genius selection competition has begun. Please take your time to enjoy it." "Your Highness." The crown prince who could make Reverend Mo Jian act so respectfully was definitely not the crown prince of an empire. He could only be the crown prince of a dynasty. There was only one dynasty in the entire Star Continent, the Great Yuan Dynasty. There was only one crown prince in the entire Great Yuan Dynasty, Meng Yuanxing. Meng Yuanxing waved his hand gently and gestured for Reverend Mo Jian to sit down. After Reverend Mo Jian sat down, he said nonchalantly, "I prefer to hear people call me Yuan Sage Monarch." Yuan Sage Monarch. Meng Yuanxing, who looked like the crown prince of the Great Yuan Dynasty, was actually a monarch at the Star C grade. Upon hearing Meng Yuanxing's words, all the reverends on the highest floor of the pavilion raised their eyebrows. 29 years ago, when the Star Continent had opened, Meng Yuanxing, who was still a crown prince at that time, had swept his peers across the Star Continent, won first place and became a son of the stars. He had entered the Star Continent and experienced a great opportunity. After that, Meng Yuanxing's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. Even though he had remained in the astral reaching realm, it had not taken him too long. In a short span of 20 years, Meng Yuanxing had broken through to the Star C grade and become a monarch. He had become a monarch at the age of 43 and had a lifespan of 1,000 years. He had become one of the 5 youngest people in the Great Yuan Dynasty to break through to the monarch realm. This is the 9th update. My ears are ringing. My chi is tired and my mind is tired. This is unbearable. However, I will persevere and continue to write the 10th update. I will do as I say. Chapter 487. The 4 people who had broken through to the monarch realm at a younger age than Meng Yuanxing happened to be the 4 4-star monarchs of the Great Yuan Dynasty. The first 3 had already passed away, while the 4th was the current supreme monarch, Meng Tai. Although Meng Yuanxing's destiny was a 1-star blue destiny, everyone believed that he would eventually become a 3-star monarch with a bright future ahead of him. In the valley, the genius trials had already begun. The 10 half-step venerates in the arena read out the names of the younger martialists who would be competing in their respective arenas. There were more than a dozen martialists in each arena. 10 groups of martialists would compete at the same time, so there were more than 100 people in total. In the end, only 10 people would enter the top 100 very quickly. The seeded contestants in the top 10 groups happened to be the top 10 young geniuses of the East Divine Continent. It was impossible for the top 10 young geniuses not to enter the top 100. Those who were assigned to the top 10 groups could only admit that they were unlucky. Without a doubt, all of them would be defeated. The top 10 young geniuses would advance to the second round and enter the top 100. Yixing thought to himself, fortunately, I wasn't assigned to the top 10 groups. Otherwise, I would have to fight against the top 10 young geniuses in order to participate in the third genius trials. That would be a huge risk of exposing myself. After the top 10 groups were done, the 10 half-step venerates read out the names of groups 11 to 12. Group 11, Ing Xiangyang Gu Tian, Li Qingqing. Group 12, Yi Binglong Huaruyu Zhao Yuan. Group 13, Zishuan Li Qianshou Wu Ping. When the half-step venerates in the third arena read out the names, Yixing's eyes lit up and he immediately looked over at the third arena. Wei Qingxian was wearing a purple robe, which was actually a man's outfit. Her black hair was tied up high in a man's hairstyle, which made her look like a handsome man. Martialists who could cultivate to the perfected person realm had sharp eyes and could naturally tell that Wei Qingxian was a woman in men's clothing. If she was a woman, she would definitely be a great beauty. However, what they were thinking was definitely not as perfect as Wei Qingxian in women's clothing. At best, she would be a great beauty, not much different from other beauties in the world. However, if Wei Qingxian really appeared in women's clothing, her stunning beauty would be completely revealed. She was much more perfect than what the martial artists had imagined. It was very difficult for a normal beauty to arouse the interest of martial artists above the sage level. However, with Wei Qingxuan's stunning appearance, it was inevitable that some martial artists would have lustful thoughts. Thus, even though she was still beautiful when she wore men's clothing, she didn't look as stunning as before. Yixing's gaze was fixed on Wei Qingxian. 2 years. He had been separated from Wei Qingxian for more than 2 years. Today they finally met again. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was actually one level higher than Yixing's. She was at the 6th level of the astral realm. This made Yixing inwardly astonished. In terms of age, Wei Qingxian was 2 years younger than Yixing. She should be 17 years old this year, but she was already a 6th-star sage. This cultivation speed was really shocking. Yixing was 19 years old and was already a 5th-star sage. He already felt that it was very heaven-defying. None of the martial artists of the same generation he had met could compare to him. However, Wei Qingxian was an exception. If Yixing knew that Wei Qingxian had also awakened her constellation, and that she was the reincarnation of an almighty, she had the memories of her previous life, the supreme destiny, and the supreme comprehension ability, Yixing wouldn't have thought of comparing himself with Wei Qingxian. He entered the martial Tao at the age of 16, which was a late start. In the early stages, it was impossible for him to reach Wei Qingxuan's cultivation speed. Even if he had enough opportunities, he still couldn't compare to her. The path of martial Tao became more difficult as one progressed. Only in the later stages of the path of martial Tao, when Wei Qingxuan's advantage weakened, Yixing might have the hope of surpassing Wei Qingxian. The seeded contestants in the 11th to 20th groups were basically the rising stars of the recent 1 or 2 years. These rising stars all had the strength to challenge the top 10 proud sons of heaven. How could the other warriors be a match for them? Naturally, they were all defeated. These rising stars followed in the footsteps of the top 10 proud sons of heaven and entered the top 100, advancing to the second round. Wei Qingxian was fighting on the stage, so she didn't notice that at the end of the valley, Yixing was watching her. After winning the battle, Wei Qingxian left the stage and returned to the Blood Edge Empire's area. Yixing couldn't see her. The younger generation of the Blood Edge Empire was led by Mo Tong and Mo Mingyue. Wei Qingxian was a rising star. Before their positions were challenged, they could only stay behind them. When Wei Qingxian returned, the cold expression on Mo Tong's face disappeared. He turned and smiled at Wei Qingxian. Mo Tong said, "Zishuan, work hard. With your strength, you have a high chance of entering the top 10. If you enter the top 10 prodigies, our Blood Edge Empire will have 3 people in it. We will surpass the Black Raven Empire and become the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent." Mo Tong was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was the #1 prodigy in the East Divine Continent. He was proud and arrogant. Even among the top 10 prodigies, he didn't put many of them in his eyes. He was cold to most of them. However, Mo Tong was different to Zishuan, who had risen rapidly in the past 2 years. He was envied by countless female prodigies in the Blood Edge Empire. However, Zishuan didn't have any feelings for Mo Tong. She was cold to him just like how Mo Tong was cold to the others. Zishuan said coldly, "I'll be satisfied if I can enter the top 100. The competition for the top 10 is too fierce. I don't have the mood." Mo Tong shook his head and said, "Sai Zishuan, entering the top 10 and becoming one of the top 10 prodigies is such an honor. Mo Tong was talking excitedly at the side. Zixin couldn't hear him at all. She was looking at the third stage where she was just now. The half-step hierarch on the third stage said, Group 33, Mo Yang Beigong Yifun Yixing? Yixing, is it him? Wei Qingxian murmured in her heart. When the half-martial highness uttered Yixing's name, he immediately discovered a young man wearing a black shirt flying into the ring. The young man was handsome and had a heroic aura. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who else could it be but Yixing? It's really him. I haven't seen him for more than 2 years and he has reached Star Realm level 5. He's only 1 level lower than me. How did he do it? Wei Qingxian looked at Yixing in shock. Others didn't know how talented Wei Qingxian was and how good her cultivation conditions were. However, Wei Qingxian knew it very well. When she broke through to the Martial Saint realm, her memory was awakened once. When she broke through to the Enlightened Person realm, her memory was awakened again. She knew that she was the reincarnation of an extremely powerful Almighty. When she was alive, she was stronger than a king, stronger than a quasi-god. Here's the latest update. I hope you can vote for it. Happy Dragon Boat Festival, brothers and sisters. Chapter 488. On the third ring, all the cultivators whose names were called had come up. There was a total of 16 of them. Only one of them would be able to enter the top 100, while the other 15 would be disqualified. Among the 16 there was 1 6-star sage, 3 5-star sage, 5 4-star sage and 7 3-star sage. Without a doubt, the 6-star sage Mo Yang was the seeded contestant in this group. Not only did he have the highest cultivation, but he was also a genius from the upper rank empire, Shuefeng Empire. Other than Mo Yang, the other 3 5-star sage could also enter the top 100. After all, the genius competition was a gathering of all the geniuses in the Eastern Divine Continent. It was not rare to find geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Even the 72 lower districts had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. Some even had more than one. However, the cultivators from the lower districts had lower cultivation levels. Most of them were 3-star sage and the stronger ones were 4-star sage. There were only a few 5-star sage. Even though they had the ability to challenge those with higher cultivation levels, they had no hope of entering the top 100. The 1,590 participants were divided into 100 groups. Each group had either 16 or 15 people, with at least 1 6-star sage or a 5-star sage whose strength was comparable to a 6-star sage. Without the strength of a 6-star sage, it was impossible to enter the top 100. The difference between the lower and upper districts was obvious in the genius selection. Even the geniuses from the lower districts who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels would be suppressed by the geniuses from the upper districts. Not to mention that the geniuses from the upper districts also had geniuses who could challenge those with higher cultivation levels. In comparison, the geniuses from the lower districts were much weaker. The half-step martial highness on the third ring stepped aside and yelled, "Those who fall off the ring lose. The last one standing will be the winner and enter the top 100. Begin." Whoosh 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 whoosh. As soon as the half-step martial highness gave the order, all the cultivators on the third ring activated their astrology. In an instant, more than 10 stars floated in the air, shining brightly. Not only the third ring but the other rings also began to battle. All of them were using their astrology. The sky above the valley was filled with stars. Bang bang bang. The moment the battle began, the 3 stars venerables were in trouble. They were the primary targets. Under the attacks of the 4 stars venerables and 5 stars venerables, the 3 stars venerables were basically unable to put up any resistance. One by one they were blasted off the stage. Yixing also used the flame astrology in order to not appear too special. However, he did not use the power of the great power of fire. Even so, his strength was still extremely powerful. With a push of his palms, Venerable 3-star was sent flying by the Gang Qi. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saber light flashed and slashed toward Yixing's head. This saber strike was fast and ruthless. The attacker was a 5-star Venerable, Beigong Yifun. At this time, all the 3 stars Venerable had been blasted out of the third arena. Yixing wanted to blast away a few more Venerable 4 stars Venerable, but Beigong Li suddenly attacked him, so he had no choice but to deal with him. Flaming Dipper Fist. Yixing wore a high-grade spirit artifact glove as he punched out. The Flaming Fist aura collided with the Blade aura. The Flaming Fist aura was cut in half. Beigong Yifun came from the Bailon Empire, a middle-ranked empire. Although he was only a 5-star enlightened master, the weapon in his hand was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Bang! The treasured saber and the flaming glove collided with a loud explosion. Beigong Yifan did not gain any advantage in the collision between a top-grade spirit artifact and a high-grade spirit artifact. His treasured saber trembled and his body was sent flying backward by Yixing's punch. Although he did not use the power of the great power of fire, Yixing used the flame astrology to perform the flaming fist. Even a 6-star enlightened master would find it difficult to block Yixing's fist. Beigong Yifan certainly could not withstand the power of Yixing's punch. Beigong Yifan was sent flying out of the arena. His eyes flashed with disbelief. His strength was invincible among the 5-star enlightened masters. He was an existence that could contend with a 6-star enlightened master. How could he be sent flying with a single punch? Seeing that Yixing sent Beigong Yifan flying with a single punch, the 6-star enlightened master Mo Yang's attention immediately fell on Yixing. He regarded Yixing as his most powerful opponent. However, Mo Yang was not in a hurry to deal with Yixing. Instead, he attacked the other younger martial artists. Yixing did the same. Soon, all the 4-star enlightened masters were sent flying out of the arena. The 5-star enlightened master was no exception. In the third arena, only Yixing and Mo Yang were left fighting for the top 100 positions. Mo Yang looked at Yixing with a faint smile on his face. He looked very relaxed and said, "I didn't expect to meet a worthy opponent in the competition for the top 100 positions." In the Blood Edge Empire's area, Wei Qingxuan's eyes were fixed on Yixing beside her. Mo Tong said excitedly, "This kid should be a younger generation from the lower district. He's actually a 5-star enlightened master and has the ability to challenge those above his level. Interesting. Unfortunately, his opponent is Mo Yang." Mo Yang's strength is above average among the 6-star enlightened masters. There aren't many 6-star enlightened masters who can defeat him. If this kid meets a weaker 6-star enlightened master, he might have a chance to enter the top 100. But against Mo Yang he has no chance at all. Wei Qingxian, who had been ignoring Mo Tong all this while, suddenly spoke up, "Mo Yang will lose." Mo Tong frowned and then he revealed a smile and said, "Zixuan, since you think that kid will win, then how about we make a bet? If I win, you agree to a condition of mine, and if you win, I agree to a condition of yours." Zixuan shook her head and said, "Although you will lose, I won't bet with you." Mo Tong chuckled and said, "In terms of destiny you have a higher chance. But in terms of strength and insight you are not as good as me. Just wait and see, Mo Yang will win." At this moment, on the third arena, Yixing and Mo Yang had already started to fight. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Fierce Blood Claw. Supreme Class Spiritual Weapon, Flame Fist. In terms of martial arts, Mo Yang had a higher chance. But in terms of martial arts attainment, Yixing had the upper hand. Plus, Yixing's flame astrology was at the peak of the upper class astrology. His spiritual level Supreme Class Falling Star incantation had reached the 5th level. The strength of his astral energy was even stronger than that of a 6-star enlightened master. Even though Mo Yang's gloves were Supreme Class spiritual weapons, he was still forced to retreat after the collision. Fierce Blood-Killing Claw. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Both of them performed their best moves. Mo Yang clawed out and a crimson-red claw shadow shot out. Yixing punched out and a fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared. The roar of the dragon shook the sky. Boom! The two of them collided again and a terrifying airwave spread out in all directions. That terrifying shockwave hit Mo Yang again and again. Mo Yang could not withstand it and his body was instantly knocked out of the arena. In the third arena, only Yixing was left. He had made it into the top 100. The rest of the people were all eliminated. The next few days will be a normal update. 2 chapters a day. Rest. Starting from the 25th, it will explode until the end of the month. Begging for another monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 489. Yixing was the first 5-star Venerate to defeat a 6-star Venerate and enter the top 100, so he naturally attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. Among the martialists of the Blood Edge Empire, Wei Qingxuan's lips curled into a faint smile. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. On the other hand, Mo Tong's face was ashen as he glared at Yixing unhappily. The half-step Venerate on the third platform looked at Yixing in surprise before announcing the result. Yixing wins and enters the top 100. Yixing returned to the True Shen region martialists from the third platform. Yang Gang patted him on the shoulder excitedly and said, Haha. I knew that you would definitely enter the top 100. Although it was certain that Yi Xing would enter the top 100, many martialists of the True Shen region were still very excited. It was very difficult to enter the top 100 of the East Divine Continent's Junior Genius competition. Even the junior geniuses of low-grade empires would find it difficult to enter the top 100. The True Shen region was only one of the 72 lower regions, so entering the top 100 was already a heaven-defying achievement. At the very least, the True Shen region could be considered proud and envious among the 72 lower regions. Affected by the laughter, even the Bone Sect and the other evil path cultivators, who didn't like Yi Xing, smiled, feeling happy in their hearts. Entering the top 100 was the glory of the entire True Shen region. At the highest level of the pavilion, Dayuan's crown prince, Meng Yuanxing, had a clear view of the entire valley. After the half-step venerate announced the result of Yi Xing's victory on the third platform, Meng Yuanxing's gaze locked onto Yi Xing. Meng Yuanxing said, "Is this person called Yi Xing?" Mo Jian cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Yuan Sage Monarch." Meng Yuanxing asked, "Do you have any information about him?" Mo Jian replied, "I'll check it out right away." The Great Yuan dynasty was the only dynasty in the Star Continent and the master of all the forces in the world. Both the emperor and the sect masters of the various empires were subjects of the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuanxing nodded. After Reverend Mo Jian left, Reverend Yang Gu, Reverend Wuji, and Reverend Dried Bones were summoned for questioning. Moreover, the martial artists from the Green Feather domain and the Azure Dragon domain, which were near the True Shen domain, were also questioned. Not long after, Mo Jian returned to the top floor of the pavilion and reporting to Yuan Sage King, "I have already inquired about his information. The information has been verified by various parties and should be true." Meng Yuanxing nodded. "Speak." Honorable Lord Mo Jian said, "Yi Xing is from the True Shen domain. He was born in a humble family and is the son of the patriarch of a very small martial arts family. At first, his performance was mediocre, but later on, his bloodline underwent atavism and his destiny awakened. He rose rapidly on the path of martial arts and became the #1 genius of the younger generation in the True Shen domain. Before he was 20 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the astral realm. It is said that Yi Xing has a venerable behind him who is nurturing him." Meng Yuanxing looked at Mo Jian and said, "Is he really the son of a martial arts family? Did he grow up in the family? Are you sure?" Honorable Lord Mo Jian nodded. "This matter is confirmed." Si Kongyan deduced that the chaotic era demon star came from outer space. 2,000 years ago, there had been people from outer space who had come to the Star Continent. For the Great Yuan dynasty, this was also a chaotic era demon star who had tried to overthrow the Great Yuan dynasty. Meng Yuanxing's first impression of the visitors from outer space was of the founder of the Dark Star sect 2,000 years ago. However, when he saw that Yi Xing was a member of a small martial arts family in the True Shen region, his doubts were dispelled. The Great Yuan dynasty attached great importance to the chaotic era demon star that had appeared this time. They had spent 3 years organizing a genius selection competition for the entire Star Continent in order to accurately find the chaotic era demon star and kill it in one fell swoop. Before determining the chaotic era demon star, they couldn't act rashly. If they caught a genius with the surname Yi and killed him, they were afraid that there would be bad consequences. Of course, the Great Yuan dynasty wasn't worried that some geniuses with the surname Yi would rebel against them. Instead, they were worried that the chaotic era demon star wouldn't be killed and would become vigilant and not appear again. The Great Yuan dynasty wasn't afraid of killing the wrong person, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to find the chaotic era demon star. If the chaotic era demon star had hidden his identity and changed his name to participate in the genius selection competition, how could the Great Yuan dynasty not know the Great Yuan dynasty's motive? What the Great Yuan dynasty hadn't expected was that the Dark Star sect had already found the chaotic era demon star. Yi Xing, the chaotic era demon star, was very clear about their motive. Therefore, Yi Xing didn't use a fake name to participate in the genius selection competition. If he used a fake name and was found out, it would expose him. Therefore, he used his real name to participate in the competition. As long as the Great Yuan dynasty couldn't confirm that he was the chaotic era demon star, they wouldn't act rashly. Yi Xing was very sure about this. The Dark Star sect was also very sure. The Great Yuan dynasty had spent a lot of money, so they definitely wouldn't give up halfway. Unless they were certain of someone, they would definitely wait until the third genius selection competition. If the chaotic era demon star dared to participate in the third genius selection competition, His motive would definitely be for the luck of the star continent and the opportunity to go to the outer realm star continent. Then he would have to go all out and fight for a ranking. Whoever was the chaotic era demon star would have nowhere to hide in the third genius selection competition. Unless the chaotic era demon star gave up this opportunity and didn't participate in the third genius selection competition. But then, whoever gave up would also be a suspect. Unless the chaotic era demon star didn't participate in the genius selection competition from the beginning, then he would be able to escape the Great Yuan dynasty's investigation. 10 groups of matches were held at the same time. 100 groups of matches were held 10 times, so it didn't take long for the competition to end. The winners of the 100 groups of matches became the top 100 and obtained the right to participate in the third genius selection competition. After the top 100 were determined, the second round of matches began. The top 100 were divided into 10 groups and held at the same time in 10 arenas. The first place of each arena entered the top 10, while the rest were eliminated. The names of the 10 groups were quickly distributed. Except for the 10 heavens favorites who were divided into different groups, the rest were randomly distributed. Mo Tong Yi Wuyan Ing Chang Kong Mo Mingyue Yi Wuxue Wu Yuanjing Shang Buchuan Beigong Dao Hu Jiaoyang and Qi Yun An. The 10 heavens favorites were divided into groups 1, 2, and 10. As for the rising stars, Yi Binglong was in group 5, Zi Xian was in group 6, Shi Jinyu was in group 7, Ing Xiangyang was in group 8, Feng Jianlu was in group 9, and King Kong was in group 10. The higher the ranking of the 10 heavens favorites, the stronger they were. The 6 rising stars were arranged in the last 6 groups to give them a chance to fight for the 10 heavens favorites position. As for groups 1 to 4, they were the top 4 of the 10 heavens favorites. Without a doubt they were death groups. Yi Xing was in group 4. Chapter 490. The fourth group didn't have any outstanding newcomers, but there was Mo Mingyue who was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses. The young geniuses who could enter the top 100 had battle power at least at the level of a 6-star sage. Although the rules of this round were the same as the first round, with only one winner entering the next round, the process was slightly different. In the last round, the entire group of martial artists went up the stage and attacked together, leaving the last one. This round obviously couldn't be like that. Otherwise, if 9 martial artists joined hands first, even if the last one had the strength of a 7-star sage, he would still be eliminated. The second round was a one-on-one battle. The final winner would enter the top 10 and enter the third round. Each group consisted of 10 juniors. They would fight in pairs. First, they would be divided into 5 teams. The 5 winners would be the seeded contestants. The other 4 would be divided into 2 teams. The 2 winners would continue to fight. The winners would fight against the seeded contestants to fight for first place. The winner would enter the top 10. Yi Xing's first opponent was Ing Xiangtian from Sky Eagle Empire. He was also a 5-star sage and had the ability to fight above his realm. The first battle was between Mo Mingyue and a 6-star sage. Mo Mingyue easily won with one move. The second battle was between Yi Xing and Ing Xiangtian. On the 4th stage, Ing Xiangtian looked at Yi Xing with a smile, a mere lower region junior. It's not easy to become a 5-star sage, and it's even harder to defeat a 6-star sage. Unfortunately, you met me, Ing Xiangtian. Otherwise you might have lost a bit later. As a genius of an upper-rank empire and a 5-star sage, he could also fight above his realm. However, Ing Xiangtian still thought that he was a bit stronger and superior. Yi Xing's expression was normal as he said, "Please enlighten me." Among the spectators there were astral-reaching realm experts. Yi Xing didn't want to go easy on them and let them see through his trick. He didn't use the power of heaven and earth, nor did he use the superbrain to scan. He only used the Firestar form and his Flame Dipper fist at perfection. In this state he would attack with all his strength. As for whether he would win or lose, it would depend on the opponent. Eagle soars the sky. As soon as Ing Xiangtian made his move, he used his astrology and took out an extreme-grade spirit spear. He performed one of the ultimate moves of the Flying Eagle Spear technique. Astral shattering the world. Yi Xing also used the fire astrology. Wearing the blazing flame gloves, he punched out like a needle against an awl. The eagle in the sky was shattered by the flaming fist. Yi Xing strode forward, but Ing Xiangtian's figure shook and he retreated 3 steps. Ing Xiangtian was shocked. His opponent's strength was even higher than his. Thinking of what he had said just now, his face burned. "Take this. Wild Eagle Strike." Ing Xiangtian gave a loud shout, his supreme grade spirit weapon spear stabbing out again and again, bringing out layers upon layers of spear shadows, all of which transformed into flying eagle spear auras, attacking Yixing layer upon layer. In an instant, Yixing disappeared within the flying eagle spear aura and was completely submerged. Yixing stood there motionless like a mountain. His body was like a mountain, the astral qi revolved, and the qi burst out, pushing in all directions, rushing up a layer of qi waves. Fire burns the 9 heavens. In an instant, Yixing's fist shadows were heavy as he performed one of the ultimate moves of the blazing flame fist. The power of an upper-grade spirit martial technique at the perfection stage was not inferior to that of an extreme-grade spirit martial technique at the minor success stage. Moreover, the perfection stage spirit martial technique was much smoother and more flexible. Bang 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 bang. A series of explosions sounded as the flying eagle spear aura was smashed into pieces by the layers of flaming fist auras. Yixing strode forward. When all the spear auras were destroyed, Yixing had already arrived in front of Ying Xiangtian. Go down. Yixing gave a loud shout and punched out with both fists. The terrifying flaming fist energy was like 2 fire dragons, instantly attacking Ying Xiangtian. Ying Xiangtian swept his extreme-grade spirit spear aura horizontally like a wall, but it could not block the power of Yixing's 2 fists. Boom! The spear aura collapsed and Ying Xiangtian flew out of the arena. Yixing won. Next, there were 3 more battles in this group. However, Yixing retreated to the side and did not pay attention. Instead, his gaze turned to the 6th arena. It was Wei Qingxuan's turn to fight in the 6th arena. As if she had sensed something, Wei Qingxian also glanced at the 4th arena. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She glanced over and then withdrew her gaze. Wei Qingxuan's opponent was a 6-star perfected person from the ancient Shang Empire. His name was Shangzian. Shangzi, and was dressed in white with a jade belt around his waist. He wore a jade crown on his head and held a black fan in his hand. He looked very elegant, like a young master. However, although Shangzian was dressed very elegantly, he looked very ordinary. His face was thin, and the outline of his bones was completely visible. He looked neither human nor human. Shangzian shook his black shoulders lightly, his gaze sweeping over Wei Qingxuan's body. He laughed and said, "Junior sister, your skin is as white as snow, and you have a face like a flower. Why are you wearing men's clothes? What a bummer." Wei Qingxian said coldly, "It's none of your business." Shangzian laughed and said, "If you wear women's clothes and make me happy, maybe I'll let you win this round." Wei Qingxian interrupted Shangzian's words, "Just you alone?" Shangzi, and was looked down upon by Wei Qingxian. His face was angry. In a flash, a starlight flew out from between his eyebrows and he shouted, "Me!" The starlight in the sky turned into a huge water star. This star was a vast ocean with extremely surging water star power. It was definitely the 1st grade among the upper-class stars. The corner of Wei Qingxuan's mouth curled up. Until now, she had not used her astrology. Shangzi, and saw that Wei Qingxian did not even use her astrology and was even more furious. He shouted, "Arrogant, I'll let you have a taste of the power of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon." While speaking, Shangzi, and waved the black house in his hand. The horrible water star power fell and condensed with the water star power, turning into a huge water dragon, rushing towards Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian was wearing a pair of white gloves, which was a top-grade spiritual weapon. She gently patted with her palm. In an instant, the cold wind blew and the sky was full of snow. The temperature of the entire arena was instantly lowered to the extreme. The water dragon was swept by Wei Qingxuan's ice palm wind and suddenly turned into an ice dragon, stopping in its tracks. Shangzian looked shocked. What a horrible ice power. The chill from the ice dragon almost froze the star power in his body. 9 dragons soaring in the sky. Shangzi, and shouted and displayed the unique skill of the 9 styles of the soaring dragon. In an instant, 9 water dragons appeared at the same time, attacking Wei Qingxian. "Let's see how you can resist." Shangzian sneered. Wei Qingxuan's face was cold. In an instant, a starlight flew out from between her eyebrows and turned into a star of ice and snow, suspended in the air. The ice star power fell and the temperature in the air dropped even more. "Freeze!" Wei Qingxian shouted and the horrible ice energy spread out. The 9 water dragons all turned into ice dragons and Shangzi, and instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 491. With a wave of her hand, Wei Qingxian sent out a snow-white palm print that passed through the 9 ice dragons. The snow-white palm print seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it blasted Shang Xian's body. The ice on Shang Xian's body shattered and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying backward by Wei Qingxuan's palm strike. And the ice dragon that had turned into an ice sculpture also dissipated as Shang Xian retreated, disappearing into nothingness. The snow-white star in the sky instantly shrank and turned into a ray of starlight that entered Wei Qingxuan's glabella. However, there were still many martialists watching the battle who had focused their attention on Wei Qingxuan's snow-white astrological form. Extreme Great Astrological Form. Some high-level astral dipper venerables exclaimed. They could feel the terrifying power contained in the snow-white astrological form. It was 1 grade higher than a superior grade astrological form. In the pavilion, the venerables were even more surprised when they saw that the astrological form Wei Qingxian had used was an extreme grade astrological form. Most of the time, astrological forms were directly proportional to one's heavenly fate. The higher the heavenly fate, the stronger the astrological form. Generally, only those with the heavenly fate of a peak venerable or even a king heavenly fate would be able to sense an extreme grade astrological form. Every grade of astrological form had a huge difference in power. Martialists of the same level with an extreme grade astrological form could easily crush those with a superior grade astrological form. In fact, if one had an extreme grade astrology, it would be easy for one to challenge an opponent with a high grade astrology. In other words, although Wei Qingxian was a 6-star venerable, she could challenge 7-star venerables with an extreme grade astrological form. On the highest floor of the pavilion, Meng Yuanxing was also paying attention to Wei Qingxian. This girl is a junior of the Shuefeng Empire. What heavenly fate does she have? Beside him, Mo Jian bowed slightly and replied, "Greetings, Sacred King Yuan. She has a 9-star green fate." Meng Yuanxing was a little surprised. Such a heaven's mandate is rare in the Middle Sky continent. If she becomes a talent, the Shuefeng Empire will be able to compete with the 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent. Reverend Mo Jian chuckled and said, "The 12 empires of the Middle Sky continent have a deep foundation. They are neighbors of the dynasty and are nourished by the dynasty's luck. How can the other 4 continents be compared to them? However, Zixian is talented and intelligent, and her astrology is extraordinary. If she has the hope of becoming a king in the future, I hope that the dynasty will lend her a helping hand." Meng Yuanxing smiled and nodded. As long as she serves the dynasty will give her the cultivation techniques and resources needed to become a monarch. Venerable Mo Jian smiled faintly and said, "The Blood Ridge Empire from top to bottom is bound to serve the dynasty. Zixian is no exception." The competition continued, and Yi Xing quickly welcomed his second battle. In the 4th arena, the 5 winners were Mo Mingyue, Yi Xing, Shi Junfeng, Wu Zizhen, and Ying Tongtong. As one of the top 10 sky prides, Mo Mingyue naturally had a bye. As for the other 4, Yi Xing faced Wu Zizhen and Shi Junfeng faced Ying Tongtong. Other than Yi Xing, who was a 5-star venerable, Wu Zizhen, Shi Junfeng, and Ying Tongtong were all 6-star venerable. Wu Zizhen came from the Black Tiger Empire and was at the late stage of the 6th level of the astral realm. However, his strength was at the peak of the 6-star venerable level. Wu Zizhen looked at Yi Xing indifferently and said arrogantly, "As a 5-star venerable, it's amazing that you can persist until this point. However, now that you have met me, you won't be able to make any waves." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, "Please enlighten me." Yi Xing couldn't wait for his opponent to defeat him. Then he would be able to watch the rest of the battle as a spectator. However, even if Yi Xing didn't use the force of heaven and earth and didn't use the super brain to scan, his strength wasn't something a 6-star venerable could compete with. Even a 6-star venerable wouldn't be able to defeat him. After exchanging 10 moves with Wu Zizhen, Yi Xing didn't even take half a step back. He kept moving forward while Wu Zizhen kept retreating until he reached the edge of the arena. In the 11th move, Wu Zizhen had nowhere to retreat and was blasted off the arena by Yi Xing's flaming fist. Yi Xing won another round. Yi Xing shrugged helplessly. Wu Zizhen and Ying Xiangtian were the same. Each of them was more powerful than the other, but their true strength couldn't match up to their words. As a 5-star venerable, Yi Xing's 2 wins in the 2nd round had already attracted a lot of attention. However, he wasn't the only 5-star venerable who was in the limelight. There were other 5-star venerable who also won 2 rounds in a row. Furthermore, in arena number 1, a 4-star enlightened master had won 2 consecutive matches, defeating 2 6-star enlightened masters in a row. Only then did he gain the limelight. After Yi Xing's battle, it was Wei Qingxuan's turn to fight in the 6th arena. Wei Qingxian had an extreme ice star and was far stronger than a 6-star venerable. She won easily. In the next battle in the 4th arena, Ying Tong Tong defeated Shi Junfeng. Both of them were peak 6-star true masters, but Ying Tong Tong was born in a high-rank empire and had been taught by stronger elders, so her performance in the battle was indeed better than Shi Junfeng's. With the same battle strength, Ying Tong Tong won. However, Ying Tong Tong's battle skills weren't effective against Yi Xing, who had been through real life and death battles. He wasn't much better than Wu Zizhen. He only lasted 15 moves against Yi Xing before being defeated. With Ying Tong Tong's defeat, only Mo Mingyue and Yi Xing were left in the 4th arena. It was the same for the other arenas. Those who could make it to the final battle, except for the top 10 geniuses in each group, were all unrivaled among the 6 stars perfected beings, and could even be compared with the venerable 7 stars. From the 5th to the 10th group, apart from the top 10 geniuses, the other 6 newcomers naturally swept their way to the last round and fought with the top 10 geniuses for the first place. From the 1st to the 4th group, apart from the top 10 geniuses, the winners weren't ranked among the newcomers. However, the cultivators now regarded them as new members of the younger generation. The first group was Yi Xing, the second group was Yu Qinggan, the third group was Qi Xiaolong, and the fourth group was Yi Xing. Among the 4 of them, apart from Qi Xiaolong who came from the Zhanqi Empire, a middle-ranked empire, Yi Tianhe and Yu Qinggan came from low-ranked empires, while Yi Xing came from one of the 72 lower districts. There are new talents in every generation. The newcomers who rose in the past 2 years are too powerful. They're not inferior to the top 10 geniuses at all. The most outstanding one is Yi Tianhe from the first group. He's only at the 4th stage of the astral realm, but his sword skills are superb. Moreover, he has the extreme grade Venus star, which allows him to challenge opponents 2 stages above him. He's invincible among the 6-star venerable ones. His battle strength is heaven-defying. The Tianshui Empire is only a low-grade empire, but it has such an outstanding junior like Yi Tianhe, who is on par with the top 10 geniuses. They're really lucky. Chapter 492. What a pity. Yi Tianhe is too young. He's only 20 years old, and his cultivation has only reached the 4th level of the astral star realm. If the genius selection was delayed, he would have reached the 6th level of the astral star realm. With his battle strength, who among the younger generation can stop him? There's no need for him to reach the 6th level of the astral star realm. In my opinion, when he was a 5-star enlightened being, his battle strength was probably at the top of the 7-star enlightened beings. Whether it's his martial attainment, comprehension of the forces of heaven and earth, or his astrology, he's far superior to others. It's too easy for him to challenge those of a higher level. This time his opponent is Mo Tong, who ranks first among the top 10 prodigies. He's only at the 4th level of the astral star realm, so he's bound to lose. He's not going to make it to the top 10. Mo Tong's position as one of the top 10 prodigies is unshakable. I wonder which group will be eliminated in this competition. Yu Qinggan from the 2nd group and Yi Xing from the 4th group are both 5-star enlightened beings. They don't have the ultimate astrology, so their ability to challenge those of a higher level is inferior to Yi Tianhe's. They're no match for Yi Wuyin and Mo Mingyue, who are both 7-star enlightened beings. As for the other groups, whether it's the top 10 prodigies or the rising prodigies, they're all 6-star enlightened beings and have the ability to challenge those of a higher level. It's really hard to tell who's stronger and who's weaker. The rising prodigies who were in the limelight the most weren't Yi Xing and Yu Qinggan, who defeated 6-star enlightened beings at the 5th level of the astral star realm. It wasn't Zixuan who had the ultimate astrology, but Yi Tianhe, who was only at the 4th level of the astral star realm, but had the ultimate astrology and defeated 6-star enlightened beings. Tianshui Empire Yi Tianhe. His name shocked every martial artist who was watching the competition. Under Yi Tianhe's radiance, the other rising prodigies seemed a little inferior. Even the top 10 prodigies couldn't overshadow his radiance. Although it was impossible for him to make it to the top 10 this time, no one thought that Yi Tianhe wasn't as good as the top 10 prodigies. All he lacked was time. The last battle began very quickly. 10 arenas were held at the same time, dazzling the crowd of martial artists. They were very interested in the battles in each arena. However, when they watched this battle, they would naturally overlook the other battles. This made the hearts of the martial artists itch, and the focus of their gazes changed back and forth between the various arenas. The first battle to end was Arena Number 1. Mo Tong ranked first among the top 10 proud sons of heaven. Even among the 7-star venerables he was at the top level. Although Yi Tianhe was a monster, his cultivation was too low and he was no match for Mo Tong. Immediately after, the battle in the second arena also ended. The ranking of the top 10 geniuses had been decided a year ago. Now it was hard to tell whether Yi Wuyan was stronger or weaker than Mo Tong. Naturally, Yu Qinggan was no match for him. With the help of the corpse jade, Yu Qinggan's cultivation had risen to the level of a reverend 5 stars. He only had a high talent in martial arts and did not have an extreme astrology. It was already extremely difficult for him to defeat a reverend 6 stars. He was no match for venerable 7 stars. Other than Arena Number 1 and 2, where the battles ended within 3 to 5 moves, the other arenas were all experiencing intense battles. In Arena Number 4, Mo Mingyue's astrology was a star like the moon. However, it was not a full moon but a crescent moon. If it was a full moon, it would be the lunar astrology, one of the highest astrology. Even a half-moon lunar astrology would be an extreme astrology. Mo Mingyue's astrology was a crescent moon, which was equivalent to an upper astrology. However, it was also an extreme existence among upper astrology. It was similar to Yi Xing's flame astrology, and their star power strength was similar. As for the martial arts inheritance, Mo Mingyue cultivated the extreme grade of the spiritual level. She had already reached the 4th level, 1 level lower than Yi Xing. However, her cultivation was at the 6th level of the astral realm. Through the compensation of her cultivation, her astral realm was not inferior to Yi Xing's. As for martial arts, Mo Mingyue's extreme grade spiritual martial art, Great Lunar Art, had already reached the initial stage. The weapon she used was the extreme grade spiritual weapon Cyan Moon Wheel. A crescent moon appeared above Mo Mingyue's head. Using the Great Yin Moon Wheel art, she danced gracefully like a fairy under the moon. The supreme grade spirit weapon, the Cyan Moon Wheel, shone brightly as it revolved around her. In the blink of an eye, it attacked, dancing around the entire arena. In terms of astrology, astral realm, and martial arts, Mo Mingyue was not inferior to Yi Xing. However, in terms of spiritual weapons, the Cyan Moon Wheel was an extreme grade spiritual weapon, while the burning gloves were an upper grade spiritual weapon. Of course, the Cyan Moon Wheel increased one's strength more. Moreover, Mo Mingyue's Great Lunar Art was special. It was completely different from other sword arts, fist arts, and blade arts. It did not form a set of skills. The Cyan Moon Wheel came and went as if it was flying, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, with the strength that Yi Xing had displayed, although he could defeat all the 6 stars true masters, he was still defeated by Mo Mingyue. In his current state, Yi Xing could not turn the situation around even if he attacked with all his might. Finally, after exchanging 18 moves, his body could not dodge in time and his arm was grazed by the Cyan Moon Wheel. Instantly, blood splattered and a wound appeared on his arm. Yi Xing took the opportunity to retreat and jumped off the arena. He had lost this battle. He had attacked with all his might but he was still injured by the Cyan Moon Wheel. It was reasonable for him to retreat with injuries. No one could tell that he had deliberately concealed his strength and lost. Mo Mingyue was like a fairy from the moon and her temperament was also as cold as a fairy from the moon. When Yi Xing landed on the arena, she glanced at him indifferently and kept the Cyan Moon Wheel. Without saying anything, she retreated to the side. The half-step martial supremacy of the 4th arena announced that Mo Mingyue had won and entered the top 10. At the same time that Yi Xing was defeated, Qi Xiaolong of the 3rd arena was also knocked off by Ying Zhangkong, ending the battle. From the 1st to the 4th arena, the top 10 supreme talents had retained their positions. The higher the ranking of the top 10 supreme talents, the stronger they were. It was reasonable for those at the front to retain their positions. However, those at the back might not be able to retain their positions. Sigh. What a pity, what a pity. Yi Xing, you were placed in the 4th group. Mo Mingyue is really too strong. If you were placed in the 9th or 10th group, you might be able to defeat her and enter the top 10 supreme talents. Yang Gang said indignantly as soon as Yi Xing returned to the area where the true Xian domain martial artists were. Mu Xiaoyue looked at Yi Xing and sighed. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, Yi Xing's failure to enter the top 10 was the same as his failure to enter the top 100. They were both too young and did not have enough cultivation. Mu Xiaoyue's cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the astral star realm, but his combat strength was at the level of a 5-star martial sage. In terms of the ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level, he was definitely comparable to Yi Tianhe. However, his reputation was miles away from Yi Tianhe's. Mu Xiaoyue did not even enter the top 100, so very few people paid attention to his ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level. Only by entering the top 100 would he be able to attract the attention of the spectating martial artists. However, entering the top 10 was another level. In Mu Xiaoyue's opinion, if Yi Xing was a 6-star martial sage, he would definitely enter the top 10. He did not know that Yi Xing did not want to enter the top 10. If he wanted to enter the top 10, who could stop him? Monday, please recommend me. Chapter 493. In the 6th arena. Wei Qingxuan's opponent was Wu Yuanjing, who was ranked 6th among the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanjing was born in the Black Tiger Empire and was less than 24 years old. 2 years ago, Wu Yuanjing's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the astral realm. A year ago, he had defeated the venerable 7-star and was ranked as one of the top 10 prodigies. Now, Wu Yuanjing's cultivation had stabilized at the peak of the 6th level, and his martial arts skills were more profound than a year ago. Wu Yuanjing was obviously much stronger than when he had first been ranked as one of the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanjing was a direct descendant of the Black Tiger Empire's royal family. He cultivated the Black Tiger demonic aura, which was a combat technique of the Black Tiger Empire. Combat techniques were different from pure technique inheritances. Pure technique inheritances only cultivated, raised cultivation, and strengthened astral energy. Combat techniques, on the other hand, had an additional function, which was to use astral energy to fight. Combat techniques were like the combination of technique inheritances and martial arts skills. The Black Tiger Empire's combat technique, the Black Tiger demonic aura, was a low-grade black-level technique. Like the Falling Star incantation, it was divided into low-grade spiritual level, mid-grade spiritual level, and so on. Wu Yuanjing's Black Tiger demonic aura was a supreme-grade spiritual level technique, and he had reached the 4th level. The astral energy in his body was extremely powerful, and it was even stronger than other astral energy of the same level. It was comparable to Yi Xing's 5th level astral energy of the supreme grade spiritual level Falling Star incantation. However, Wu Yuanjing's cultivation was higher than Yi Xing's, so the strength of his astral energy was higher than Yi Xing's. In this aspect, Wu Yuanjing was ranked very high among the top 10 prodigies. Even though Wu Yuanjing's astrology was only a high-grade astrology, his powerful astral energy allowed him to be on par with the venerable 7-star. Wei Qingxuan's high-grade ice star incantation floated above her, and the temperature in the arena dropped drastically. Every time she struck, snow would fall from the sky. The martial technique she used was the high-grade fluttering snow palm, which she had reached perfection. The frost star form and divine fluttering snow palm complemented each other perfectly. When they were executed at the same time, their power was terrifying. Every time Wei Qingxian struck out with her palm, a cold wind blew and snowflakes danced in the air. Wherever her palm wind passed, the ground was covered with a layer of white frost, and even icicles were formed. However, as one of the top 10 heavens favorites, Wu Yuanjing's strength was not comparable to Shang Ziyan's. Wei Qingxian could easily freeze Shang Ziyan's attack, but she could not freeze Wu Yuanjing's Black Tiger aura. Wu Yuanjing punched out. The Black Tiger demonic wind left his body and turned into a huge black tiger. It let out a tiger roar and broke through the layers of ice, heading straight for Wei Qingxian. Wei Qingxian struck out with his palm. It was only when his palm pressed against the black tiger's head that the black tiger was completely frozen and shattered into pieces. However, Wu Yuanjing's attack came again. One of Wu Yuanjing's hands turned into a palm and the other into a claw, grabbing down from above. Brr, brr. The black tiger aura condensed into two black tigers and attacked again. One rushed straight, the other leaped into the sky and pounced down like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain. Wei Qingxian faced the attack of two black tiger aura at the same time and was suddenly a little flustered. Snowstorm sky. Wei Qingxian let out a soft cry and executed one of the ultimate moves of the fluttering snow divine palm. She first put her palms together and then raised them to the sky, her palms striking towards the sky. Whoosh! The cold wind suddenly became 10 times fiercer and the snowflakes fluttered 10 times faster. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. With Wei Qingxian as the center, the wind howled as if there was a tornado, blowing the snowflakes into the air. The swirling cold wind grew larger and larger. The snowstorm was everywhere and the two Black Tiger aura condensed from the Black Tiger aura were smashed into pieces. Furthermore, the snowstorm did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it continued to expand. It was about to envelop the entire stage, including Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing narrowed his eyes and shouted, "You're forcing me to use my unique skill, Black Tiger Aura." As he spoke, Wu Yuanjing took a step forward. His hands formed a seal and pushed forward. His entire body leaned forward with this push. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, Wu Yuanjing's Black Tiger Aura left his body and transformed into 4 huge black tigers that charged forward. The black tigers roared and clawed at the ground, charging and slamming. Yes, they were not slamming straight but slamming randomly. The 4 black tigers slammed together and completely dispersed the snowstorm and cold wind in front of them. How was this Black Tiger Aura? This move should be called Mad Tiger Aura. These 4 black tigers slammed crazily as if they had gone mad. Their strength was terrifying and their might shook the sky. The wind and snow that filled the sky was swept back by the 4 black tigers. Wei Qingxian retreated again and finally jumped off the ring, losing this battle. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuanjing withdrew his move and the Black Tiger Aura returned to his body. He laughed loudly, his laughter full of pride. His gaze fell on Wei Qingxian below the arena and said, "You're still a little lacking to fight with me." Although Wei Qingxian was dressed in men's clothing, her appearance was indeed shocking and pleasing to the eye. She was defeated by Wu Yuanjing, causing countless young warriors to sigh in pity. At the same time that Wei Qingxian was defeated, Yi Binglong on the 5th arena was also defeated by Yi Wuxia. Yi Binglong and Yi Wuxia were the same as Wei Qingxian. They both used ice-based martial arts and ice-based astrology. The moment they attacked, the cold air was oppressive. Both of them were geniuses of the younger generation of the Black Raven Empire. No matter who won or lost, the Black Raven Empire would have one of the younger generation of the Black Raven Empire who was ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Therefore, this battle was more of a personal battle between the two. In the end, Yi Wuxia, the 5th-ranked genius, won. Yi Binglong was a rising star, but after 20 moves he lost by half a move. At this point, the top 10 geniuses of the 1st to 6th groups all retained their positions and continued to be ranked among the top 10 geniuses. However, there was a huge reversal in the 7th to 10th groups. In the 7th group, Shang Buchuan of the ancient Shang Empire versus Shi Jianyu of the Stone Yan Empire. Shang Buchuan was ranked among the top 10 geniuses. Of course, he was not mediocre. His swordsmanship was very high. However, Shi Jianyu's defensive power was too strong. Shi Jianyu's earth energy was impenetrable and it greatly restrained Shang Buchuan's swordsmanship. After 30 moves, Shang Buchuan finally lost one of his moves under Shi Jianyu's close-range attacks. Shi Jianyu punched him out of the arena. In the 8th group, Ying Xiangyang of the Heavenly Eagle Empire versus Beigong Yidao of the Northern Wave Empire. Beigong Yidao, one could tell from his name that he was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was fast, accurate and ruthless. His strength was extraordinary. However, this rising star of the Heavenly Eagle Empire had extremely high attainments in agility techniques. His swordsmanship was even faster than Beigong Yidao's. Beigong Yidao attacked Ying Xiangyang for more than 10 moves but he could not even touch the corner of Ying Xiangyang's clothes. However, Ying Xiangyang counterattacked. In just 10 moves, Beigong Yidao was knocked out of the arena. Another Heaven's Pride title changed hands. Chapter 494. The 9th group was Hu Jiaoyang from the Flaming Light Empire versus Feng Jian from the Lifeng Empire. Hu Jiaoyang was ranked 3rd among the 10 sovereigns. Mo Mingyue and Yi Wuxia were ranked 4th and 5th respectively. In the same realm, the number of male warriors was much higher than the number of female warriors. This could be seen from the ratio of male to female warriors. Hu Jiaoyang was ranked 9th among the 10 great prodigies. Her strength was at the bottom. What she relied on was her innate fire attribute physique. Her cultivation of fire attribute martial arts, as well as her comprehension of the power of fire, far surpassed ordinary people. However, as a rising swordsman, Feng Jian's strength was also terrifying. His sword contained the wind momentum of the Tidal realm and was extremely fast. Under Feng Jian's fast sword attack, Hu Jiaoyang was defeated after 10 moves. After 20 moves she was forced to retreat. After 30 moves she was forced out of the arena by Feng Jian. Now the 3rd sovereign title had changed hands. At the same time, there was one less female warrior among the 10 sovereigns. Only Mo Mingyue and Yi Wuxia were left. The 10th group was Qi Yun, and from the Zhanqi Empire versus King Kong from the Jinhong Empire. Qi Yun, and was ranked last among the 10 sovereigns. His strength was the weakest. The 7th, 8th, and 9th sovereigns were all eliminated by the rising stars. Apparently he was no exception. Like Shi Jinyu, King Kong had strong defensive power. They both had special cultivation of their bodies. Their bodies were much stronger than ordinary people. Together with their special gang qi, they could be invulnerable. King Kong's martial arts was the supreme spiritual martial art treasure body. Unlike Shi Jinyu, who mainly relied on Shi Yan's gang qi, King Kong mainly relied on his physical strength. At the beginning of the battle, Qi Yun launched a fierce attack on King Kong. However, any attack that got close to King Kong was smashed by his iron fists. Even if some of the attacks hit King Kong's body, they could not shake him at all. As for King Kong, he launched a counterattack. Every punch contained the power of 10,000. Even though Qi Yun unblocked King Kong's moves, his body could not withstand the impact of the power and was forced to retreat. In the end, Qi Yun was defeated after 30 moves. King Kong entered the top 10 and won the title of sovereign. Before the genius selection began, the Zhanqi Empire was the most glorious of the 9 great empires. This was because the Zhanqi Empire not only had Qi Yun, who was one of the top 10 geniuses, but also Qi Xiaolong, who was also a rising star. The middle-rank empire had 2 top young geniuses, and the Zhanqi Empire was the only one. Unfortunately, after the second round of the competition, not only did the rising stars of the Zhanqi Empire fail to enter the top 10, even Qi Yun was squeezed out of the top 10 prodigies. In comparison, they were not as confident as those middle-rank empires that had geniuses of the younger generation ranked among the top 10 prodigies. When the curtains had been drawn to the battles of the 10 groups, the top 10 of this year's Heavenly Genius meeting had been decided. From Group 1 to 10 they were Mo Tong Yi Wuyan Ing Changkong Mo Mingyue Yi Wuxue Wu Yuanjing Shi Jinyu, Ing Xiangyang Feng Jianlu and King Kong. Of the original 10 Heaven's Favorites, the top 6 still retained their Heaven's Favorites titles, while the bottom 4 had their Heaven's Favorites titles changed. There were 4 new Heaven's Favorites. From the top 10, it could be seen that the younger generation of the 3 high-rank empires had an absolute advantage. Of the previous 10 Heaven's Favorites, the 3 high-rank empires already had 5. Of the new 10 Heaven's Favorites, the 3 high-rank empires had 6, with the addition of Ing Xiangyang. In this way the Blood Edge, Black Crow and Sky Eagle empires each had 2 spots in the new 10 Heaven's Favorites. In terms of numbers, it could be considered a tie. If one really wanted to determine who was first and who was last, then it could only be done by ranking. The third round of the competition was the battle of the top 10 Heaven's Favorites. According to the ranking, the top 10 Heaven's Favorites would receive generous rewards from the 3 high-rank empires. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. However, before the third round of the competition, there was still a challenge round. The rising stars and prodigies that were eliminated in the second round all had a chance to challenge the top 10. The new Heaven's Favorites might not be as strong as the eliminated prodigies. Therefore, after the challenge round, there might be changes in the new 10 Heaven's Favorites. Of the 10 eliminated prodigies, only 7 had challenged the top 10. Yi Xing, Wei Qingxian and Yu Qinggan had all given up. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian evidently did not want to be in the limelight and enter the top 10. As for Yu Qinggan, he knew his own limitations. He could still deal with a 6 stars enlightened master, but compared to a prodigy he was still far from it. Yi Tianhe, Qi Xiaolong, Shang Buchuan, and the others were all defeated in the challenge round without exception. Of the new Heaven's Favorites, the first 6 were the strongest among the original 10 Heaven's Favorites. Their positions were unshakable. The last 4 were able to eliminate the original Heaven's Favorites and were also very strong. Since the eliminated prodigies had been knocked off their Heaven's Favorites, it was naturally very difficult for them to regain their Heaven's Favorites. As for the eliminated prodigies, since they had been eliminated, it was naturally very difficult for them to make a comeback. After all, the new 10 Heaven's Favorites were all very strong. They were all stronger than ordinary 7 stars venerated masters. In other words, even the weakest of the 10 Heaven's Favorites was above average among 7 stars venerated masters. How could such strength be easily shaken? As for Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian, who truly had the strength to challenge the top 10 Heaven's Favorites, they did not aspire to be in the top 10. Since they had deliberately lost to avoid entering the top 10, it was even more impossible for them to make a comeback now. Therefore, after the challenge round, there were no changes to the new 10 Heaven's Favorites. There was no one more or one less. Before the challenge round, the 4 new Heavens favorites were still a little worried that they would be knocked off their Heavens favorites. But after the challenge round, only arrogance remained on the faces of the 4 new Heavens favorites. When they looked at the eliminated prodigies, there was a look of superiority in their eyes. This was not because they were born arrogant, but because their actual strength had proven that they were indeed at the top of the East Divine Continent's younger generation. They were far ahead. The third round of the competition was held one match after another. Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian watched the third round of the competition as spectators. When the third round of the competition ended, there were still some small changes to the rankings of the 10 Heavens favorites. First to fourth were still Mo Tong, Yi Wuyin, Ing Changkong, and Mo Mingyue. Fifth was Ing Xiangyang. This person was indeed very strong. As a rising prodigy, he had first defeated Beigong Yidao and squeezed into the top 10. Then he had defeated Shi Jianyu, Wu Yuanjing, and Yi Wuxia to squeeze into the top 5. Sixth was still Wu Yuanjing. He had defeated Yi Wuxia, but because he had lost to Ing Xiangyang, he had not advanced a single rank. 7th to 10th were Yi Wuxia, King Kong, Feng Jianlu, and Shi Jianyu. Chapter 495. The new top 10 prodigies had all received generous rewards from the 3 upper-rank empires. Many warriors were envious of them. When the top 10 prodigies received their rewards and stepped down from the arena, a supremacy came to the area where the true Shen region warriors were. Esteemed Yang Gu, esteemed Qin Feng, esteemed Dried Bones, and the other supremacies of the true Shen region all stood up and bowed slightly to the supremacy. Greetings, Supremacy Qin Yu. Then, the supremacies introduced the supremacy to the disciples of their respective sections. This is the Emperor of the Qingyu Empire, Supremacy Qin Yu. Quickly pay your respects. It was actually the Emperor of the Qingyu Empire. The juniors of the true Shen region were all excited. They cupped their fists and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Supremacy Qin Yu." Yi Xing was about to bow and greet him like the rest of the true mystic region. However, a voice entered his ears and stopped him. "Don't move." Yi Xing was surprised. When the voice sounded, Supremacy Qin Yu's gaze fell on him. It was obvious that this person had sent him a message. No need to be so polite. Supremacy Qin Yu nodded slightly. His gaze swept across the supremacies casually. He came to Yi Xing and patted Yi Xing's shoulder. "You did well. Although you did not become one of the top 10 prodigies, you have greatly exceeded my expectations. You have not wasted my efforts in grooming you." Yi Xing was confused. This was the first time he had met Supremacy Qin Yu. Why would Supremacy Qin Yu say that he had groomed him in front of everyone? Of course, although the situation was strange, Yi Xing only hesitated in his heart. His expression was normal. He knew that since Supremacy Qin Yu had made such a move, there must be an explanation. Not only was Yi Xing confused, but the other warriors of the true Shen region were also extremely surprised. Yi Xing was actually being groomed by Supremacy Qin Yu behind him? This was really shocking to the warriors of the true Shen region. However, after a short moment of shock, the hearts of the martial artists of the true Shen domain became more relaxed. A thought flashed through their minds. No wonder Yi Xing is so abnormal. It turns out that he has a venerable behind him, especially esteemed Yang Gu and Yang Gang. They had already known that Yi Xing had a supremacy behind him. Now that they heard Supremacy Qin Yu's words, there was no doubt about it. As Supremacy Qin Yu, Supremacy Qin Yu, and Supremacy Qin Yu and Yi Xing. If anyone asks who is the supremacy behind you, Black Biao King, you must not reveal it. Say that I am grooming you. When you were 16, I was traveling the world. And Supremacy Black King, you must not reveal him. Black King. When Supremacy Qin Yu mentioned Black Biao King, Yi Xing naturally believed him. This was because only he and Black Biao knew about the relationship between Yi Xing and Black Biao. Even Supremacy Wu Yu only guessed that there was a supremacy behind him. Yi Xing did not reveal the relationship between him and Black Biao, but Supremacy Qin Yu knew. It was obvious that Black Biao had instructed him to do so. Yi Xing looked at Supremacy Qin Yu and pretended to be familiar with him. He said, "Yi Xing is where I am today because of Senior. Thank you for grooming me." Supremacy Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. The Black Biao King called Yi Xing brother Yi Xing. Yi Xing actually called him Senior. He was really flattered. However, he was only surprised in his heart. His expression was normal. He said, "Continue to work hard. I have high hopes for you. Perhaps in a few years, you will become the first supremacy in the true Shen domain. With your current achievements, it will be difficult for me to teach you in the future. However, I will pay attention to you and hope that you will become a supremacy soon. After saying that, Supremacy Qin Yu secretly sent a message to Yi Xing, we don't meet often. Once every 6 months I will teach you for 3 days each time. Every year, it will be 3 days before the first month and 3 days before the 6th month. The rest of the time you will have to rely on yourself. What Supremacy Qin Yu meant was that he and Yi Xing would match. If anyone asked, both sides would be able to match up. Supremacy Qin Yu left after saying a few words. The martialists of the True Shen domain looked at Yi Xing in a different light. Although Yi Xing's performance had been heaven-defying and had shocked them, it was still uncertain whether Yi Xing would become a supremacy. After all, it was unknown whether Yi Xing had inherited a dark-level cultivation technique. Without a dark-level cultivation technique, how could he become a supremacy? However, at that moment, Exalted Qin Yu had appeared. Furthermore, Exalted Qin Yu had said that he looked forward to Yi Xing becoming an exalted. It was obvious that Exalted Qin Yu had already inherited Yi Xing's Shen-level martial technique. In that case, it was only a matter of time before Yi Xing became a supremacy. The martialists of the True Shen domain naturally viewed a future supremacy differently from how they had viewed Yi Xing. Not only was there shock and horror in his eyes, but there was also a hint of reverence. While Supremacy Qin Yu was visiting Yi Xing, Meng Yuanxing was paying attention to Yi Tianhe and listening to Supremacy Mo Jian's report. Supremacy Mo Jian said, Yi Tianhe is a member of the royal family of the Tianshui Empire. However, he was born in a side clan and his parents were not at the Astral Star realm. His performance was mediocre. He started cultivating at the age of 10 and broke through the Star Vortex realm to become a Star Marquis at the age of 17. After he turned 17, Yi Tianhe's cultivation started to soar rapidly. In just 3 years, his cultivation rose from the first level of the Star Vortex realm to the 4th level of the Astral Star realm. Meng Tianxing raised his eyebrows and said, he turned 17 3 years ago? There was a turning point in his life? 3 years ago was when Si Kongyan had predicted that the demon star would descend. Supremacy Mo Jian nodded. Yes. Meng Tianxing blinked. After 2 breaths, he continued to ask, can you confirm if he is the same person as he was before he turned 17? Supremacy Mo Jian said, I should be able to confirm that his family did not notice anything unusual about him. Meng Tianxing closed his eyes and pondered. After taking a deep breath he said, show me the list of the top 100. Soon the list of the top 100 was in Meng Tianxing's hands. He scanned the list and paid special attention to a few martialists with the surname Yi. Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxue, Yi Tianhe, Yi Xing, Yi Binglong, Yi Jianyan, Yi Fan, and Yi Kunlong. Among them, Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxue, Yi Binglong, Yi Jianyan, and Yi Kunlong were all from the Black Raven Empire. Yi Fan was from the Heavenly Wolf Empire, a middle-rank empire. Yi Tianhe was from the Heavenly Water Empire, a low-rank empire. Yi Xing was from the True Shen domain. Could the Demon Star of Troubled Times be among these 8? Meng Yuanxing's eyes scanned the names of the 8 martialists as he pondered. State Preceptor Si Kong said that the Demon Star descended to the east and was born with the surname Yi. However, ever since it was confirmed that the Demon Star of Troubled Times was an extraterrestrial, everything has become confusing and difficult to confirm. Even if the Demon Star of Troubled Times really descended to the east, 3 years have already passed and he might not still be in the East Divine Continent. Furthermore, even if the Demon Star was born with the surname Yi, it might not be impossible for him to change his surname. Begging for a monthly vote. Chapter 496. All 8 of them are suspicious. Among them Yi Xing and Yi Tianhe are the most suspicious. If the Fiend Star is one of them, I will kill all of them and end this once and for all. However, if he is not one of them, the deaths of the 8 participants will definitely attract the attention of the Fiend Star. If he is vigilant, it will be difficult to find him. Meng Yuanxing pondered for a long time but could not determine who the Fiend Star was. He still could not act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. However, since the 8 young geniuses were suspicious, he could not do nothing. Meng Yuanxing's voice rang in the ears of the supremacies of the Blood Edge Empire and Sky Eagle Empire. Instruct your juniors to attack all martial artists with the surname Yi in the Divine Continent's secret realm. Especially the top 8 in the top 100. They are the main targets. Use all means to see if they are hiding any secrets. In the Black Crow Empire, the Yi clan was the royal family of the empire. Yi Wuyan, Yi Wuxue, Yi Binglong, Yi Jianyan, Yi Kunlong, and the other top 100 martial artists with the surname Yi were all juniors of the Black Evil Empire. Of course, this matter could not be told to the people of the Black Crow Empire. Meng Yuanxing's voice was transmitted secretly. The supremacies of the Blood Edge Empire and Sky Eagle Empire naturally would not say anything. They replied secretly, "Yes, Yuan Sage Monarch." Very quickly, the juniors of the two empires received orders from their respective supremacies to attack the martial artists with the surname Yi in the Divine Continent Secret Realm and test their bottom line. The Divine Continent Secret Realm was about to open. However, the martial artists with the surname Yi did not know that what awaited them was a calamity. To open the Divine Continent Secret Realm, the three upper-rank empires of the East Divine Continent had to join forces. Not long after the genius selection competition ended, Mo Jian supremacy of the Blood Edge Empire, Yi Hong supremacy of the Black Crow Empire, and Eternal Sky supremacy of the Sky Eagle Empire flew into the sky at the same time and took out their respective treasures to open the entrance to the Divine Continent Secret Realm. Mo Jian supremacy stood in the sky and said loudly, "The Divine Continent Secret Realm is a treasure land in the East Divine Continent. It has been passed down since ancient times and there are large amounts of spirit-grade treasures, martial arts and medicinal herbs inside. Furthermore, if one's luck was good, one could even obtain a profound grade treasure." The most mysterious place was none other than the Stargazing Enlightenment Platform. The 7 Stargazing Enlightenment Platforms appeared in the center of the secret realm 10 days after it opened. On the Enlightenment Platforms, one could observe the stars and comprehend martial arts. It had a magical effect and was the best place to improve one's martial arts attainment. Within the mystic realm, there are many other magical places. I won't list them one by one. Juniors, you can explore them slowly after you enter. Each time the Divine Continent Mystery Realm opens, it can only last for a month. After a month, all of you will be transported out. The Heavenly Eagle Empire's Eternal Sky Supremacy swept his gaze across the younger martial artists and said, "Lads, what are you waiting for? You are lucky enough to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Domain. This is your destiny. Go on in." The disciples of the 3 upper-rank empires were the first to soar into the sky. Behind each of them was either an upper-grade or a middle-grade flying spiritual treasure. They flew into the sky and entered the Mystic Realm through the entrance of the Mystic Realm at the mountainside of the Divine Continent Mountain. Closely following them were the younger geniuses of the 9 middle-rank empires. After that, all the younger geniuses followed suit. Whether it was the younger geniuses of the middle-rank empires or the lower regions, this was the first time they were lucky enough to enter the Divine Continent Mystery Domain. Yi Xing and the younger martial artists of the True Xin region flew towards the entrance of the Mystic Realm. They did not rush too far ahead and did not fall behind. When Yi Xing passed through the entrance of the Mystic Realm that was like a space vortex, the space changed and he appeared in a spacious plain. There were many younger martial artists in the vicinity. Clearly, everyone had entered from the same area. Whoosh! After Yi Xing entered the Divine Continent Mystery Domain, he saw a flash of light that was as fast as lightning. Someone was using a supreme-grade flying spiritual treasure to fly at high speed. Yi Xing looked into the distance and saw that person clearly. It was Yi Tianhe who had been in the limelight at the genius trials. This person was cautious. He knew that he had been in the limelight and was afraid that someone would harm him in the mystic realm. Once he entered the mystic realm, he stayed away from the crowd. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another flash of light flew past. Ying Xiangyang from the Sky Eagle Empire also used a supreme-grade flying spiritual treasure and chased after Yi Tianhe. Yi Xing blinked. It seemed like Yi Tianhe's caution was not without reason. There were indeed people who wanted to harm him. Although he was a demon, his cultivation was too low. He was only at the 4th tier of the Astral Dipper realm and could not compete with a genius who had the battle prowess of a 7-star venerable. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. Yi Tianhe had been in the limelight. As a younger martial artist of the lower region, he had also made it to the final round of the top 10. He had also been in the limelight. Perhaps there were people who wanted to harm him. There are too many people here. I'd better not reunite with Qingxian first. I'll stay away from the crowd first. Yi Xing thought to himself. Although he was not Yi Tianhe and did not fear any of the younger geniuses, he still wanted to avoid trouble as much as possible. However, someone did not give Yi Xing the chance to leave. Yi Xing. A loud shout rang out as a person blocked Yi Xing's path. At this moment, all of the younger geniuses were in the vicinity. This person's shout attracted everyone's attention. It's Beilan Empire's Beigong Dao. Why is he looking for trouble with Yi Xing? Could it be that the two of them have some grudges? It shouldn't be. The Balon Empire is in the northern part of the East Divine Continent, while the True Shen region is in the eastern part of the East Divine Continent. The two places are at least 10 million miles apart. How could there be any grudges between them? Bai Gongyi was once one of the top 10 geniuses. Although he was forced out, he still has the battle prowess of a 7-star venerable. Although Yi Xing's battle prowess is strong, he is no match for him. The martial artists started to discuss. The younger geniuses of the Blood Edge Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire who wanted to attack Yi Xing saw that Bai Gongyi had attacked Yi Xing first. They were not in a hurry to attack. Yi Xing's gaze fell on Bai Gongyi, who was standing beside Bai Gongyi. He immediately understood why Bai Gongyi was looking for trouble with him. It was obviously because of Bai Gongyi. Bai Gongyi's aura surged like a vast ocean. It was unstoppable as it pressed down on Yi Xing. He shouted loudly, "It's all because of you that my brother lost his place in the top 100. You are just a martial artist from the lower region. How dare you be in the top 100? Look at the top 100. Apart from you, is there any other martial artist from the lower region?" After saying this, Bai Gongyi pointed his saber at Yi Xing and said word by word, "You are not qualified to be in the top 100. Although Yi Xing did not want to cause trouble, he was not afraid of it. He looked at Bai Gongyi indifferently and said, "Whether I am qualified or not is not up to you to decide." Chapter 497. Bai Gongyi laughed coldly and said, "There are a total of 100 spots for the third genius trials. If you die in the Divine Continent Secret Realm, there will naturally be an empty spot. If that's the case, my brother will have a chance to enter the top 100. After Bai Gongyi finished speaking, he stared at Yi Xing with a mocking expression and said slowly, "What right does a dead man have?" All the nearby martial artists were shocked. Bai Gongyi actually wanted to kill Yi Xing. Yi Xing came from the True Shen region, one of the 72 lower regions. As for Bai Gongyi, he came from the Balon region, one of the 36 upper regions. He was the royal family of the Balon Empire, a middle-ranked empire. Their backgrounds were on completely different levels. Bai Gongyi did not care about Yi Xing at all. Therefore, Bai Gongyi did not hide his killing intent towards Yi Xing, even in front of everyone. "I want to kill Yi Xing. So what? He's just an ant. Who can stop me? Who can stop me?" Bai Gongyi laughed coldly in his heart. Yi Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. This person was really domineering. However, Yi Xing's eyes flashed. To be so domineering in front of him, that would be suicide. They must be tired of living. An aura spread out with Yi Xing at the center, causing the wind to ripple. Yi Xing's gaze was calm as he looked at Bai Gongyi and said, "You can try." Bai Gongyi raised his hand, and a supreme-grade spiritual treasure saber appeared in his hand. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he laughed coldly. "I, Bai Gongyi, was once a genius. 10 sabers are enough to kill you." In the genius selection, countless martial artists were watching. Furthermore, there were sovereigns watching. The younger generation of martial artists didn't use any of their killing moves. Once they used their killing moves, their strength would increase and they would be extremely terrifying. Bai Gongyi believed that although he had been eliminated from the genius trials, he would not be inferior to the newly promoted geniuses if he really fought with his life on the line. As Bai Gongyi spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows and turned into a water-type star that was covered by a vast ocean. Boundless water-type star energy fell and scattered around Bai Gongyi. The water-type star energy gathered and rippled like a sea. Bai Gongyi stood in the middle of the ocean. The top-quality spirit saber in his hand blossomed with light and emitted a sharp and frightening might. "Vast ocean roar!" Bai Gongyi shouted, and the light of his peak-grade spirit saber blossomed for 300 meters. A terrifying aura exploded out as he slashed out. Superb spiritual martial art, vast sea blade technique. As soon as Bai Gongyi made his move, he used astrology. Astral energy circulated in his body as he executed the vast ocean saber art's ultimate move, vast ocean roar. With a wave of the treasured saber, the sea of astral power that was formed by the convergence of the endless astral power suddenly howled and roared, surging with great momentum. The ocean roared and its might shook the heavens. Endless astral energy contained a peerless and terrifying power. It gathered on the blade and slashed out a terrifying saber aura. As the astral saber descended, the winds parted and the clouds parted. The air around Yi Xing was also torn apart as saber chi surged toward him. Whoosh, facing Bei Gong Yidao's all-out attack, Yi Xing also used the fire astrology. He executed the upper-quality spiritual martial art, Astral Flame Fist, and punched out. For this punch, Yi Xing had used the power of the fire force, which was close to the great success stage of the force of fire. When combined with the fire galaxy of the fire celestial form, the power of the flaming dipper fist skyrocketed. The Astral Flame Fist, which was at the perfection stage, exploded with a terrifying power. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Astral Flame Fist was unstoppable. It shattered the astral saber that was like a tsunami. Yi Xing took a step forward. His fist momentum did not decrease. Using the momentum of the wind, his body moved like a shadow as he charged forward. His fist broke through the sound barrier and blasted out layers of ripples. In the blink of an eye, another fist arrived in front of Bei Gong Yidao. Bei Gong Yidao was shocked that Yi Xing had broken the vast ocean roar with his absolute strength. Yi Xing's quick attack had also caught Bei Gong Yidao by surprise. Bei Gong Yidao hadn't expected that Yi Xing would be able to reach him so quickly. Vast ocean wave strike. Bei Gong Yidao shouted and swept out his saber. The astral saber was like a tidal wave that had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, Yi Xing's fist was even more powerful. With a loud explosion, Bei Gong Yidao's astral saber was shattered again. His body was shaken by the power of the fist and was pushed back. Tiger roar and dragon roar. Yi Xing seized the opportunity and attacked with all his strength. He executed the Astral Flame Fist's ultimate move. A tiger's roar shook the sky and a dragon's roar was ear-piercing. A fire tiger and a fire dragon instantly appeared and merged with the Astral Flame Fist. Bang! The power of this fist was even more terrifying and unstoppable. The superior quality spiritual saber in Bei Gong Yidao's hand buzzed and almost flew out of his hand. As for Bei Gong Yidao's body, he was sent flying backward by the terrifying power of the fist. Puff! Bei Gong Yidao spat out blood in midair. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. The martial artist did not expect that Bei Gong Yidao would be defeated by Yi Xing in just 3 moves. Whoosh! While the crowd was still in shock, a green light flashed across the sky and instantly flew 10 miles away. Yi Xing had activated his azure cloud wings and was flying far away at an extremely fast speed. When he was fighting with Bei Gong Yidao, he could sense that many of the younger generation geniuses had locked onto him. There were even monstrous geniuses among them. These younger generation geniuses were all descendants of the empire's royal family. Some of them were even princes and crown princes. They did not place Yi Xing in their eyes. If they killed Yi Xing, the true Xin region would not have the strength to stand up for Yi Xing. However, if Yi Xing killed them, it would be different. If he killed them, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Since he could not kill them, Yi Xing revealed his methods and fought with them. He seized the opportunity to leave the crowd and quickly flew away. He did not want to be entangled with them. Yi Xing activated his azure cloud wings. With the power of wind at the peak of the minute subtlety realm and a top-grade flying spirit artifact, his speed was astonishing. Several of the younger generation geniuses did not react until Yi Xing had flown 10 miles away. They immediately activated their top-grade flying spirit artifacts and streaked across the sky, chasing after Yi Xing. However, the distance between them only grew further and further. Although they were both using top-grade flying spirit artifacts, Yi Xing's comprehension of the power of wind far surpassed that of his peers. The speed of the younger generation geniuses naturally could not compare with Yi Xing's. Yi Xing flew forwards at an extremely fast speed. Before long, he had shaken off his pursuers and arrived in the skies above a mountain range. He turned around and looked into the distance. He could no longer see the plane he had entered from. His speed was simply too fast. In that short period of time, he had flown at least 10,000 miles. Yi Xing looked into the distance and discovered that there was a mountain valley dozens of miles away. It was shrouded in clouds and mist. At the edge of the mountain valley, Yi Xing discovered several stalks of herbs. They were all spirit-grade herbs. Yi Xing activated his azure cloud wings and quickly arrived at the mountain valley. He discovered that there were even more herbs in the mountain valley. Although most of them were low-grade and middle-grade spirit-grade herbs, there were also many high-grade spirit-grade herbs. Chapter 498. Yi Xing used his X-ray vision and superbrain to scan the area. He discovered that there were even supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the depths of the valley. This place was less than 10 to 20,000 li away from the entrance of the Divine Continent's mystic realm. There were actually so many spiritual herbs growing in this valley. Yixing was both delighted and shocked. According to the past rules, the Divine Continent's mystic realm would open once every 10 years. Geniuses below the age of 25 could enter. Every 10 years, the younger generation geniuses of the 3 upper-rank and 9 middle-rank empires would train in the Divine Continent's mystic realm. There were large amounts of spirit-grade herbs growing in this valley, and they should not have been maintained so well. Wave after wave of geniuses entered the Divine Continent's mystic realm. This place should have been discovered long ago, and the herbs would have been harvested. Whoosh! A terrifying aura suddenly came from the mountain peak beside them. Yixing turned around and saw a huge scarlet four-eyed tiger walking out of the dense forest. The tiger's fur was like a scarlet flame. Excluding its tail, its body was more than 6 meters long. Including its tail, it was about 10 meters long. Advanced third-tier demonic beast, four-eyed scarlet tiger. It was no wonder that so many spiritual herbs were growing so well in this valley. It was because of the four-eyed scarlet tiger's protection. The four-eyed scarlet tiger was the most ordinary of the advanced third-tier demonic beasts. It was equivalent to the 7-star Venerable Master. Yixing did not think much of it. Eye of clear cloud. A cloud-like vortex appeared in Yixing's eyes. A cloud-like vortex appeared in the four-eyed scarlet tiger's eyes in the blink of an eye. With Yixing's eye of clear cloud, it was not difficult to control an advanced third-tier demonic beast that was equivalent to the 7-star Venerable Master. However, Yixing's face was immediately filled with shock. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's body. It was as if a ball of invisible flame had risen. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared, and the cloudy vortex in the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's eyes instantly disappeared. What's going on? This aura is almost on par with that of an 8-star Venerable. Yixing was astonished. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this four-eyed scarlet flame tiger has the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? There was a record in the Eye of Clear Cloud. Although the Eye of Clear Cloud could control demonic beasts, it could not control demonic beasts with ancient demonic beast bloodlines. Furthermore, demonic beasts with ancient demonic beast bloodlines were stronger than normal demonic beasts. They were almost invincible in the same realm. Under normal circumstances, the four-eyed flaming tiger was equivalent to Venerable 7-star. However, if it provoked an ancient demonic beast bloodline, it would be almost invincible to Venerable 7-star. There were strong and weak 7-star Venerables. Those who were invincible among 7-star Venerables could easily kill the most ordinary 7-star Venerables. Yixing looked at the four-eyed scarlet tiger, his eyes burning with battle intent. He was not afraid of Venerable 7-star's invincible battle prowess. It was a good opportunity for him to practice. From Venerable 3-star to Venerable 5-star, Yixing had broken through very quickly. He did not have time to completely familiarize himself with each realm. Fighting was the best way to familiarize himself with each realm and strengthen his foundation, especially when he was in a dangerous situation. Sensing Yixing's battle intent, the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger roared and stared at Yixing. In an instant, 4 scarlet rays shot out toward Yixing. These 4 crimson rays were almost like 4 sword auras. They exuded an extremely sharp aura and were extremely fast. Grand wind momentum. Yixing used the grand wind momentum to the limit. His figure was like lightning and disappeared in an instant. The 4 scarlet rays missed, and 4 deep ravines appeared on the ground where Yixing was standing. The wind whistled. Yixing used the fire astral form and punched out with the flaming astral fist. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's eyes were sharp, and its reaction was extremely fast. Its tiger claws were like iron hooks clawing at Yixing. The flaming astral fist shook violently and was shattered by the tiger claws. Yixing's body retreated a few steps. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger roared. Its strength was much stronger than Yixing's. It did not retreat even half a step in the collision. Instead, it leaped and pounced toward Yixing. The clouds follow the dragon and the wind follows the tiger. Before the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's body pounced, an extremely fierce and fishy wind blew over. Tiger roar and dragon roar. Yixing's heart shook. He immediately used the ultimate move of the flaming astral fist. The fire dragon and fire tiger danced and merged into the flaming astral fist. Endless fire astral power fell, multiplying the power of the flaming astral fist. It collided with the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger. With a loud explosion, the astral light exploded. The airflow swept out in all directions, forming a terrifying shock wave. The impact of this strike was far too terrifying. Even though the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was astonishingly strong, it still couldn't help but tremble and come to a halt. As for Yi Xing, he was sent flying backwards for dozens of meters. It was as if his body had been struck by a giant hammer. Luckily, the intensity of his mortal body far surpassed that of other true sages, thus he wasn't injured. Even so, the astral energy within his body had gone berserk, making him uncomfortable. If it were any other 5-star true sages, they would have spat out a mouthful of blood after being struck by the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger. They might even have died. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger reared its head back and roared. It continued to rush towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing lifted his hand and the black dragon spear appeared in his grasp. In that moment, the power of the flames increased even more. Sunflame spear art, burn annihilation. A spear thrust out. The power of flames erupted. The astral spear thrust forwards, creating a sea of fire behind it, its momentum terrifying. Bang, the astral light shattered. The black dragon spear collided with the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's claw, emitting a clear explosive sound. With the black dragon spear in hand, Yi Xing's striking power was even greater than when he used the blazing flame gloves. The four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attack was blocked by Yi Xing. Before, Yi Xing had been forced back again and again by the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attacks. But now, Yi Xing had actually blocked its attack. This caused the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger to be enraged. With a loud roar, the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger erupted with an even more berserk aura. It rushed towards Yi Xing. Moreover, its four eyes glared at Lin Ming and a red beam shot out once more. Yi Xing felt a great threat. He immediately activated his super brain to scan the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's weakness and attack it. Through the super brain scan, Yi Xing could clearly see the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger's attack trajectory. No matter how berserk the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was, it still couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. Bang 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 bang, crisp sounds rang out without end. Yi Xing and the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger were engaged in a fierce battle at every moment. In an intense battle, any reaction would be made within a split second. This was very different from the usual practice of martial arts. It made the changes in moves much smoother, changing according to the changes in the situation, and not sticking to the rigid moves. One man and one tiger fiercely fought for hundreds of rounds. Finally, the scarred four-eyed scarlet flame tiger was frightened by Yi Xing. It let out an unwilling roar and gave up on the massive amount of spirit herbs in the mountain valley, fleeing without a trace. Yi Xing didn't chase after it. As he watched the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger leave, he entered the mountain valley and began to dig up spirit herbs. I was delayed by something during the day and my headache flared up again. It's only now that I'm feeling better. I can't finish 4 chapters today, I can only finish 2. But since I said 4 chapters, I'll count it as 4. As for the remaining 2 chapters, I'll make up for it tomorrow. So, tomorrow there will be 6 chapters. At the end of the month, it's time to ask for monthly votes. If I can finish 4 chapters early, then I can ask for votes early. It'll be much better for me. If I can't finish it, then it's really inhuman. I apologize. Chapter 499. The herbs in this valley had not been harvested for many years. There were many of them and they were growing well. As long as they were mature, Yi Xing would harvest them regardless of whether they were low grade, middle grade, upper grade, or supreme grade. Even though most of these spiritual herbs were useless to him, the Fallen Star sect needed them, and the more the better. After spending some time, Yi Xing harvested all the mature herbs in the valley and kept them in his storage ring. Yi Xing harvested close to 100 low-grade and middle-grade herbs. He harvested more than 20 high-grade herbs. As for supreme-grade herbs, he only harvested 3. However, Yi Xing found a lot of top-grade spirit-grade herbs roots. It seemed like the four-eyed scarlet flame tiger had eaten a lot of top-grade spirit-grade herbs. After leaving the valley, Yi Xing continued to fly forward. He looked around and searched for a place like the valley where herbs grew. The Divine Continent Mystery Dimension was huge. Once people were separated, it would be difficult to meet again. Yi Xing only met 2 people in one day and they avoided each other. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing found a few places where spirit herbs grew guarded by high-tier level 3 demonic beasts. Some of the level 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to venerable 7 stars. while others were equivalent to venerable 8 stars. The demonic beasts in the divine continent mystery dimension all had the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts. Their strength was at the peak of the same cultivation level. Yi Xing used the demonic beasts equivalent to venerable 7 stars for practice and battle. Yi Xing used the greenwood sword formation to kill the demonic beasts equivalent to venerable 8 stars. After a few days, Yi Xing harvested a large amount of spirit herbs. He even harvested more than 10 supreme-grade herbs. It was a great harvest. On this day, Yi Xing came to the edge of the mountain ridge and entered a dense forest. The forest was filled with towering trees and was filled with an ancient aura. The sky was blocked by the canopy and the forest was very dark. Such an environment was suitable for the growth of some special spirit herbs, such as those with the dark and cold attributes. Of course, there were still demonic beasts guarding the high-quality spirit herbs. This was not a problem for Yi Xing. On the 7th day, Yi Xing found an ancient building in the dense forest. It should be a ruin from the ancient era. Yi Xing started to search inside. Ancient ruins had always been a good place to produce treasures. If it was an unexplored ancient ruin, there would be treasures everywhere. However, this ancient ruins had clearly been visited many times. Yi Xing searched one hall after another, but there was nothing. Yi Xing walked past a hall and his expression changed. He turned around and looked at the depths of the hall. There's an illusion array here. If Yi Xing hadn't instinctively activated his super brain to scan every hall, he might have been fooled by the illusion formation. Yi Xing went to the depths of the hall and used his X-ray vision to scan the area with his super brain. He carefully examined everything in the illusion formation and discovered that it was not empty. There were 3 stone platforms with a saber, a sword, and a spear on them. The 3 weapons were all supreme-grade spirit weapons. This made Yi Xing happy. I just happened to be lacking a supreme-grade spirit weapon spear. This was a level 3 illusion array with a level 3 defense array at the large success stage. This was not a problem for Yi Xing. Yi Xing took out a few level 3 formation flags, and it didn't take long for them to break the level 3 illusion and trap formations in front of him. The 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons lost their cover and 3 auras leaked out. The auras were very strong. These 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons were the best of the best. The aura of supreme-grade spirit weapons. Haha, there are treasures inside. I finally found treasures in this damned place. Yi Xing had just grabbed the supreme-grade spirit weapon spear when 3 voices came from outside the hall. Someone sensed the aura of the supreme-grade spirit weapons and quickly rushed into the hall. Yi Xing recognized them. They were the younger generation geniuses of the ancient Shang Empire, Shang Buchuan, Shang Zi, and Shang Yuelin. Shang Buchuan was once one of the top 10 prodigies. Shang Zian had fought with Wei Qingxian in the 2nd round. Shang Yuelin was in the same group as Yi Xing in the 2nd round. However, he was eliminated by Shi Junfeng at the beginning and did not fight with Yi Xing. These 3 people were all 6 stars enlightened masters and were ranked in the top 100. Especially Shang Buchuan, who was once a prodigy. When the 3 of them walked together, they were an extremely powerful force. Even the top 10 prodigies did not dare to underestimate them. The moment the 3 of them entered the hall, their gazes fell on Yi Xing. At this time, the 3 supreme-grade spirit weapons had already been grabbed by Yi Xing and kept into his storage ring. Shang Buchuan and the other 2 swept their gazes across the 3 stone platforms. It was not difficult to guess that Yi Xing had obtained supreme-grade spirit weapons from the 3 stone platforms. So it's brother Yi Xing. Shang Buchuan's gaze fell on Yi Xing. He smiled faintly and said, "Looks like brother Yi Xing's harvest is not small." Yi Xing's gaze swept across the 3 of them one by one. Using his super brain, he scanned their chi clearly. Although the 3 of them had smiles on their faces, the astral energy in their bodies was secretly activated. They could erupt at any time and unleash their fiercest attacks. Clearly, they did not have good intentions. Yi Xing said indifferently, "It's just SOSO." Shang Buchuan chuckled, "Brother Yi Xing, there's no need to be nervous. We were just casually asking. Hehe, we're leaving." After speaking, Shang Buchuan cupped his fists towards Yi Xing and bowed politely. Then he waved his hand and left with Shang Zian and Shang Yuelin. The 3 of their chi was still berserk and their astral energy was activated. Yi Xing smirked and secretly activated the flame shield array flag. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly Shang Buchuan and the other 2 turned around at the same time. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact sword appeared in their hands. Astral energy shot out and instantly pierced towards Yi Xing. The three of them attacked at the same time from different angles. They formed a joint attack and completely sealed off Yixing's escape route. This was a set of encirclement techniques. When the three of them attacked together, even the top 10 geniuses would find it difficult to deal with them. Die. The three of them shouted at the same time as they attacked. It was as if they were giving Yixing a death sentence. Ding, ding, ding. With 3 crisp sounds, the 3 astral swords pierced the flame shield that had suddenly appeared around Yixing and were all blocked. A rank 3 defensive array flag of great completion. Shang Buchuan and the other 2 instantly withdrew their astral swords and retreated. They looked at Yixing in shock and exclaimed, "You're a rank 3 array grandmaster?" Their exclamations were tinged with fear. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the greenwood sword array flag was activated. Yixing nodded, "Yes, I am. Brother Yixing, let's talk nicely." Shang Buchuan's expression changed greatly. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the greenwood sword chi that suddenly filled the sky, he shouted, "Leave quickly." A rank 3 array grandmaster had already activated his array. How could a mere 6 stars perfected person have the chance to leave? The dense greenwood sword chi fell and the 3 of them were sliced into pieces and died at the same time. Accidentally, 500 chapters have been completed. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Today's second watch will be moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow's 6th watch will explode. Chapter 500. When Beigong Yidao had provoked Yixing, there had been a large number of junior martial artists watching from the sidelines. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yixing could only defeat Beigong Yidao, but he didn't dare to take his life. However, there was no one else in the hall except for Yixing and the other 3. These 3 wanted to kill Yixing and steal his treasures, so why should Yixing be courteous to them? He directly activated the level 3 Great Completion formation and killed Shang Buchuan and the other 2 with a wave of his hand. This result was something that the 3 of them did not expect. When the 3 of them worked together, even the top 10 prodigies would not be easy to deal with. Moreover, they attacked suddenly. If the target was careless, even a prodigy could be killed. Who would have thought that their ambush had no effect on Yixing at all? Instead, they were completely annihilated by Yixing's level 3 Grand Completion Array formation. Even a 9-star Venerable would not be able to deal with a level 3 Great Success formation. The 3 of them were 6-star Venerable Masters, but they only had the strength of a 7-star Venerable. How could they resist the greenwood sword formation? Naturally, they were instantly killed. "You're courting death," Yixing said indifferently as he collected the 3 spatial rings and supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Then he used the black hole astrology to absorb the 3's heavenly fate flames. Among the 3, Shang Buchuan did not have the highest heavenly fate flames, he only had a 5-star green fate flame. Yixing's heavenly fate flame turned from yellow to green. The 9 flames merged into 1 and finally grew to 5 flames. His heavenly fate flame had a huge upgrade from a 9-star yellow fate flame to a 5-star green fate flame. Yixing activated the Starfire Seed and burned the 3's corpses to ashes. After destroying the corpses, he left the hall. After leaving the hall, Yixing took out the supreme grade spiritual weapon spear and examined it carefully. It was a dark red spear. Especially the spearhead, it was dark red like blood. At the end of the spear, there were 2 ancient words, Dragon Blood. It was a weapon from the ancient era. Blood Dragon Spear. Yixing revealed a satisfied smile. Compared to the Black Dragon Spear, the Dragon Blood Spear was far more formidable. With the Dragon Blood Spear, Yixing's strength would increase by quite a bit. With the Dragon Blood Spear in hand, Yixing was very confident that he would not meet a match under the 8-star Exalted Realm. Yixing was confident that he could defeat Mo Tong without using the Sagittarius constellation and the Black Hole astrology. On the 10th day of the opening of the Divine Continent Mystic Realm, 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms would appear in the central region of the Mystic Realm. Ascending the stargazing enlightenment platforms would allow one to gaze at the starry sky and comprehend the stars of the universe. One's ability to understand would be greatly enhanced, and one's cultivation of martial arts would have miraculous effects. Yixing's Flaming Dipper Fist, Flaming Sun Spear Tip, and Flaming Arrow art had all reached perfection. For most martial artists, perfection was the limit of martial arts. As for Yixing, what he pursued was the true limit of martial arts, the perfection of martial arts. Only when one's martial arts reached the perfection of martial arts could they be considered to have thoroughly grasped them. It was like cultivating a certain boundary. Only after thoroughly familiarizing oneself with it would one be able to break through to the next boundary and consolidate one's foundation. When one's martial arts reached the perfection of martial arts, one could cultivate another martial arts. This was also the consolidation of one's martial arts foundation. The more stable one's foundation was, the smoother one's future cultivation would be. The higher the grade of martial arts, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. But Yi Xing believed that as long as his martial arts progressed step by step until they reached the perfection of perfection, his understanding of martial arts would far surpass that of an ordinary person. Even if it was a higher grade martial art, he would still be able to cultivate it with twice the results with half the effort. Thus, Yi Xing had to go to the stargazing enlightenment platforms. For the next several days, Yi Xing approached the central region of the mystic realm. Along the way he harvested some more spirit medicines. On the 10th day, when the stargazing enlightenment platforms appeared, Yi Xing had already arrived at the location. There were more than 100 martial artists who wanted to ascend the stargazing enlightenment platforms. Almost all of them were junior geniuses from upper and middle rank empires. There were only 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms. The enlightenment platforms weren't big. It was spacious for 1 person and suitable for 2 people. It was crowded for 3 people and impossible for 4 people to squeeze in. The 7 enlightenment platforms could only hold 21 people at most. Most of the martial artists who came couldn't ascend. The junior geniuses from middle rank empires and prodigies could compete with the junior geniuses from upper rank empires. The junior geniuses from lower rank empires and the 72 lower regions didn't have the qualifications to compete. Naturally, they didn't come here. Instead of wasting time here, they might as well explore other places. Perhaps they would gain something. Yi Xing was an exception. When the 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms appeared, no one noticed Yi Xing's arrival. Mo Tong was the first to fly out and land on the first stargazing enlightenment platform. This enlightenment platform belongs to me, Mo Tong said with a smile. As the leader of the 10 great prodigies, no one competed with him. The second to fly out was Yi Wuyan. He landed on the second stargazing enlightenment platform and said, "This one belongs to me." Although Ming Yuanxing had ordered the supremacies of the Xuefeng Empire and the Sky Eagle Empire to test the strength of the martialist with the surname Yi, the martialist with the surname Yi from the Black Crow Empire was not harassed at all. Yi Wuyan was ranked second among the 10 great prodigies. Even Mo Tong would find it difficult to beat him. Who would dare to provoke him? As Yi Wuyan occupied the second 7-star enlightenment platform, the 3rd, 4th and 5th ranked prodigies, Ing Changkong, Mo Mingyue and Ing Xiangyang flew out one after another and each occupied an enlightenment platform. Of the 5 stargazing enlightenment platforms, the Xuefeng Empire occupied 2, the Sky Eagle Empire occupied 2, and the Black Crow Empire only occupied 1. This obviously made the younger prodigies of the Black Crow Empire unhappy. Yi Wuyan said, "Wuxia, you take the 6th enlightenment platform." Of the 10 great prodigies, the 6th ranked prodigy was Wu Yuanjing of the Black Tiger Empire. However, he didn't move at all and could only give way to Yi Wuxia. After all, there were a total of 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms. Yi Wuxia was ranked 7th among the 10 great prodigies. Since Yi Wuxia occupied the 6th enlightenment platform, the 7th naturally belonged to him. Wu Yuanjing didn't feel that he had lost out. As for the 8, 9 and 10th ranked prodigies, King Kong, Feng Jianlu, and Shi Jinyu had all been defeated by Wu Yuanjing. Wu Yuanjing didn't feel that anyone else could compete with him. Yi Wuxia flew up to the 6th enlightenment platform lightly. Of the 7 enlightenment platforms, only 1 was left. Wu Yuanjing's lips curled. Just as he was about to go up to the 7th enlightenment platform, someone was faster than him. With a flash of green light, Yi Xing was already standing on the 7th enlightenment platform. Yi Xing said, "This enlightenment platform belongs to me." Whether it was the prodigies on the first 6 enlightenment platforms or the other prodigies of the younger generation, they were all stunned when they saw Yi Xing on the 7th enlightenment platform. What was going on? There were only 7 stargazing enlightenment platforms, and there were 10 prodigies of the younger generation. Even among the 10 great prodigies, there were people who couldn't occupy a single enlightenment platform. Yi Xing had actually rushed up first and declared that this enlightenment platform belonged to him? What? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't change him. This was the thought in the minds of all the cultivators. Chapter 501. Although Yi Xing defeated Beigong Yidao has already been eliminated from the top 10 prodigies. There are still 4 prodigies who have yet to occupy an enlightenment platform. What ability does Yi Xing have to dare to occupy one? Wu Yuanjing already sees this enlightenment platform as his. Yi Xing doesn't know what's good for him. He will definitely suffer. A country bumpkin from a remote area is really ignorant. Once he achieves something, he becomes arrogant. He is only a rising star. How can he be compared to a true prodigy? He is doomed. The cultivators discussed fervently. After Wu Yuanjing recovered from his shock, he was immediately enraged. He had no objection to Yi Wuxia occupying an enlightenment platform before him because Yi Wuxia was a junior from a high-rank empire. His background was much higher than his. Although Yi Wuxia's strength was inferior to his, Wu Yuanjing knew that he could not be compared to Yi Wuxia. However, Yi Xing was different. Yi Xing was only a junior from the 72 lower districts. In Wu Yuanjing's opinion, in terms of background, Yi Xing was thousands of miles away from him. More importantly, Yi Xing was not even among the top 10 prodigies. Wu Yuanjing was ranked 6th among the top 10 prodigies. In terms of strength, he was stronger than Yi Xing. No matter how they compared it, Wu Yuanjing, was firmly stepping on Yi Xing's head. Yi Xing actually dared to occupy a comprehension platform before him. This was simply preposterous. As the cultivators expected, Wu Yuanjing flew toward the platform in just 2 breaths' time and yelled, "Get the hell out of here." As he spoke, Wu Yuanjing struck out with his palm. The black tiger demonic wind transformed into a huge black tiger and pounced toward Yi Xing. A strong gust of wind blew, and its might was shocking. Yi Xing's expression remained calm as he faced the black tiger demonic wind. The dragon blood spear appeared in his hand as he executed the sunfire spear art and stabbed forward. Burn kill. A boundless flame aura burst out. A sea of flames seemed to appear behind Yi Xing, blazing fiercely. A peerless and terrifying power fused into the dragon blood spear, making this move exceptionally powerful. Break. The black tiger baleful dipper was pierced by the dragon blood spear and turned into astral currents that scattered in all directions. Wu Yuanben thought that he could blast Yi Xing off the enlightenment platform with a single palm strike. Then, he would land on the enlightenment platform and enjoy the reverent gazes of the other martial artists. However, things went beyond his expectations. Yi Xing was not blasted off the stage. Instead, he held a top-grade spirit artifact spear and pointed it at him. Wu Yuanjing flew towards the enlightenment platform, taking the initiative to collide with the dragon blood spear. Looking at the dark red spear tip, Wu Yuanjing's heart tightened, feeling a sense of danger. Wu Yuanjing somersaulted in the air, forcibly stopping his forward momentum. He fell downwards, unable to charge onto the enlightenment platform. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Yuanjing's attack was actually unable to force Yi Xing off the enlightenment platform. Instead, he wanted to charge onto the enlightenment platform but was forced to the ground by Yi Xing. This caused Wu Yuanjing's face to flush red, feeling that he had lost a great deal of face. Whoosh, a beam of starlight flew out from between Wu Yuanjing's eyebrows. He used his astrology, causing his power to multiply. Wu Yuanjing's aura was wild. His gaze was like lightning as it locked onto Yi Xing. He shouted, "If you don't get off, then die for me." As his voice fell, Wu Yuanjing's hands moved. He punched out through the air, smashing towards Yi Xing. Boom. Boom. The wild black tiger baleful dipper was displayed. 2 giant black tigers appeared out of thin air. They stepped through the air, rushing towards Yi Xing. Ripples appeared in the air as the 2 black tigers collided with each other. Yi Xing could sense 2 terrifying bursts of energy pouncing toward him. For Wu Yuanjing to be ranked 6th among the top 10 proud sons of heaven, his strength was indeed extraordinary. The power of this attack was equivalent to a late 7-star venerable strike. Whoosh, Yi Xing also used his astrology. A giant flaming star floated in the air, the power of the flames greatly increasing. In particular, the power of fire and the flaming star complemented each other. Their power multiplied, causing Yi Xing's aura to become even more terrifying. Chasing sun. The dragon blood spear shot out a blinding light like the midday sun. In an instant, Yi Xing stabbed out twice. The 2 black tiger baleful dipper were shattered into fragments by Yi Xing, scattering in all directions. Wu Yuanjing's attack was also broken by Yi Xing, black tiger slaughter. Wu Yuanjing was incomparably enraged. He used his ultimate killing technique. His aura suddenly rose by a large margin, containing a wild and berserk aura. 2 palms pushed out, but 4 black tiger baleful dipper crossed each other and rushed forward. Like crazy demons, they crazily rushed towards Yi Xing. Wu Yuanjing had used this move to force Wei Qingxian off the arena stage during the genius tryouts, obtaining victory. From this, one could see just how terrifying the power of this move was. The 4 Black Tiger Baleful Dipper contained a terrifying power. Their aura surged, causing one to be intimidated and not dare to resist. Yi Xing's will was firm. Facing this attack, his mind didn't support him at all. There wasn't the least bit of fear on his face. Instead, his eyes widened and he shouted out, "Kill?" As his voice roared out, sound waves surged out, spreading out in all directions. Yi Xing's aura rose, no weaker than the aura of the 4 Black Tiger Baleful Dipper. As Yi Xing shouted, the dragon blood spear in his hand erupted with a resplendent light. He used the ultimate skill of the Sunflame Spear arts, Flame Explosion. Boom. The resplendent astral ball instantly exploded like a huge bomb. Terrifying shockwaves instantly spread out in all directions, causing terrifying shockwaves to spread out. The 4 madly charging black tigers were blasted into pieces by this terrifying explosion, scattering in all directions. The air currents surged and swept over, containing a terrifying force. Not only did it blow Wu Yuanjing's hair to the back, it also pushed his body back repeatedly. When the terrifying shockwave stopped, Wu Yuanjing had already retreated dozens of steps, panting heavily. He had just executed the ultimate move, Black Tiger Slaughter, and it was at the moment when his body was at its weakest that he was hit by the shockwave. The astral baleful energy in his body circulated, and he immediately lost his breath. His heart ached faintly, and it was difficult for the astral baleful energy to be forcefully activated. His strength was greatly reduced. Yi Xing stood on the enlightenment platform. He slammed the dragon blood spear against the platform, causing a loud clang to ring out. He loudly said, "Who wants to compete with me for this enlightenment platform? Bring it on." At this moment, a powerful energy surged out from Yi Xing's body, causing his clothes to flutter without any wind. His black hair fluttered, giving him the aura of a master. Many of the martial artists that wanted to compete for the 7th enlightenment platform felt their minds shake, and they retreated again and again. Even Wu Yuanjing wasn't able to snatch the enlightenment platform from Yi Xing's hands. Who else present had the strength to do so? Even Vajra, Wind Sword, and Shi Jianyu, these 3 junior powerhouses of the top 10 proud sons of heaven, knew that they didn't have the strength to do so. They couldn't compare to Wu Yuanjing, so they naturally weren't Yi Xing's match. As for the proud sons of heaven that were ranked higher than Wu Yuanjing, they had already occupied an enlightenment platform. If they went to fight with Yi Xing, they would have to give up their enlightenment platforms. There was clearly no need for that. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.